Carolina Hurricanes Radio Network.
They say the regular season and the playoffs are completely different. They've called the Carolina Hurricanes a regular season team. They're not built for the postseason. We'll see. Hi, everyone. I am Adam Gold, and tonight the Canes will host the Philadelphia Flyers Game 2, Round 2, as they try to draw closer to that third playoff round that everyone else seems to feel is a foregone conclusion. But riddle me this. If it was so easy, why wouldn't everyone else be doing it? If it was so simple, explain the Tampa Bay Lightning losing in the first round for the fourth straight year. The Dallas Stars also done for, having lost to Minnesota in round one. It's not as simple as some will have you believe. I heard Ottawa was the toughest first-round opponent the Canes have ever seen, the team you didn't want to face to start the playoffs. Carolina won in 4 straight, and even though every game was tight, one needed 2 overtimes, there's a reason Carolina swept. And there was a growing love for the way the Philadelphia Flyers were playing coming into this series as they advanced past Sidney Crosby and the Penguins with a 1-0 overtime road win in Game 6. And Philly was going to be trouble for the Canes. Well, it's just one game, but Carolina got the start they needed.
Riley scores! Deflected out in front! Carolina gets the first goal of the second round of the postseason! And the Canes get the reward you're looking for! 5 for 5 for Logan Stankoven. 5 postseason games, 5 postseason goals, and 4 of the 5 have started the festivities. My goodness! You need to cook a steak, just put it near Logan Stankoven right now.
At some point, we will no longer be surprised that Stankoven opened the scoring. But the beauty of that play was that everyone on the ice was involved. Face-off play, actually won by Jackson Blake on the right wall. Back to Shane Gostisbehere. Puck winded around behind the net for Taylor Hall and Blake to win individual battles. And then Mike Riley fired a quick shot from the point that Stankoven deflected home. 6 minutes later, same 5 on the ice. Same result, only this one started behind the Carolina net.
Philadelphia now trying to take the body, but Carolina doesn't take the bait. Out it comes. Here's a chance for Blake sent out front. He scores! Oh, Carolina! Jackson Blake with the answer. This line is scorching, and Carolina up 2-0 here. 12:30 to go in the first.
Great pass by Taylor Hall got it all started, and early starts have been the theme for the Hurricanes of late. And to keep it that way, Carolina would need some help from Frederik Andersen.
But now a chance for Philadelphia. It's broke through, and Andersen sees the shot that's ripped on by Couturier, and he'll hang on and get a whistle.
Those are the saves you got to have.
Then in the second, a little quieter period. Not a lot going on, especially on a mid-frame Carolina power play, as Philly's Garnet Hathaway came out of the box.
The Oilers dancing with that shot knocked away by Vladar. Back for Hall. Power play's over, and it's going to be a breakaway. Coming out of the box is Hathaway, and what a play! De'Andre Miller left his skates, knocked it away, and then a follow-up save by Andersen on the rebound on Couturier.
And avoided taking a penalty in the process. That's the best defensive play I've seen in the playoffs so far, whether it be in the building or watching all the other games. De'Andre Miller.
By now, everybody's seen the play. Incredible stuff from Miller. 5 minutes later, some pressure on the Flyers' defense created another chance for you-know-who.
Now a turnover here. Jarvis gets it across. Stankoven scores again! Logan Stankoven, his second of the game, and Carolina goes up 3-0.
Unreal. It's the way it's gone so far in the playoffs. All right, I am Adam Gold. We've got lineups and a little bit more on the other side. This is Canes Hockey on the Carolina Hurricanes Radio Network.
it's bow time. There's something special.
Percentage, .90 goals against average, and a goal saved above expected of 8.5 in 5 games. It's a cumulative stat, people. Freddie was -18 during the regular year. But when you consider that the Hurricanes have been shorthanded 25 times already in these playoffs and have only conceded once, pretty big key as to why Carolina is undefeated so far in the playoffs. Injuries and scratches now brought to you by UNC Health, official healthcare provider of the Carolina Hurricanes. Alexander Nikishin still out, not yet ready to return from the concussion in Game 4 in the opening round. Goaltender Pyotr Kochetkov, forwards Jesperi Kotkaniemi and Nick Delorier, healthy extras. Sebastian Aho, Seth Jarvis, Andrei Svechnikov, Logan Stankoven between Taylor Hall and Jackson Blake. The captain, Jordan Stahl, centering Jordan Martinook and Nikolai Ehlers. Eric Robinson, Will Carrier surround Mark Jankowski. On defense, Jacob Slavin and Jalen Chatfield, Keandre Miller and Sean Walker. Shane Gostisbehere, along with Mike Riley, who stays in the lineup for Nikishin, and Frederick Anderson in net. 5 for 5 in the playoffs, .961 save percentage. It'll be Dan Vladar again for Philadelphia. He has been equally spectacular in the playoffs, but his team trails 1-0 in the series. The only other lineup of note for Philadelphia, once again, no Owen Tippett for them. That's a big miss for the Flyers. Mike Maniscalco and Trip Tracy will take it from here. I am Adam Gold. This is Hurricanes Playoff Hockey on the Carolina Hurricanes Radio Network.
And we welcome you inside Lenovo Center. Game 2 of the second round matchup between the Carolina Hurricanes, the top seed in the East, and the Philadelphia Flyers. Carolina coming off of a 3-0 Game 1 win here in this building just 2 days ago. And alongside Trip Tracy, Mike Maniscalco here on your call on the Hurricanes Radio Network. And Trip, I know the faithful here in the building would love to see more of the same from what we saw on Saturday.
Well, I'm going to tell you like I did before the game. I mean, how much fun is this? Saturday, there's nothing like it. Never gets old, the entrance in front of your home crowd for a Stanley Cup playoff game. You know what I want to see, Mike? And The Hurricanes have done this so far in the playoffs. I want to see them approach this game like they're down 1-0 in the series from a desperation standpoint, not like they're up 1-0. You know Philadelphia is going to be better. Areas Carolina can be better too, and I find that to be really encouraging. But start this thing like you lost Saturday night. Call a win, will you?
Well, you've talked about it. In your 26 seasons doing this, you have never seen a better starting team than Carolina. And here we go, game 2 underway. Jordan Staal wins the draw. Martinook will deflect this one out of play, and early a lucky fan from just a little bit outside the Charlotte area. He's got a souvenir. They made the trip up here.
Believe it or not, I haven't spent a ton of time in Charlotte over the decades. Shockingly. And we're going there to watch an American League game when the Hurricanes affiliate was there.
I'm not sure if it was Gastonia or not, but, you know, close enough. Here's Carolina getting the puck in deep, and it'll be worked away by Philadelphia. Flyers have some changes to the lineup. Carolina, the exact same lineup that won 3-0 on Saturday night. Philly works it in the Kane zone. Carolina quickly right back out. Staal. He'll create a takeaway, and his backhander swept up the boards and sent back down the ice by Drysdale. Carolina to it. It'll be dropped here by Blake.
And it looks like Ristolainen and Sanheim against the Stankoven line. Based on how hot they are. And it'll open things up for the Aho line.
And they are right now a sun in any other galaxy with the absolute heat they have been bringing in the first 5 games of the postseason. Now it's chipped out from Miller. Miller will race it in. He'll play it down the right wing boards for Hall. Hall, his pass angled away from Stankoven. He'll set it down, but his shot towards the front of the net was foiled, and then he'll have to send it back in. Hall has to tag up. Stankoven whistled it over the top of Vladar's net, and now Ristolainen having a little bit of a problem with it. Stankoven creates the turnover. Canes trying to keep it. They will. Good work by Hall to get it to Stankoven. Now Slavin's shot redirected by Blake, and that didn't miss by much. Canes will keep this in. Hall flips it from the far to the near boards, but knocked away. Ristolainen can play it forward, and only as far as the tops of the circles in the Kane zone. Played by Carrier. He works it for Robinson, and his shot is blocked away as Vladar got the glove to it. Couldn't settle it. Philly fires it down on Anderson. He'll play it and keep it moving.
Quick release from Eric Robinson in stride after Will Carrier knocked the puck down legally with his glove in the neutral zone to get it to Robinson. Good early stop for Vladar.
Robinson tries to throw a hit in the corner, but the Flyers able to move the puck forward into the Kane zone, but Mike Riley does a nice job forcing it offside. 17:53 left in the first, and still looking for a goal early in this one.
First early chance for the Hurricanes, and it's the fourth line. Carrier setting up Robinson. And with Dan Vladar on the glove side, I mentioned this a little bit in game 1. I actually would go, if you look at his glove hand, his fingers are always facing up. So I'd go low glove, not high glove like Robinson did.
As he worked back into the Flyer zone after the face-off outside the Kings blue line, and a bouncing puck settled down here and up the boards, and out it goes by Riley. Now Svechnikov goes rink wide. Jarvis with a sharp angle shot. Vladar makes the save. Aho, he'll get to the rebound. Goal line extended to the right of Vladar. He'll play it along the end boards. Jankowski reaches for it, but Bump will get to it. Alex Bump able to muscle this one over the Flyer blue line, and now still hanging on to the puck. Good work here by Bump. Now he'll get it deep, and he'll turn and head for a change. Gostisbehere takes a heavy hit from Travis Konechny. And the Canes angle this one down the ice. It's going to make it for icing, so bring the draw back into the Hurricanes' end.
I expect a very physical game from Travis Konechny. There he tries to line up his former teammate Shane Gostisbehere. Earlier at the other end of the rink, Gostisbehere tried to play through the body of Bump. And Konechny would have seen that because he was still on the bench. So then he just starts his shift and tried to line up Shane Gostisbehere. Konechny will be very physical tonight, no doubt about it.
Face off in the Canes' end. Staal wins it cleanly, and dancing with it all the way into the Philadelphia zone is Seth Jarvis. Jarvis will play it behind the net. Ehlers out in front for Staal, and he just misses. He pulled the trigger. Vladar might have just gotten a piece on the way by. Staal all alone. Now kept in by Miller just inside the blue line. Staal goes after it. And it'll work its way around the boards. Philly trying to clear it. And down the boards it goes into the Canes end, and this will be knocked out, and it'll be into the timekeeper's box. So we get a whistle with 16:35 remaining here in the first period.
Hang on here, Mike.
Yeah.
Are they calling a penalty? Okay, so this clearing attempt, even though it ended up in the timekeeper's box, they must have determined that it entered the spectator area. Gord Dwyer with the announcement. This is something that if Carolina disagrees, they could challenge. They're not going to. So this is a big early kill. That's an avoidable penalty. Sean Walker with pressure from Zegras just inside his own blue line because Ehlers had just set up stall for a grade A chance that didn't go. Philadelphia desperately wanting that first goal.
And the Canes penalty killers going to work early in this one. Konechny with it now. Carolina's penalty kill 4 for 4 in game 1. Now Philly works it out in front. It was Cates knocked away. Anderson gets a piece. Now Konechny's pass knocked by Chatfield. Cates will get to it. Picked up here. Miller run hard into the boards, and Zegras will find it. Tries to thread the needle, but a great stick will knock this one away, and then Martinook fights for it and pushes Konechny back to his blue line. Philly right back into the Cane zone. Aho deflects the pass. Out in front of the blue paint. Chipped out. Launch out the score. Able to knock this one home is Jamie Drysdale. It's a power play goal. And for the first time in this postseason, the Carolina Hurricanes are trailing a contest. It's 1-0 Flyers.
The key play was made in the neutral zone when Carolina got a clear. Konechny, I believe, made the play, so all of a sudden, you're back on the attack. And Jordan Martinook had to make a change. So then Konechny has the middle lane drive on the entry. Everybody goes to the net, including the 4 Carolina penalty killers, and the puck ends up in the high slot. Really good work from Tyson Forrester to keep that play alive. Drysdale with traffic, his head up, a sliding Chatfield trying to block the shot, beats Anderson on the blocker side.
Now face off at center ice. It was won by Philadelphia. Anderson gets to it behind his net, trying to rim it out. Gostisbehere helps work it free. Carrier gets a shove from Ristolainen, but kept in by the Flyers. Chipped out by Luke Glendening. Now, scattered to the side of the net. Canes get to the rebound. Fighting for it into the corners. Carrier will dump it back. Riley has it take a bounce off the stanchions, and Philadelphia gets a good break. As Carl Grundstrom gets in, it's first time in, and he scores. Grundstrom throws it to the front of the net, and the Flyers get a bounce. Is out in front. It's hammered home by Sean Couturier.
Well, this was the first bump-up shift Carolina trailing in the series. And Philadelphia won the bump-up shift. I mean, this was a super forecheck. I mean, Mike Riley in particular will carry in the vicinity. The Hurricanes had a chance to clear the puck, but it was the pressure of the Flyers. Glendening was a part of it, Couturier, and then eventually Gunstrom jumps in, uses the back of the net, and is able to find Couturier just on top of the crease and beats Anderson, does the Flyer captain between the legs.
Oh, just 39 seconds in between both goals as the Flyers have a 2-0 lead with 15 minutes now and 15 seconds to go here in the first period. A bouncing puck in the Flyer zone, Carolina will deliver it there. It'll be flung out by Porter Martone, settled down in between the blue lines, but wiping out is Walker, but picking it up is Blake. Back for Stankoven, and his shot blocked in the high slot. Philadelphia chips this one out to center. Walker right on the tape of Stankoven. He'll flip this into the corner to the left of Vladar. Flyers to it. Play this one around the boards, and a chance for Philly to find an out. Backhand to the Canes blue line, but no further. Played there by Denver Barkey, who head coach Rick Tocchet said was his best player in game 1.
Yeah, he plays with a ton of determination, and remember, Carolina had the 2-0 lead on Ottawa in game 2 in this building. That lead wasn't safe. Let's see if the lead is tonight.
Well, if we want to judge by what we saw west in game 1 of Minnesota and Colorado, no lead was safe there for a while.
It's so early in the game. Let's see how Carolina responds.
They had a good bump-up shift there, but now it's worked back in by Philadelphia into the Kane zone. That pass too far. Tyson Forster goes after it in the corner. He's knocked off of his skates. Svechnikov wants to move it out. He'll get it to Jarvis. Quick pass for Aho. Worked across, it's Chatfield. Carolina's offside, though, and that'll bring us to a whistle with 13:44 left in the first. Philadelphia strikes first, strikes fast for two. It's a 2-0 Flyers lead over the Hurricanes here. It's Carolina Hurricanes playoff hockey on the Canes Radio Network. The start you're looking for Carolina, trailing 2-0 here in the early portion of the first period.
Yeah, but to be a successful team in the playoffs, you got to win in different ways. And so you have to look at so early still in this game. But this is an opportunity to have success in a different way. Early haul, get back to playing the same game that you strive to play whether you're winning or losing. That's most critical right now.
Icing here on the Flyers. That'll only take 7 seconds off the clock.
The offside before we went to the first commercial break was Chatfield offside, and I think if you're tied or winning the hockey game, he probably gets that puck in deep and you go to work on the forecheck. So that's the test of a real winner, Mike, that whether you're winning, tied, or losing, you play the exact same game. And that's an exciting test right now after this really good Flyers start.
Stahl lines up for the offensive draw, but he's going to be asked to leave. They're going to let him back in. He was backing out, so advantage for Carolina. Stahl lines up to take this one against Dvorak, and he'll win it back. Slavin with it inside the blue line. His shot blocked away by Vladar. Stahl to the rebound. Banked off the inboards. Chatfield jumps up. He'll play it back for Stahl behind the net. Out in front looking for Martinook. He's taken off of his skates. And the Flyers connect, and he skates it to the Canes' blue line, chopped down by Slavin, who creates an offside.
The Stahl line has been Carolina's best line early in this game. They had that terrific chance at 0-0. Totally different ballgame. Those are the razor-thin margins. If that one had went, what is now 2-0 Philadelphia, Nikolai Ehlers, it's his second game back after missing game 4 of the Ottawa series. He's got some jump tonight. I think if Carolina's going to get back in this thing, that line's going to be a big part of it.
Hey, this is the first time that the Flyers have scored first in any of their 8 postseason games. They were scored upon first in every game against Pittsburgh, and then game 1 here on Saturday. Carolina trying to work this one back in. Robinson was offside, so Philadelphia with a chance to break. They could have some numbers. Good stick, swatted away by Riley. It'll bounce into the corner. Kane's trying to get to it. Jankowski goes hard. Glendening tries to play it back to the point, but Robinson's there. He'll ease this one into the Flyers zone. Taylor Hall, he's trying to create a turnover and does. Good work by Hall. Drop back for Miller just inside the Flyer blue line. Down the left wing boards, worked around for Hall. In the slot for Blake, tries to pull the trigger, but that's blocked and the Flyers skated away.
Good block from Sean Couturier. There on the red hot Jackson Blake.
And Carolina will play this one back for Stankoven. And drop this back, and Miller seeks refuge behind his net from Alex Bump. And Miller up the boards. Now Stankoven. This will deflect into the Flyer bench, and we'll get a whistle with 12:01 left here in the first, and the Canes still trail 2-0.
The Flyers' coverage is much tighter in the neutral zone and in their own end than it was in Game 1. In particular, early in Game 1. And, you know, Philadelphia has done exactly what you desire to do. This electric building, for the moment, is quiet.
Oh, yeah.
How long can the Flyers keep it quiet?
That is the thing, where if you are the road team, silence is golden. As Carolina going to work now in the Flyer zone. He kept in here, Chatfield. Down the boards, Aho with it. Along the right wing boards. Double team, but Chatfield keeps it in. Penalty coming up to the Flyers. Anderson to the bench. Jarvis with the puck in the left wing circle. Jarvis has it taken away, but the Canes, they're going to be going on the power play for the first time here tonight. See if they can match what the Flyers did.
Announcement coming.
Philadelphia penalty number 8, 2-minute holding.
It's Cam York for the hold, and it's the Aho line that draws the penalty, and they will start this power play. This has got to be their time. You know, they've been building in terms of their chances. We know that the production has essentially all come from the Stankoven line. You're down 2-0. This is where you need your top players to be on the score sheet in this hockey game. It's just that simple.
It is a Powerball power play. Carolina 0 for 4 in Game 1 in the postseason, just 2 for 19. Regular season had the 5th best power play, operating at 24.9%. Face-off is won by the Flyers, and they're going to find a way to send this on all the way back down on Frederik Andersen.
With that Glendening win, Philadelphia centerman, do you know the Hurricanes have won 1 power play face-off so far in this series? That makes it a lot tougher. Now, their entries have been good, but you got to start winning power play face-offs.
It'll be handed off here for Ehlers. Ehlers crosses the Flyer blue line for Svechnikov. Drop back, Gostisbehere inside the left point. And it's played right back to him by Svechnikov. Now Svechnikov, top of the circle, goes across. Oh, it's kicked away by Vladar. That's a big save, but that's a great look for Carolina.
Well, Svechnikov got it on the umbrella on one side. And the one thing I would say is he looked at Aho as a shooting opportunity on the other side of the umbrella. And that would have told Dan Vladar he's not going to think about shooting the puck. So it's a really good opportunity. It's a heck of a save. I just want to see Svechnikov at least sell the shot a bit more, because then the goaltender has to honor it just enough that he might be a little tardy going from right to left. Deception is everything, you legend.
Aho will stay on for the draw. Well, now the Canes have won 2 power play draws as Aho gets it back for Gostisbehere. Inside the blue line, moves it to Jarvis at the left circle. Behind the net, he'll play catch with it with Svechnikov. Jarvis with it again, looking for room. And Gostisbehere lets it go over the top of Vladar's net. Loose puck, Canes try to get to it. Dvorak with a shove down the boards. Carolina's Gostisbehere keeps it in. Room now, slid to the side of the net for Ehlers. Ehlers makes a man miss, but this one is sent along the glass, and Aho couldn't keep it in. And that group is going to go for a change, and Anderson has to leave it because it stayed in the no-play zone.
You got to get more shots. You know, I just think that group, I'd love to see Jordan Stahl, just to simplify, beyond for his net front presence capabilities.
And Miller carries it in. Glendening forces a turnover from Blake, and the Flyers have it behind the net, but kept in by Hall. Taylor Hall. He'll go beneath the goal line. Back out from Miller. Now it's Stankoven. He gets this one to Ehlers. Ehlers drifts down the right wing, boards out to Blake. Blake with a shot. That's blocked by Ristolainen. Blake able to get it to Stankoven. He'll move it. 9 seconds left on the power play. Blake with it. Sent across. They score! A power play goal! And Nikolai Ehlers gets on the board. And the Canes cut the lead in half. It's a 2-1 game in Carolina.
Partner, puck retrievals and therefore keeping pucks in are a massive underrated part of any power play. And you had some real work that allowed Keandre Miller to keep a puck in late in your power play. I thought Ristolainen was going to get a clear out of it. And it was Miller that had a stick on him down low below the circles and eventually kept it in. Did Keandre? You sold the shot that got Vladar to bite before Ehlers buried it.
For Nikolai Ehlers, it's his first playoff goal with the Carolina Hurricanes, and this building is back on its feet as the stall line going to work. Here's a long shot by Martinook, fought off by Vladar to the corner. Worked around the end boards. Martinook's going to get there first. Martinook hanging on to the puck. He'll get it to Slavin at the left point. His shot goes off from Stahl. Stahl gets it in the corner. Martinook back for Stahl. Carrier on this line as Ehlers is going to get the breather after scoring the power play goal. Martinook trying to keep it in. All Philadelphia can do is swing this one down the ice, but they're going to wave off icing. So free change for both teams here.
Good call on that goal. I'll tell you, if the Canes win and the huge Caniacs see the booth cam, they are going to see a remarkable Mike Maniscalco wink.
Let me just say, for people who see the booth cam, we can thank our folks at Walk West for that in a minute. I've never been so relaxed calling a goal. I usually put in the quarter for the magic fingers, but this one worked better. Now Michkov is running through behind his net. Carolina trying to keep it in. They will. Svechnikov at the right point. It'll ricochet in between the rings and the Flyers. Get it out to center. But Walker's there to intercept. He'll play it up the boards for Aho. Aho. You know this line's going to want to start to join the party with the goals. Here comes Miller. Aho has 3, but 2 are empty net in that game 4. Now this puck knocked down. Aho with it. He's being pestered. And he'll be able to deliver this one behind the net. Svechnikov wants to get to it, but Sealer was there. Now this one is knocked past Walker, and Miller goes to get it in his own zone.
Yeah, I'm going to go a step further than the Aho line. You want to see them join the party. They need to join the party. It's that simple. It's the Stankoven group on the power play featuring Ehlers and Miller that gives you life.
We're going to say that Hall made a nice move as the puck was behind him to catch it and try to drag it across, but offside are the Hurricanes. 7:28 left in the first. Life back here in the Lenovo Center. It's 2-1. Flyers lead the Canes here on the Hurricanes Radio Network. Nikolai Ehlers on the power play. First power play goal of the series for the Hurricanes has Carolina within 1, a 2-1 Philly lead here alongside Trip Tracy, Mike Maniscalco on your Canes Radio Network.
Both teams have a power play goal, and for Carolina, we know the penalty kill has been the star, but there are certain times that you'd like a power play goal. There are certain times that you need a power play goal. And you needed one there. You needed one to win in game 4. So the times you've most needed it, including the one we just saw, this power play has delivered. It's all been from that second group, or they're the first group right now.
And they're on the ice right now. That's the Stankoven line with Hall and Blake. Blake and Miller with the helpers, by the way, on the Nikolai Ehlers power play goal. Now Philly with a chance out in front with a break. Anderson makes the save, knocking it away from Barkey, who got loose. Now it's Stankoven coming the other way. He'll drop this one. Hall takes a hit to make a play. Into the corner. Blake and Stankoven fighting for it. Blake got a stick to it, but that'll be knocked forward and bump. You'll get it to the Canes line, but penalty coming up here to Carolina. It's going to be a holding call. And for the second time this period, Carolina is going to be shorthanded, Trip.
Well, the Flyers are just, for me, they are much tighter in their coverage.
Carolina number 71, minor penalty for holding.
Taylor Hall guilty of the hold. You know, I just think there's been a very evident determination from the Flyers so far in this game. Francis Sharon working the game with Gord Dwyer with the announcement. And Hall was tracking back through the neutral zone, and he reached out the last second with his right arm. That's what made the hold culpable.
Now for the Hurricanes, their penalty kill dented for only the second time this postseason. It was one of the two Flyers' goal, a power play goal. Drysdale had the first one at the 4:02 mark. On the power play, it was unassisted. Now, Canes going to work here as there's a muck up behind the net of Frederik Andersen. Really moves it around. Cates, he'll get it to the high bumper. Konechny hands it off Zegras. He goes rink wide, and there is Drysdale, the goal scorer, back for Trevor Zegras. We'll put it, Konechny, one pass too many. What a stick, Jacob Slavin. Unreal.
It's a tap in, I think. He went down with the entire shaft of his stick on the ice. Oh, about 5 or 6 feet above the crease, the Carolina crease. How big is that play going to be? Well, you're going to have to wait and find out, because that was elite.
I mean, it is just phenomenal. Game in, game out. The plays that he can make. Now Philadelphia going back to work. They change up their power play unit. Ristolainen quarterbacking it now, and a giveaway. And the Canes will fling this one all the way back down on Dan Vladar. Good work there by Jarvis. They were at the end of their shift. Now Ristolainen will amble through the neutral zone.
Quickly developing 2-on-1 like it was. I mean, you got to say, hey, Freddie, you got Konechny. I'm going to take care of the pass. And Slavin did brilliantly. All different types of 2-on-1s.
Carolina trying to clear, but Ristolainen will step into it. He'll lay this one off along the right wing boards, but Keandre Miller with another phenomenal defensive play, and this goes back into the Flyers zone, and Hall will be out of the box in 2 seconds.
Keandre Miller may never take a morning skate again. He hasn't in either game, and he's had a lot of jump.
Now here's Couturier coming in. Anderson makes the save, and the puck skitters wide. Now, Couturier was the Flyers' most dangerous offensive threat in Game 1, and came close with his second of the period.
He's been their best player.
Now Sanheim rolls this one around the boards. Chatfield trying to clear it out. 4:10 left remaining in this opening period. 2-1. Flyers lead the Hurricanes. And now the Flyers have to vacate the offensive zone. They'll go back in. Grunstrom, who on his first shift this postseason, set up Couturier. Gets the puck in deep again. Carolina able to get to the loose puck, and they got numbers. Little action going on behind the play. Penalty coming up to the Flyers. But Stankoven takes aim. His shot goes over top of the bar, comes out to center ice. Philadelphia will touch it, and Carolina will go back to the man advantage.
Philadelphia's fourth line is legit. They finally got caught with their aggressive forecheck. That created the numbers.
91, 2 minutes, holding the stick.
And it's Gunstrom, who's been very good. Guilty of holding the stick as the Hurricanes' transition game was going to work. Take us to the break, and Mike, get yourself ready, because you're going to have to call another power play goal.
No, the Canes already 1 for 1 on the man advantage. Can they make it 2 for 2? We'll find out. 3:44 left in the first. Canes trailing the Flyers 2-1 here on the Hurricanes Radio Network. For more Back on a Powerball power play trip, Tracy. 1-for-1, Nikolai Ehlers with a goal for the Canes to make this a 2-1 game. Carolina trailing the Flyers with 3:44 left here in the first.
And coming out of a commercial timeout, I don't think it's a choice. Rod is starting the power play group that has given him all of his power play goals in the postseason.
And they'll win this draw. Stankoven with it inside the blue line. He'll get it to Blake. Top of the left circle. Hall. He'll get it back for Blake. Blake wanted to play it back but gives it away. And this one will be flipped all the way back into the Hurricane zone where Anderson leaves it there for Keandre Miller.
I think this was a no-brainer of a decision. You hope this group scores, but you also hope it provides a lot of motivation to the group that usually starts power plays.
Now a loose puck will be settled down in between the circles by the Flyers and will be chipped all the way back. And good work done there by Cam York. And now a minute 20 left on the man advantage. Miller looking for the little drop back. He'll get it to Hall. Hall wings it across. And now to be sent in by Blake. Blake along the right wing board. Stankoven helps fight for it. Loose puck comes out to Hall. Top of the circle. His shot deflects wide of the net. Ehlers to the rebound. He'll play it to Hall. Down the left wing boards. Back to Ehlers. Behind the net of Vladar. It'll be worked back Blake. Ehlers moves in. Stankoven with a shot. Doesn't make it through, and the Flyers get it clear.
Ehlers is always ready to attack when he receives passes on the power play. That's the difference. The fact that his feet are always, when he receives passes, attacking the net.
Well, out comes the Aho group, but this will be given away to Couturier, and he'll slide this all the way down in the Hurricane zone. Less than 30 seconds left on this man advantage. Gostisbehere hands it off. A chance for Carolina with some speed. Jarvis gets it to Svechnikov. Behind the net, Jarvis takes a hit. Sealer goes into the corner. And able to get to it is Jankowski. Now back Gostisbehere. He'll kick it down. He'll keep it in. Peeled here for Aho. Side of the net. Jankowski jumps over his stick, and the Flyers are going to clear, and they will kill off this power play. No shots for Carolina on that attempt. Out of the box comes Carl Grundstrom. And a minute 35 left in the first. Carolina is still trailing Philadelphia 2-1.
Jankowski was on that Gostisbehere group. They weren't able to gain power play possession. That would have been interesting had they done so, because he would have been the net front guy. I mean, that group is just struggling.
Yeah. As Carolina will now flip this one back into the Flyers zone. 75 seconds remain here in the first period. Stahl with it. Plays it back to Slavin. Slavin looks to shoot. Lets it go. Vladar makes the save. Rebound comes out to Konechny. He'll clear just over the line. It will go over Chatfield's stick. Zegras couldn't handle it. Carolina's Carrier will shovel this one back into the Flyers zone. Now we get a whistle.
Might be too many men on the ice to Philadelphia.
Behind the play, and that looks to be the call right now.
Shandor Alfonso, the veteran linesman, he's the guy that called it behind the play.
Philadelphia, bench minor penalty, too many men on the ice.
I saw it in real time, and I thought the Flyers had gotten away with it. And, you know, the linesmen can make that call. They've got to be sure. And Shandor Alfonso made the call. He was at the Carolina blue line. I thought Philadelphia was going to live to fight another day. It was definitely too many men on the ice.
So too many men with 54.1 seconds remaining here. Another Powerball power play for the Carolina Hurricanes. And we will keep an eye on the game clock because there is more time left in the penalty. Hopefully won't have to keep too much time on it, as again starting with Blake, Stankoven, Hall,
and Stahl gets
and Miller.
Booted. Yeah, these power play face-off. Oh, there's a good win.
But Hall wins it, and Stahl can go to the front of the net. And a shot right away by Stankoven with that net front. Bounces wide. Blake will get to it. Now he'll play this one back. Miller looking for room.
No
broken
stick, Sanheim.
So can Carolina take advantage? Blake with it now. Blake hanging on to it. Top of the left wing circle. Sent across Miller. He'll hand it to Stankoven. Back for Miller. Shot through traffic. Bounces wide. Hall gets to it. He'll set up Stankoven. Stankoven's pass for Miller. Too far, and that will go all the way back into the Hurricane zone.
Glenn Denning really smart to give Sanheim his stick. You want the defenseman to have one. Very valuable player.
Oh, a bounce off the stanchion as Carolina rolls it in with 10 seconds to go. And then Philadelphia will promptly serve it all the way back. Good play there by Sealer. 3 seconds left in the period, 2-1, and that is how the first period comes to a close. The Hurricanes will have 1 minute 6 seconds of power play time to start the second period, but they will go into the locker room for the first time this postseason trailing in a period as the Flyers have a 2-1 lead coming up. Adam Gold has his intermission report. We will find out what else is going on in this game from other views and opinions, and what else is happening in the NHL playoffs. You're listening to Carolina Hurricanes playoff hockey. Canes trailing the Flyers 2-1 after 1 here in Game 2 on the Hurricanes Radio Network.
(10-6) in the period, but for the first time all postseason long, the Hurricanes find themselves behind on the scoreboard. They had not trailed for a single second in the first 5 games, but Jamie Drysdale jumped on a loose puck in the slot on a Philadelphia power play and beat Freddie Anderson, and then just a handful of seconds later on the bump-up shift, it was Sean Couturier out in front to make it 2-0. Carolina did draw one back on the power play with Nikolai Ehlers and a one-timer, but Carolina played a little bit of a nervous period, it seemed to me, and the Hurricanes, when they got the goal back, certainly the building came alive again, and Carolina will have about a little bit more than a minute of power play time to start the second period. Canes are already 1 for 2 on the power play. 5 different power plays called in the first period of this one. I'm not sure either coach is really into that. I think everybody would rather have 5-on-5 play, run the deal in this game, but a lot of power play time. Carolina maybe struggling to get into a little bit of a 5-on-5 rhythm. We'll take a break, we'll come back, and we'll listen to highlights next.
Dealers while supplies last.
Adam Gold inside Lenovo Center on the Steel Intermission Report, powering the future with professional-grade battery tools built for real-world work. First time all playoffs long, Hurricanes find themselves behind. It's 2-1 Philadelphia, and the highlights are brought to you by Kia. Carolina, in a scoreless game, had a great chance to draw first blood.
Ehlers out in front for Stahl, and he just misses. He pulled the trigger. Vladar might have just gotten a piece on the way by. Stahl all alone.
And that close, and then Sean Walker took a delay of game, puck over glass penalty, and Philadelphia made Carolina pay with a power play goal. They would tack on another one, and then it was Nick Ehlers' turn to get Carolina back in the game.
Ehlers drifts down the right wing, boards out to Blake. Blake with a shot. That's blocked by Ristolainen. Blake able to get it to Stankoven. He'll move it. 9 seconds left on the power play. Blake with it. Send it across. They score! A power play goal! And Nikolai Ehlers gets on the board. And the Canes cut the lead in half. It's a 2-1 game in Carolina.
If Philadelphia would have the next grade A scoring chance, Denver Barkey down the slot.
Philly with a chance out in front with a break. Anderson makes the save, knocking it away from Barkey, who got loose.
That was a big, big save. The Hurricanes have scored on the power play, and you know what that means. You can stop by any participating Bojangles until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. See, I'm a Caniac, and it's Bo time to get your free Bowberry biscuit. Skate to Hurricanes.com for rules and participating locations. Walt Ruff joins me next.
Your Harris Teeter grocery haul.
Even know how to respond to this, how to deal with this. Hurricanes are trailing after a period in the playoffs. What say you?
Situation we haven't been in since April 7th, I believe I heard the broadcast say. So going almost a month without trailing in a hockey game.
Yeah, that's pretty
at this time of year. Not bad, huh?
No, not bad. What were your thoughts on the first period?
Sorry, I thought we were going to go goal by goal for a second.
No.
I mean, first one, obviously, Sean Walker, tough one to put over the glass there. Yeah. Second one, Mike Riley. I still don't know what Mike Riley's attempted clear-out hit, if that went off of a flyer, if it went off of a stanchion panel and stayed in the zone. So a couple of tough breaks, really, things we don't see all the time, right? So chalk some of that up to it. But then I like that Carolina started to find its footing in the second half of the period. No shortage of special teams time, right? I mean, 3 penalties of their own for Philadelphia that allowed Carolina to kind of halt the momentum and maybe start building on some things. I thought it was really important that they got on the board and made good on one of their opportunities.
Absolutely. Nick Ehlers, who hadn't scored, so big goal there. What do you make of, in both power plays, first one, or actually the second power play, but the one they scored on, out of a timeout, going with the Stankoven unit to start and starting the next one with the Stankoven unit? I'll be interested to see who starts the period for Rod Brindamore.
Yeah, as will I. He was asked about it this morning, and they said, you know, with the run that Stankoven and that line are on, do you try and find more ice time for them? And he deflected a little bit and talked about how in Saturday's game, you know, you're up 2-0 and controlling.
Yeah.
You're not really in that spot. I think that's a situation where we saw him specifically trying to go to that line a little bit more. Don't blame him at all. I mean, they're as hot as the sun, right? So love that he's leaning a little bit more on them in a big situation there.
Yeah, but I'm also wondering if there's a message being sent to 20, 37, and 24. And here's the thing about, because Seth has had a couple of plays today where he's been a little hesitant. There was a delayed penalty where Jarvis, and he was like he's not right now. I think he's overthinking things, and maybe that's not a good spot for Seth to be in.
Maybe not, but all it takes is one, right? You just see one go in, go to those greasy areas, go to the front of the net, something hits off of you, maybe you can clean up a rebound. You're right. There's more to be had from that top line, unquestionably. I was joking with someone pregame, actually, Tim Donnelly, and we were talking about how the first line only had, combined 5 points through 5 games in the playoffs.
And 4 of them are from an empty net, 2 back-to-back empty net goals.
Yeah, I think if you had told somebody that going into the postseason, you would probably think that the Canes are probably still playing in round 1, right? So the fact that here we are now without kind of them contributing in a way that they need to be certainly says a lot about the rest of the group, but of course you want more out of that top group.
No doubt about it. Now, I also think and I think I talked to Trip Tracy about this in the pregame, significant to me that Svechnikov and Jarvis were part of the second Stankoven goal in Game 1. Defensive pressure. Jarvis and then Andre creating the turnover that led to the Stankoven goal. To me, defensive plays can get them going offensively.
100%, and that's, they do a good job defensively, right? They're a 200-foot line. They need to be at all times, and hopefully there's plays to be made in this period, because sooner rather than later, we'd love to see that line get on the board with a goalie in the net.
Yeah, and it's with a goalie in the net. Well, Aho has the one goal, right? From that was really a shorthanded goal. It was 1 second after from Game 2.
Okay.
Stall to Aho. But that was really the only point for that trio in the first round of the playoff, first round against Ottawa. Back to, I think we are seeing an angry Aho in this game, which I've always thought it's my favorite. My favorite Sebastian Aho is when there is something bugging him, because I think it takes his competitiveness up even a little bit more. Like, he ran the risk of taking a penalty when he took a run at, Emil Andre definitely took a run at him in lieu of playing the puck. I don't mind on Sebastian when he's angry.
No, not at all. It's funny because this time of year we start to hear the cliche of, I think Andre actually used it the other day when he was asked if he was kind of pressing about not being on the score sheet. He said no. He said if we won the Stanley Cup and I had no points, I'd be the happiest man on earth. I don't know if Sebastian Aho would say that. I think if Sebastian Aho got to the Stanley Cup and only had a goal and 2 assists, he'd be beating himself up all summer,
You think
right?
so?
Oh, my goodness. Would he ever?
I don't think so.
Oh,
if his name's on the cup,
I think
he'll take 0 points if his name's on the cup.
He would take it. He would be the first to tell you should have done more on the way.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to spin it at.
I totally understand. On the second kill for Carolina, we had vintage Jacob Slavin plays and then another hard play from Keandre Miller along the wall to finish that off. It is interesting because I asked Slavin about Miller today, and he sort of intimated that he enjoys watching Keandre do Jacob Slavin things.
It is fun to watch, isn't it, right? I mean, it's so easy to get lost that this is still Keandre Miller's first season as a Carolina Hurricane. My goodness, what a treat he is to watch. Obviously signed long-term already, too. Knowing that he's going to be a part of this group on the blue line for many years to come, it's certainly encouraging, because doesn't it just in a way feel like he's kind of just getting started here?
Yes, it does. It does, and I've compared it to Brady Shea's first year. I think he's ahead of where Brady Shea was in year 1. Now we'll see if he can get to where Brady Shea got to when Brady Shea eventually left.
Yeah.
Because if Miller gets to that, we're going to have a lot of years of maybe even better than that. He's been tremendous. Walt Ruff, Hurricanes.com content maestro, wizard of the keyboards. I hope to not see you again tonight.
I hope to not see you either, Adam Gold.
We'll be back with a check of the NHL scoreboard after these words from your local stations on the Carolina Hurricanes Radio Network.
When sleep isn't working, everything feels harder. Your health,
Security can help you get what you need.
Their Western Conference semifinal series. Jamie Drysdale, second of the playoffs on the power play, 4:02 in, put Philadelphia on top 1-0. Sean Couturier, 39 seconds later, made it 2-0 right out in front from Grunstrom. That made it 2-0 in favor of the Flyers. Nikolai Ehlers pulled one back on the power play, his first of the playoffs from Blake and Miller. Hurricanes have dominated the faceoff circle. We haven't been able to say that a ton during the playoffs, but Carolina will need more of that, and they'll have a little bit more than a minute of power play time to kill to maybe get even here in the second. Mike and Tripp will have the second period. I'm Adam Gold. See you after 2.
Quickly get this one back out. And the Canes now have 40 seconds left on the man advantage as Gostisbehere will drop it back for Ehlers. And here's a chance for Carolina. It's Jarvis, a little self-pass along the boards, finds Ehlers behind the net. Ehlers stops, looks. Svechnikov, quick move here for Gostisbehere. Back to Ehlers along the left wing board. Svechnikov tees it up. Shot blocked right to Gostisbehere. Side of the net for Aho with a good little pass there. Aho. He'll drift to the top of the right circle. Here he and Jarvis will exchange the puck. Now back for Gostisbehere. 12 seconds left on the man advantage. Aho out in front, redirected, but just wide. Now Gostisbehere hammers one right on. Vladar with the save. Great stick, Svechnikov able to keep it in. Here's a chance, low drive, and that's kicked away with the left pad of Vladar. Out of the box comes Zegras, but hustling back. Gossesbear drop pass, and that shot is rifled just wide by Sanheim. So Philly with a good chance there.
That was a really good pass from Zegras. You know, coming out of the box, Gossesbear was tired but played it really well. There were some good looks there for Carolina.
Now Drysdale. Send this one to the front of the net and kicked away by Anderson with a right pad. And that shot got through, and Carolina can clear. Gossesbear reaches for it. He'll take it into the Flyers zone. And he'll get this one off the boards, looking for Jordan Stahl. He and Ristolainen meet. The Canes making life hard for Philadelphia to clear the zone, and the Flyers find a way to bat it in deep. Walker will get there first. He and Konechny meet in the corner, but all the way around for Stahl. Stahl will get to it. Lower the shoulder. His shot deflects wide of Vladar's net. Now Carrier with a keep in at the left point. Martinook gets it all the way around the boards. Canes can keep it in. Stahl with it. Sharp angle shot. Save Vladar. Miller. He'll miss this one, but Walker gets to it at center ice. Carolina needs to tag up, though. They'll make a change instead. Flyers bank this one with a long second period change. Forster can't handle it. Hall does. Taylor Hall into the Flyer zone. That high shot by Martinook will be caught and held on to, and we have a stoppage with 17:30 left here in the second.
Well, I mentioned pretty clearly to start the period, you got to the point, your big boys, 20, 24, and 37, you need production. You had some good looks in the power play, but I'm going to put number 4, Shane Gossesbear, into that same conversation, Mike. You need him to be your point-producing defenseman now at this point.
He is yet to record a point in his playoffs. Offensive zone draw for Carolina. It's Logan Stankoven. He'll take the draw here. And Porter Martone will come in as Denver Barkey is asked out of the circle. And that's an easy win for Stankoven. Now back Slavin's shot. That'll be deflected though, and high over the glasses. Bump got the stick to it. 17:27 left in the second. Carolina trails Philly 2-1.
This is the best run that Carolina has had in the faceoff department in the playoffs, let alone, and not just this series. You know, winning 83% of the faceoffs in the first period. Stankoven just won another one on his tougher side. So that's got to give you a lot of belief against a good faceoff team. The way you're clicking at the dot here, if this continues.
Another face-off opportunity here in the offensive zone to the left of Vladar. Jankowski, though, has it angled away in York with plenty of room to skate this one out to the Canes blue line, and he'll dump it in. Sent around the boards. Carolina wants to clear. This one will be knocked out of play over the glass. And now the question is it a delay of game or is it deflected?
I thought it was delay of game, first glance.
The penalty door is open, and it is a delay of game call coming up.
Carolina under 77, minor penalty for delay of game. Fuck out of play.
Now when it goes, now Jankowski didn't think so. I mentioned this in the first period. This is something, if you're sure, you know, recent development, you could challenge, but Rod Brindamore with his video console would have already gotten a look at it. You know, I mean, it looked to me like it went clearly into the delay of game capacity.
Well, now here's a chance for a shorthanded opportunity. It's Stahl. He'll one-hand this one to the end board. Stahl using that size and strength. Now he'll pester Zegras from getting a clean exit. That's the way you take 20 seconds off of a power play. As this is the third opportunity for Philadelphia. They are 1 for 2. They scored on their first crack, Jamie Drysdale, and now they're offside with 16:46 left in the period and 1:32 left on the penalty kill for Carolina.
And on come the two shorthanded magicians, Sebastian Aho and Seth Jarvis. You're not cheating for it. Both of them have had really good reads all of their time killing penalties together when the situation is conducive for them to go for it shorthanded. But if you were to draw it up, there'd be no better time than right now.
Well, they'll get the puck back for Chatfield, and he will just wire this one all the way down where Vladar has to leave it right there. And skating out with it, Drysdale. He'll drop it back. Zegras will take a little one-touch pass. It'll deflect back, and Philadelphia tries to set up. Drysdale at the right face-off circle. He'll spin and get this down low. Forster trying to get to it, but Jarvis there first. Carolina can't clear. Drysdale keeps it in. Behind the net it goes, and that's going to be a clear from Seth Jarvis. Angles off the boards, and Vladar comes all the way out to play it in the corner.
That's a great example. Jarvis had the puck below his own goal line. You know, so he's not thinking offense at all. Long second period change, makes the clear. Executes it perfectly.
Aho leaves, Robinson comes on. Barkey, he will muscle his way to the front of the net. Delivered off of the end boards. Philadelphia keeps it in on the attempted clear, but Jarvis is going to knock it away from Ristolainen. Here comes Jarvis out in front. Shot Robinson. Vladar with a save. Still loose. Jarvis whacks at it, and Carolina is going to go on the power play as Seth Jarvis, your shorthanded ace, created that chance, and the Canes will wipe out the final 17 seconds in the delay of game penalty to Mark Jankowski.
Philadelphia penalty 55, 2 minutes tripping.
Ristolainen obviously is relied upon by Rick Tocchet to kill penalties. You absolutely needed this from Seth Jarvis. His buddies, the Jarvis clan, they were on the siren tonight. And after he had made a really good clear at the right time, eventually there's a situation where he knocks a puck down at the tops of the circles in his own end. Now he's got Ristolainen caught. So now this is the time to go for it shorthanded. Draws the penalty, gets it to Eric Robinson. Robinson, really good quick release. He's had 2 good chances. Good save from Vladar.
4-on-4, Miller off of the draw. And Vladar has to make the save.
Another clean face-off win. Hurricanes have got to feel confident in the face-off circle. Stankoven wins it. He and Blake go right to the front of the net. Keandre Miller has been dangerous tonight offensively. And so now you got to know. You got to know you're 13 seconds away from going from a 4-on-4 to a power play.
Stankoven will take the draw again. And we'll do this again.
And Jankowski's in the box, so typically it would be Ehlers. But if the puck's in the Philadelphia zone, he's been on this group before. So if the puck's in the Philadelphia zone in 13 seconds, he's going right onto the power play.
Well, Dvorak leaves the face-off circle, and the Canes win it again. Miller across the rink. Walker with a good play, but then has it knocked away. Cates has it on one knee. He'll slide it back into the Cane zone, and out of the box comes Jankowski. He's going to hustle right to the bench as Ehlers comes onto the ice. And the Canes will move this one up. Drop back here for Nikolai Ehlers. He will gain the Philadelphia zone quickly, knifing through. Spins it beneath the goal line for Blake. Side of the net, he finds Hall. Stankoven, he turns, trying to get it to Ehlers. That was deflected, but Ehlers able to control it. Now Miller moves it across. Blake with it. Jackson Blake, side of the net, out in front for Stankoven, and Vladar got the pad there. Ehlers sends it up. Blake with a shot right on, and Vladar with a great answer. He'll hang on for a whistle.
How dangerous is Nikolai Ehlers offensively right now? I mean, he's making something happen on every shift. He has Carolina's goal. He was a one-man entry for that power play group. And then he eventually sets up a chance with a heck of a pass in the slot. Vladar makes a really good save and holds on. Ehlers was on his backhand at the goal line. Seam pass, creates a chance. Just a solid save and rebound control from Vladar.
14:31 left in the second. A minute 1 left on the Canes power play. Rasmus Ristolainen in the box, a big penalty killer for Philadelphia, and Carolina wins the draw, can go to work. Gostisbehere to the right circle, down the right wing boards. Dust it off and get it back for Jarvis. Now Gostisbehere back to Jarvis. His shot through traffic, still there. They poke at it, stays free, rebound chance. That's knocked to the side of the net. Gostisbehere playing it to the point. Jarvis hustles. Can he keep it in? No.
Svechnikov turned a face-off loss into a win. You established the shot, you simplified, and I don't know if the Hurricanes hit a post. Shane Gostisbehere jumped in. I think he hit the post. Jarvis was in the vicinity as well. Vladar had some puck luck on his side. The shot, oh no. Sanheim saved a goal. The shot from the point hit Svechnikov's shoulder on the way in. It was drifting between Vladar's legs and into the net, and Sanheim saved a goal.
We get back to action. Philadelphia wins the draw, forcing Carolina back. Gostisbehere drops this one, and here comes Ehlers. He hands it off for Jarvis to Aho into the Flyer zone. 23 seconds left on the power play. Gostisbehere with it now. They'll move it to Aho. He'll play catch with Jarvis. Aho with it now. Back up top, middle of the rink at the blue line. Gostisbehere feathers it, one for Svechnikov. He'll go behind the net with it. 7 seconds left on the man advantage. Aho gets it right back. His shot through traffic. Save made. Another pinball chance. Waving at it. Finds its way to the side of the net. No shot available for Ehlers. Comes back across. Svechnikov lets it go. Vladar gets a piece. To the corner it goes. Aho works it the other way around. Canes putting the pressure on. The power play comes up empty, but they had some great looks. And now can they keep the momentum as they'll throw the puck over the Philadelphia blue line? And remember the long change, so the Flyers can only get 2 off of the ice. Stahl lets this one go. Shot put on by Carrier and a save made by Vladar.
Those 3 guys you need to see on the score sheet, they are close. I mean, they've had a good period, 7.5 minutes in.
Now you got to see some results here, but that is a positive sign. Tracking in the right direction as Carolina gets this to the side of the net, but Philadelphia able to get it free. Zegras tips this one in on Anderson. Anderson moves it to the corner. Chatfield fighting for it. Little help there from Slavin. Slavin, he's able to knife that one to Stahl. He plays it up for Taylor Hall. Hall watched there by Drysdale. Into the Flyers zone it goes. Stahl. Oh, he made some strong plays tonight as Walker was moving in on the play, and by leaving the point, the puck goes all the way back into the Canes zone, and almost 8 minutes gone by here in the second period.
I mean, it's a story right now. Aho, Svechnikov, and Jarvis, and I do think this is the most dangerous Gostisbehere has been in this period.
Now Hall with it, trying to find Blake as he cut to the middle of the rink. Hall gets it right back from Blake. Behind Vladar's net, out in front for Stankoven, and got to stick to it, but it dribbles wide. Now Barkey plays this off the boards. Philadelphia trying to get it out. Walker reads the play and cuts off bump. A little bump there in front of the benches. Now this one's whistled in by Sealer. Anderson plays it, and he's going to set up a breakaway. Canes coming in. Backhand chance. Vladar on Robinson. Robinson gets it back out in front for Blake. Oh, Robinson was sprung. Blake out in front with a backhand, and that one's going to be knocked away.
Anderson recognized that pass was available. Robinson has had 3 great A's in this game. Rebound, he tried to bank it from below the goal line off of Vladar.
Now Lenovo center back on its feet after that try. Well, let's go Canes chance. Raining down on the ice here. Now Carrier with it back to Gostisbehere. Left point. Tries to feed Robinson. Robinson's going to create a turnover. As Carrier had it and had it taken away. Good play by Forster. Rolls it in, and Anderson will keep it moving. You talk about the benefits of a puck-moving goaltender. We just saw it there and told you about it.
Talking about that could be a difference maker in the playoffs, and stick with it, Eric Robinson.
Yeah.
I mean, he's had 3 of Carolina's best looks of the night. He's shot on all 3, which I think is what he needs to do.
Beautiful pass by Jarvis to try to find Aho. Svechnikov came up with a bouncing puck, but the Flyers able to track it down and send it back out to the Canes zone. As Chatfield moved it to Gostisbehere. Back into the Flyers zone. Svechnikov hacks at it, but the Flyers get it free up for Couturier. He'll drop it back. Drysdale shot, tries the near side save Anderson. Penalty coming up to Carolina as the Canes will touch the puck almost halfway through the second period, and the Flyers are going back on the man advantage.
It's going to be a high stick.
Carolina penalty, bench minor, too many men on the ice.
No, too many men. I was confused because Gord Dwyer went to the Philadelphia bench. Usually it's checking to see if there's an injury on a high sticking infraction. So 1 too many men aside here in the first half of regulation.
When we come back, the Canes penalty killers will be put to work again for the 4th time in this contest, trailing the Flyers 2-1. You're listening to Hurricanes Playoff Hockey on the Carolina Hurricanes Radio Network.
restrictions for details. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
10:03 remaining here in the second period. In a world where AI is changing how people search and discover online, Walk West helps businesses get seen, heard, and cited. For more information about AI adoption and growth consultation services, visit walkwest.com. How do the Canes walk this one out of their zone with another penalty kill?
Flyers have got to be relishing this opportunity. You know, after Carolina had a couple power plays to try to tie the game. Good clear here from Slavin to start it. I think both power play groups have been good at keeping pucks alive in the attacking zone with retrievals.
Now Carolina going to work here on the kill. Stahl gets it inside of his blue line, and he will just backhand one about 135 feet. And Vladar does his best curling imitation as he sweeps that one. He couldn't play it in the no-play zone, and now the Flyers will cross into the Kane zone. Forster takes his shoulder there from Jarvis. Now set out in front, and a great stick by Slavin on Zegras to deflect that one away. And that one will go out of play, stopping it with 1:20 left in the penalty to the Carolina Hurricanes. It's being served by Taylor Hall.
You know, as a penalty-killing group, you know, you've got to, it's easy for a power play to have the mindset, you know, you want to be the difference in the game, going over the boards. But after the chances on Carolina's man advantage to tie it, Slavin just made two great plays. He'll get off the ice now. You got to have that same mindset. Like, this could be the difference in the game of coming up with another penalty kill. And there obviously have been a ton of them so far in the playoffs for Carolina.
Now, to your point on that trip, Carolina, this is the 29th time they have had to kill off a penalty in this postseason in just 6 games.
You have to, as a group. You know, it's whether you accomplish it or not, as a power play, you go over the boards and you want to be the difference.
Yeah.
You know, but penalty kill, one could argue, is more important. It certainly has been so far in this postseason. You got to have that same mindset. It's a 2-1 hockey game. You've had chances to tie the game. You can't let the Flyers get their 2-goal lead back, and so you know you got to have that mindset on your penalty kill. This could be the difference in the game, and it's been good so far in 43 seconds of it.
Going to work here, Stahl on Couturier, but team win for the Flyers as they get this one back. Drysdale having a little problem with it. Konechny will bail him out. Drysdale just inside the blue line, in between the rings. That shot is rifled high and wide, but not by much. Now Konechny behind the net. It's worked back, and now Forster tries the one-timer from Drysdale, but he misfires. Now it's the Flyers working this one around the boards. Drysdale will get to it at the right point. Now Zegras will find Konechny. Now Forster, top of the right circle, back for Drysdale. Good puck movement by Philly. They've got the Canes penalty killers moving around, but a better play by Walker. Miller tries to knock it down, but Couturier comes up with it, and Miller gets physical on Couturier and will create a turnover. Can the Canes clear it? Yes, but just over the blue line. They won't have enough to change up.
Seeing this physical development on top of everything else he's bringing. Well, still Miller and Walker can't change. Tired bodies on the back end.
Now 8 seconds left on the kill. Martinook's going to get to it. He avoids a hit. Miller will clear this one all the way back to the Flyers' blue line. Canes can get a couple of new bodies out. A chance for the Flyers. Sanheim drops it out in front. Loose puck knocked away. Hall's out of the penalty box. Canes penalty killers do the job again.
Stankoven made a huge play there in front of the net defensively.
Now it's a skate race, and they're going to say icing against the Flyers with 7:45 to go here in this second period. Carolina trails 2-1.
Mike, the Flyers were really smart there. Long second period change. Keandre Miller had a heck of a shift. Puck didn't get beyond the offensive blue line. He went for a change. And the Flyers quickly countered with numbers, with speed. And Logan Stankoven, that's where he makes a play right in front of his net to deny a backdoor opportunity. That was critical.
Offensive zone draw here. Stankoven against Dvorak, who's taking his time to get to the reverse L's. Now he's set. Stankoven wins it back. Hall gets a touch. Shot by Riley right into the glove. Vladar makes the save there, and he'll get a whistle.
Take us to break. I'm loving everything about Stankoven, but big improvement in the faceoff circle.
7:42 left in the second. Carolina trailing the Flyers 2-1. You're listening to playoff hockey here on the Hurricanes Radio Network. L House, the next Canes watch party of the playoffs is this Thursday at the Cary location. If you can't join them in Cary, stop by any Carolina L House to cheer on the Canes with your fellow Caniacs. Carolina L House, exclusive sponsor of the Canes playoff watch parties.
So far in this game, I think the Hurricanes, they've gotten just one goal. But I think their traffic in front of Dan Vladar has been quite good. I mean, it's been significant. Vladar, more than most goaltenders, when there's traffic, he brings his arms into his body more than most goalies. And it gives him layers of protection through the middle of his body and in close proximity to his body. But what it does do, with both the glove and the blocker, it makes the corners more available.
Carolina now going to work with the Jankowski line. Trying to keep this one in, but Philly will get to it. Ice the puck, though, so Rod Brind'Amour can stick with this line if he wants to, with 7:31 left here in the second period.
You know, just to elaborate on my point, especially on the blocker side, when there's traffic and when Vladar is moving, he brings his arms way more in than most goaltenders. It gives him layers. That's the advantage, but it makes the corners up top more available.
As Carolina can't get to this one. As it trickles out over the blue line, sent back in. It takes a Canes bounce, but because Carolina had to tag up, it'll allow Philadelphia a chance to clear their zone. Up the boards, trying to get it for Couturier. It'll ricochet back in. Carolina was offside, so an easier clear for the Flyers. They put it on Anderson. He'll get it away quickly. Canes move this one back into the Philadelphia zone. Carrier, though, lifted of the puck. Robinson finishes off his man, and Cates waves at this one. Send it back into the Hurricane zone. 6:50 remaining here in the second period. Blake to a loose puck at center ice. Bump with Forster. And a chance for the Flyers to clear. Gets it out, but now right to Blake. Now Blake gives it to Stankoven with a shot. Save Vladar, rebound. He'll put the catching glove on top of it and get a whistle.
Keandre Miller is some kind of athlete. He just knocked a puck out of midair, legally so, below his shoulders at his own blue line. And in less than a second, he zips it up the ice. And Stankoven, a heavy release. Vladar makes another really good save. Keandre Miller's athletic ability, including that gem of a play he made in his second period Saturday night on Gardner Hathaway. I mean, he's a special athlete.
Rod Brind'Amour referenced that the other day when asked about that specific play. Carolina wins the draw. Blake behind the net for Hall. He wanted a spin chance behind the net, but lost the puck. Philadelphia works it into the Canes zone. Forster, he's shielded off of the puck, and Carolina can find a way to get it out. Pass Ristolainen, good play by Stankoven, and now forcing a turnover as Blake will get to it. Blake drops it for Hall. Hall settles it down. Worked around the boards where Miller will get to it. Miller eases this to Stankoven inside the Flyer blue line. And now a penalty coming up. And it's coming to Philadelphia. Carolina can keep some pressure on here. As working it into the corner was Riley, but the touch by the Flyers. And another power play opportunity for the Canes. And Denver Barkey to the box.
Philadelphia penalty 52, 2 minutes, high sticking.
By the way, Denver Barkey, he has a bright future. Patience has been a virtue for the big boys. Aho, Svechnikov, Jarvis, Gostisbehere. Are you going to call a power play goal from them?
We'll find out.
Out of the break, because it's time.
5:50 left in the second. That is the time. 2-1 is the score. Carolina trailing Philadelphia. You're listening to playoff hockey here on the Hurricanes Radio Network. Business when the Canes put the biscuit in the basket on the power play. Get a free Bo-Berry biscuit at participating Bojangles tomorrow morning. Bojangles, it's Bo time. You already had that one. See if they can get another one as Stahl gets a little help from Aho to win the draw, and Carolina can go to work. Svechnikov along the end boards behind the net. Out for Gostisbehere. Back to Svechnikov down the right wing boards. Andrei Svechnikov finds Shane Gostisbehere. Sends it across. Jarvis shot. That'll be missed, but kept in by Svechnikov, but his pass too far for Gostisbehere, and Couturier is going to get to it. Sean Couturier, shorthanded, sweeps one out in front. Save made by Anderson, and then he's got to clear the rebound away.
What more can you say about Sean Couturier? I mean, what a flyer. Jarvis is just missing a shot location. One-timer. You got to find a way to hit the net. That leads to a shorthanded chance. Couturier doesn't have the speed he used to, but still a good chance.
He's made up for it with smarts and putting himself in the right spot. Carolina now right back to work as they get the puck in the Philadelphia zone. Sent across for Gostisbehere, but he had to twist to his backhand. He was trying to be in the shooting range, but couldn't find it. Now Aho keeps it in. That bounces off of Sanheim. Waved at by Jarvis. No clear. Inside the Philadelphia blue line. Aho dives for it, but the Flyers able to muscle that one out. Nicely done by Noah Cates.
Flyers have had some very good sticks defensively when they've been coming. Both teams have killed a lot of penalties in less than 2 periods tonight.
Now it's 35 seconds left, and it's Jackson Blake. No drop hit from Miller. His shot knocks off the mask of Vladar, and that'll be a break for Carolina of sorts, because Philly could have had a free clear. Instead, it's a whistle and a face-off in the Flyer zone.
Yeah, Vladar, Miller was 3 or 4 feet inside the blue line. He didn't have any traffic, but I think he tried to catch Vladar trying to get a head start on a pass, so he just wired it at the net with tremendous rise, and Vladar helped that mask off of, to be dislodged. So I do think that's a break. You've had a good face-off night. If Stankoven can win this, you still have 30 seconds, but he's going against the best in Couturier.
Stankoven on the draw. Couturier pushes it back, but Hall got in front of Ristolainen, but able to play this one forward and all the way down. Glendening sends it. And Carolina has the remaining embers of this power play. 15 seconds left. And the penalty to Barkey. Miller's pass cut off at the Flyer blue line.
By guess who? Has he ever been great?
I mean, if you want to talk about Flyers who have been here in every period so far, in 5, it is Sean Couturier. Here's Logan Stankoven, who's got a goal in every playoff game this year. He's lifted of the puck, and the Flyers send this down. Power play over for Carolina. They're 1 for 5, and now a shot put on, and a big save made by Anderson as he got in front of the Drysdale offering. Now it's chipped back into the Kane zone. Chance for Chatfield. Up the boards and right to the Philadelphia blue line. Chip past Carrier up for Alex Bump. He'll get it around Chatfield, but DeAndre Miller waiting for him. He'll play it up for Stankoven. Stankoven, his pass deflected in by Will Carrier. Into the corner goes Carrier, finishes his man. And the Flyers just play this one back into the Hurricane zone. Pace is not really slowed, but Carolina trying to get something going here as Svechnikov gets to the puck in the Flyers' end. Under 3 minutes to go in the second period. Now it's Martinook. Martinook with it. He fields off Emil Andre, who is making his debut in this series after not playing in game 1. And another penalty coming up. This time it's going to be Carolina high sticking. Andrei Svechnikov might be the guilty party. We wait for the official word, and it is. Kane shorthanded here now.
It's going to be an elbow, I believe, to Svechnikov.
Carolina number 37, minor penalty for high sticking.
Now they call high stick. It was below the goal line, obviously an offensive zone penalty. Which power play? 2 power play goals, 1 aside in the first period. But neither's been able to produce since then. There's been an abundance of opportunities. So now the pendulum swings to, can Carolina's penalty kill continue to do it? The Flyers just got it done shorthanded. When you return to even strength, Mike, I don't know if that was just because of a power play, but Svechnikov was playing with Jordan Staal and Jordan Martinook. That's something to keep an eye on. You know, this would be the time that you tinker with those 2 lines to just try to get the guys you need to produce going at even strength.
Couturier takes the draw and Staal wins it. And it finds its way to Martinook, and he will backhand this one in the Flyer zone. So the 5th power play for Philadelphia. Both teams have now had 5-man advantages. The Flyers have 1 goal on 1 shot, and that's all they have, 1 shot on goal in their other 3 power play attempts. And Carolina keep it rolling here. Martinook wings one all the way down that Vladar plays before it bounces off the end boards. Another good shift there by Staal and Martinook to start off the penalty kill, and out comes Aho and Jarvis. And they get a little magic going here. Puck deflected by Slavin, but Cates able to get to it. Konechny back for Drysdale. He'll move it to Forster along the top of the left circle. Now Cates, his pass taken away by Chatfield. Carolina able to clear. Aho reading where Drysdale wants to go with the puck. He'll find Forster with it. Forster, tight turn into the Kane zone. And drop it for Noah Cates. Aho's there to knock it away. But he and Jarvis are going to go for a change, and the Canes get 3 new players out on the kill. Chatfield is the lone wolf who's still out there. 1:25 in the period. 40 seconds in the penalty kill. Now sent across, and Anderson got it clubbed to it. Still isn't Frederick Anderson. Oh, what an athletic save. Lunging with the glove, and he'll hang on.
That's Anderson's best save of the series. Might have gotten some help from the post, I'm not sure. Moving with purpose from right to left. Porter Martone was in the vicinity. It was a clean power play entry from the Flyers. And eventually, they went from one side of the ice to the far side. Michkov across the ice, passed to Dvorak, and that puck hit the post. Martone was being boxed out by Jalen Chatfield. This is it. Well, what a future he has. He still got it to the net, and Anderson had the help of his post. So you've had a goal-saving play from Sanheim, not a post earlier in the period. And there the post. remains a one-goal game.
Now Philadelphia will win the draw with 30 seconds left in the penalty kill for Carolina. And then they're going to help out the Canes as Dvorak, Barkey throwing it back for Dvorak too far. And now Philadelphia, with a minute left in the period, has 15 seconds left to go to work with their man advantage. And the backhand pass will bounce forward, but it'll be kept in. Ristolainen. His angle pass misses everybody. Eric Robinson, he's had a good first two periods. Couple of chances, tries to clear, can't. Kept in by the Flyers. Out of the box comes Svechnikov. Loose puck. Chipped out. Svechnikov's going to get to it. Svechnikov looking for some running mates. He'll go wide. Svechnikov sends it across, and it's forked just high. Opportunity for Jankowski, and he missed it on the backhand.
Svechnikov came out of the box with some ridiculous purpose. Had that gone, it was close to whether it was onside.
I would have liked to see a challenge as Blake gets impeded here with 8 seconds left, and
another penalty?
It would be coming to Philadelphia if it is. I think we're just going to get a whistle here on Philadelphia sneaking in early. That's the only thing I can look at is they're bringing the face-off outside of the Kane zone.
Possibly might have been a hand pass. I'm not sure, but Svechnikov came out of the box, flew across the ice, got the puck, and then went slashed right across to the penalty box side. He had a ton of speed, finds Jankowski, and Jankowski was on his forehand. Late period ice conditions. Vladar trying to move from left to right. Jankowski just couldn't get it to the net.
Now face-off will be at center ice. Stankoven. As that one pushed back into the Flyers zone. Flyers will get to it in between the blue lines, and that's how the second period comes to a close. Well, there were plenty of penalties and power play opportunities, but no goals. Coming up, Adam Gold will have our intermission report. And we'll look back on the period that was and look ahead to the third. Carolina still trailing the Flyers 2-1 after 2 periods here in game number 2 of the second round of the Eastern Conference semifinals. You're listening to Carolina Hurricanes playoff hockey on the Canes Radio Network.
Adam Gold. The Hurricanes trail the Philadelphia Flyers 2-1 after 2 periods. There's been a ton of power play time for both sides. We have had 5 power plays both ways. Each team scored on their, their first power? I guess Carolina scored on their second power play, but each team scored early and nobody has scratched since. Carolina's had a couple of good looks, but it has not been vintage. It really does feel a little bit like Carolina maybe feel a little bit of the pressure of expectations for the first time all playoffs long. They haven't been behind until tonight. And I think that there's been a little bit of miscommunication. There have been a lot of guys who have been on top of each other rather than giving each other the space to make plays. So the Hurricanes, with 20 minutes to go, have to find a goal to get even with the Flyers, who scored twice in a 39-second span of the first period and early, and they are hanging on to a 2-1 lead. We'll listen to highlights next.
You smell that? Spring. Hibernation.
Hurricanes trailing the Philadelphia Flyers after 2 periods. This is the Steel Intermission Report. Powering the future with professional-grade battery tools built for real-world work. It was 2-1 after 1. Carolina pushing for the equalizer, and Eric Robinson with a great chance from Seth Jarvis.
Jarvis is going to knock it away from Ristolainen. Here comes Jarvis out in front. Shot Robinson. Vladar with a save. Still loose. Jarvis whacks at it. And Carolina is going to go on the power play as Seth Jarvis, your shorthanded ace, created that chance. And the Canes will wipe out the final 17 seconds in the delay of game penalty to Mark Jankowski.
Yeah, and then Freddie Anderson found Robinson behind the defense.
Anderson plays it, and he's going to set up a breakaway. Canes coming in, backhand chance, Vladar on Robinson. Robinson gets it back out in front for Blake. Oh, Robinson was from Blake out in front with a backhand, and that one's going to be knocked away.
Anderson recognized that pass was available. Robinson has had 3 great A's in this game. Rebound, he tried to bank it from below the goal line off of Vladar.
Yeah, then it was Freddie Anderson's turn.
40 seconds in the penalty kill. Now sent it cross, and Anderson got it gloved to it. Still loose it, Frederick Anderson. Oh, what an athletic save. Lunging with the glove, and he'll hang on.
That's Anderson's best save of the series. Might have gotten some help from the post, I'm not sure. Moving with purpose from right to left.
Yeah, Anderson, then the post, and a good box out by Jalen Chatfield, and then Andrei Svechnikov out of the penalty box, 2-on-1 with Mark Jankowski.
Chipped out, Svechnikov's going to get to it. Svechnikov looking for some running mates. He'll go wide, Svechnikov sends it across, and it's forked just high. Opportunity for Jankowski, and he missed it on the backhand.
Svechnikov came out of the box with ridiculous purpose.
Yeah, because the penalty wasn't probably very good. Anyway, we'll take a break. Corey Lavalette's going to join me and talk about 2 periods of hockey next. watching a little bit maybe of a nervous team, you think?
I don't know if they're nervous. I think, Rod mentioned his team hasn't faced any adversity yet in this postseason, and that little 1 minute pocket of time in the first period handed them some adversity. You like the way they reacted by scoring on the power play on the first chance, but since then haven't been able to break through. And this is not the game Carolina wants with all these power plays both ways. They would love to play this game at 5-on-5
sure.
and let the depth of each team decide the game. But definitely their toughest outing of the postseason so far. But they're down one, and I get they've probably been the better team. But not good, but not good enough.
And they were good. They were certainly better in this period.
Yeah,
had far greater chances to score. Maybe the wrong guys had some of the chances. Eric Robinson had 2 or 3. Mark Jankowski. That was a great play from Andre coming out of the penalty box to set that 2-on-1 up, and Jankowski just forked it wide.
Yeah, Svech was fired out of a cannon coming out of the box. You say that the wrong guys are getting the chances, and you have to point back to the guys that aren't. True. The top line needs to get going. I talked to Aho about it before the series, and he said, it doesn't matter. What happened. Everybody
as long as you win.
Everybody wants to be on the score sheet, but it doesn't matter if you're winning games. Well, right now you're not winning the game, and you need those 3 guys to show up for sure. That's your top line. The Hurricanes have been blessed with the Stankoven line carrying them for 5 games.
So what are they waiting for?
Right.
Just kidding.
So, yeah.
Let me ask you this, Corey Lavalette. It looked to me like Rod had made one change late, that maybe he put Andre with Stahl and Martinook and maybe go Ehlers with Aho and Jarvis. We haven't seen them at 5-on-5 yet, so we don't really know. Are you anticipating, because that line has not generated 5-on-5 chances?
It could happen.
We're going to see a change?
There was a chance where Ehlers happened to be on the ice with Jarvis and Aho earlier in the period, and Ehlers set up a chance there.
Right.
Excuse me. So maybe Rod saw something there, or hasn't seen something that he wants to see.
Right.
Because he doesn't have to worry about the Stankoven line, right? They're still out here generating chances, and they haven't been as dominant as they were through 5 games, but they've still been good tonight. And then the fourth line's gotten a few chances, just not finishing. So you got to do something to get those guys going. It might be a situation where Rod does it for this period, and even if they come back and win, he goes right back to the tried and true.
Well, Rod Brindamore has never shied away from changing lines.
Mm-hmm.
This is the longest he has kept all 4 lines exactly the same, in my opinion, since he became the head coach. And it's obvious because they were the second highest scoring team in the league. So something was working. But at 5-on-5, we haven't seen Aho, Jarvis, and Svechnikov do it. They've done a lot of their work on the power play. They have not done a ton at 5-on-5. I do think that we're going to see something different here.
We very well could. And like we said, something needs to happen with those guys. They need to find a way to break through, because you can maybe still win this series without those guys scoring. You won the Ottawa series that way. You're not going to win a Stanley Cup without those. Montreal will tell you the same thing. They're not going to win a Stanley Cup with their top line playing the way it played in the first round. It's just not going to happen. So you need those guys going, and right now they're not.
Corey Lavalette, North State Journal and The Athletic. The big save down here from Anderson, I guess it was on Christian Dvorak, and the box out from Jalen Chatfield. That's a desperate play.
Yeah. Freddie's been fortunate a few times to get some help from posts, but a lot of times it's save and then
he got
post.
the first one, yeah.
Right, that's what I'm saying is he's gotten a piece of stuff, and that's what his job is, right? He, I don't know that you can really fault him on either of the goals, so I don't think anything lies at his feet.
No.
Vladar has made stops, but at the same time, I feel like if you get traffic, if you get second chances, he hasn't held on to a whole lot. So I think, Carolina really needs to focus, even if you're going back and letting the D shoot, do that, get to the front of the net, get rebounds, the things, the playoff goals that everybody looks for.
Right. And those are the goals that, like, if you watch nationally televised Hurricanes games, that's all they think they do.
Right.
Just fling it from everywhere and go get it. But maybe they need some of that.
Yeah.
Do you feel like, and I just want to speak specifically to Seth Jarvis in our remaining minute. It seems like overthinking, I don't know how to describe what I'm seeing from him. Although it was a great play he made to create the chance for Robinson, that was shorthanded. Everybody's loose, shorthanded.
Which chance for Robinson?
That's true. That's true. But you get the sense that maybe he's just thinking about things too much.
He's a guy that hangs his head when it gets tough, and I don't mean that in a negative way. I think, but he does get down on himself.
Right.
At the same time, if he can get one to go, you feel like he's going to pop the champagne, and he'll be fine. For a while. So. But he's got to do something. He had the nice pass in game 1 to set up the Stankoven goal. But if he sees one go in the net, I think it's going to do him a world of good.
Will do me a world of good too, and you maybe.
I don't know.
Corey Levelet from the Athletic and the North State Journal at Corey Love. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, buddy.
We'll check an NHL scoreboard after these words from your local stations on the Carolina. By Steel, powering the future with professional-grade battery tools built for real-world work. Hurricanes trailing the Flyers 2-1. All the scoring back in the first period. Drysdale's second at 4:02. Couturier's first 39 seconds later. And then Nick Ehlers at 10:21. That goal coming on the power play for Carolina made it 2-1. Now let's check an NHL scoreboard brought to you by Lenovo, official technology provider of your Carolina Hurricanes. And the only other game today is tonight in Vegas, as the Golden Knights will host the Anaheim Ducks. As always, by the way, second period highlights are brought to you by Spectrum. It's only the way TV should be. It's only everything. Learn more. SpectrumTV.com. Carolina's got 20 minutes to get even, and if they can do that, maybe more, but maybe they can get even the second one. Hurricanes out shooting Philadelphia 16-10 in the period. Each team has had 5 power plays tonight. Both teams are 1 out of 5. Carolina leaving it late for the first time so far in these playoffs. They have not trailed in any game before today, and they have trailed since about the 4.5-minute mark of the game. We'll see what they can do in the third. I'm Adam Gold. Mike and Tripper next. I'll see you after
CMC HD1 Holly Springs, 99.9 The Fan, the Triangle Sports leader.
We get ready to start the third period here at Lenovo Center. Carolina trailing Philadelphia 2-1 here in game number 2 of this second round Eastern Conference playoff matchup. All right, Chip, we've seen a whole bunch of power plays in the first 2 periods. What do we think we're going to see here in the third?
I think 5-on-5 is going to rule the day, which I think both teams would take. You know, the one thing I wanted to see is if Rod would keep the Stahl and the Aho line intact, and it looks like he's going to start.
As we are underway here in the third period, Carolina will dump the puck into the Flyer zone, but this is going to be icing against the Canes, so we'll bring the draw all the way back into the Hurricanes' end. 10 seconds has elapsed here in the third.
The Hurricanes still have a very significant edge in the face-off circle. It's come down since the end of the first period, but they've still won 62% of the face-offs, Mike. And yeah, my intuition would be after all these penalties, these 2 veteran referees, you know, they're going to want the players to decide this at 5-on-5.
Well, for right now, Carolina will work this one out of the zone and see if you can come up with a game-tying goal here at some point. As Chatfield goes back to get it. Up for Stahl. Stahl. He'll rim this one in deep. Martinook will give chase. It'll kick out. And a chance for Cates to make a play. He'll get it back. Drysdale goes off the glass, but it'll go out of play. 40 seconds gone by here in the third.
First early offensive zone draw for the Hurricanes here in this period. And, you know, they've had a heck of a face-off night. This is going to be the 4th line. Robinson on the ice, who has had 3 of Carolina's best chances. You know, I'm looking for Gostisbehere on the ice to break out offensively.
Face-off is won by Philly. They'll bang this one over their blue line. It'll be chipped back into the Canes zone. Flyers can make a change, but getting in on the puck is Grundstrom. He made his presence known, making his playoff appearance. First time this year with Philadelphia, and he's got a big assist.
Both teams' 4th lines have been very good in this game. Carolina's 4th line, Robinson in particular, not rewarded. Couturier line has been Philadelphia's best, including scoring a goal.
Now a loose puck scooped up by Carrier. He'll go cross corner, and Robinson goes to get it. He'll play it away from Emile Andre. Into the corner. Played around the boards by Aho. He'll get it right back. And bank this one off from Miller. Miller's shot off the end boards, and we got a penalty coming up here.
Again.
High sticking. And it's going to be Andrei Svechnikov, his trip is alluded to.
And another offensive zone high stick.
Carolina number 37, minor penalty for high sticking.
You know, that just can't happen, Mike. I mean, it really can't happen once in a hockey game. In the offensive zone, a stick infraction. It was on Dvorak. And the crowd here sees the replay. It was a high stick.
Yeah.
I mean,
not really sure what they are upset at with that one. We know that there was the one that Nick Seeler got away with.
Well, I mean, he just grazed Dvorak up high, but, you know, his stick is above his shoulders, and, you know, he's trying Svechnikov to get in and get a puck below the goal line. Just have to have that stick on the ice.
We'll find out if Carolina can get something going here, as it is the 6th time their penalty killers are called into action, and great work by Martinook as he gets this one down the ice. As the Canes just trying to get something going here in this third period.
I mean, to have all these penalty kills, I know the Flyers scored on their only power play shot, but, I mean, that's extraordinary.
Yeah. Well, that's their 6th here tonight. And now trying to work a little give and go with Martone. And Anderson makes the save as he's run into by Martone. Will play on.
Martone collided with Anderson's head. Now, I think he was trying to score. Fortunately, Anderson is back up on his feet. It was definitely within the crease. Now, Porter Martone was trying to score.
Yeah. Now this is back into the Canes' own. Walker goes to clear. Drysdale keeps it in. That takes an odd bounce, but right to Keandre Miller. And he'll sweep this on the back end all the way down. 45 seconds remaining in the penalty to Andrei Svechnikov.
Slavin gave Martone a whack afterwards. You could never afford to take another penalty right now, even when your goaltender gets collided with.
Now Konechny gets taken down, and Jankowski will get to a loose puck. He'll skate it over his blue line and ease this one into the Philadelphia zone. 16:45 remaining here in the third. 20 seconds left in the kill. And Stahl is out there making life difficult for the Flyers to find entry. Zegras has to turn the other way. 10 seconds left in this penalty to Andrei Svechnikov. Chatfield takes a heavy hit in the corner, but gets it to Slavin. And he will just calmly send this one all the way down the ice on Vladar, and out of the box comes Svechnikov. Canes penalty killers have killed off 5 of 6 tonight. Now Riley, watched by bump, loose puck gets to Shane Gostisbehere. And retreat to the safety behind his net. Frederik Andersen in front of him. Flyers putting some token pressure, but Gostisbehere finds Hall. Across for Stankoven, but offside are the Canes as Hall was knocked down at the blue line of the Philadelphia Flyers, and that'll get the whistle.
Hall was trying to cut to the middle in the neutral zone and beat Sanheim, the Flyer defenseman, to the inside, and he lost his footing, and so he went head first in the Flyer zone. It still was barely offside. And one more look at Martone's collision with Anderson. He was trying to score, then he was jumping, trying to avoid contact. But it was his pant that collided with Frederik Andersen's mask. No intent, though, in my opinion.
Now this will be kept in by Glenn Denning as we get back to action. 15:45 remaining here in the third. Canes moving right to left on your radio dial, your smartphone, or whatever device you are using to listen in on this one. Here at game number 2 of the second round. First ever playoff series between Carolina and Philadelphia. As this is worked back around. Carolina trying to clear. Riley will get to it. He'll settle it down, but Konechny with a keep in at the left point. And work it and give it away to Riley, who is able to find Gostisbehere, and he'll flip this one to the Philadelphia blue line.
Trailing by a goal, you would think Gostisbehere is going to play a lot here.
A hammered shot there by Martinook, misses everything, and that'll come out of the zone. Canes send it back in. Chance to reload. Martinook with a chance to get a free shot. He'll deliver it. As he had the hit there on Drysdale. Into the corner it goes. Carolina tried to fence that one from the near to the far side. Miller with a shove on Konechny. He's got a tag back up. He does. And this puck back in the Flyer zone. Philadelphia will move it. Martinook takes the body, but Philly can get an odd man rush. Zegras, he's got Konechny. Great play by Stahl to hustle back and tie up Travis Konechny.
I mean, incredible. Zegras was the puck carry Konechny available, and Stahl knew he couldn't take a penalty. Well played.
And he didn't. Now Aho with it. Can this line get something going? Chipped out by Philadelphia. Chatfield sends it back in. Aho sweeps it. And Vladar will chip this one with a little bit of help back into the Canes zone. Anderson way out of his net. He'll play it up. Here's Svechnikov. Svechnikov into the Flyer zone. He'll drop it back. Jarvis reaches for it, but Philadelphia able to knock it away with Forster. And then a heavy hit delivered on Porter Martone as he gets the puck deep into the Canes zone.
See, Svechnikov kept his stick down there. He knew it was Martone, the collision with Anderson. How does he respond after his 2 penalties, Mike? You're going to take us to a commercial, but we talked about it all night. Aho, Jarvis, Svechnikov off of his 2 offensive zone penalties. How do they find it?
Yeah.
Because they're required to find it.
13:32. Oh, this is going to be icing, so we're going to stay right here.
Yeah, this is where, it's not like they are abundantly confident, but they're your top. They got to find it.
Well, Aho wins it. Chatfield will find Svechnikov at center ice. Bouncing puck, though, will be scooped up by Denver Barkey. Barkey to Ristolainen. Stepped into by Jackson Blake. Then Ristolainen moves it around the board. Stankoven will get to it for Carolina. He'll go to clear. Svechnikov will head to the bench. On comes Taylor Hall. So the hottest line in the postseason is on the ice right now for Carolina, and this will be offside on Philadelphia. 13:05 left here in the third. Carolina needs to come up with a goal. And time running down as the Hurricanes trail the Flyers 2-1. You're listening to Canes Playoff Hockey on the Hurricanes Radio Network.
It is all of these penalties, and you can't avoid that they're going to disrupt the flow of the game. Both teams have a power play goal, but both power plays have mustered little to nothing since then. And the story is, you're 5-0, and the guys that you need to produce have not produced. And now, the genuine truth is, against a Flyer team playing a good road game, rope-a-dope action, you need them to produce. That's the story.
Now this puck is sent back into the Hurricane zone. As this will be moved out. And Carolina will send this one up the boards, and a chance to scurry with it is Eric Robinson. He uses his speed to get this in deep. Sent around, Sealer tries to play it. Sent back for Carrier. Now Jankowski will reach for it. Sealer chips for it. Good play by Riley. Robinson sends it out in front. And taken down out in front is Carrier. He'll get up. I know we're going to get a whistle for a penalty, but we did get a whistle for an injured Will Carrier.
The linesman may have decided to blow it dead because the two referees did not make the call. And if there's an injury on the play, a linesman can blow it dead and then make a call. And I think that potentially is what happened. In the neutral zone, I believe it was Ryan Daisy. There was no call from the officials, but Daisy blew it dead, the linesman from the neutral zone. And now they're huddling, and you can make a call. If a linesman, if there's an injury on the play, blows it dead immediately. So whatever the outcome is, if there is a Carolina power play here, it's because Ryan Daisy, in this particular situation, made the decision he did. Because neither Francis Chiron nor Gord Dwyer were going to make a call. Only if there's an injury, the linesman can do so. I don't think they're going to call anything.
Yeah, right now, it appears that because Jordan Stahl's looking for clarification.
Hang on now. Dwyer's pivoting to make an announcement.
Philadelphia penalty, 39, 2 minutes roughing.
Yeah, it was the stick in front from Andre that came up really to the facial area of Will Carrier. And I think only because Carrier went down, Ryan Daisy blew it dead. And then they huddled, and the two referees would have said, "Are you sure?" And I'm guessing Ryan Daisy said, "Absolutely." They eventually call a minor penalty.
Well, they announced it on Michkov, but it is Emil Andre who's going to be whistled for the penalty. And Carolina's on the power play again. And they're going to start with the Blake line, and they're going to get to the puck. Blake wants to slide it back from Miller, but Couturier with another strong play knocks it away. He'll skate it to the Kane zone. Cross ice, trying to get it to Sanheim. Into the corner, Glendening will help gum up the works as Carolina will keep fighting for it with Stankoven and Blake. And now it comes free. And Miller with it. Carolina, this is their 6th power play. They're in a power play. And they are just 1 for 5. There's Nikolai Ehlers, the lone goal in this game for Carolina. Canes get the puck into the zone, and Ehlers with it on cue. Hands it for Taylor Hall. Top of the left circle. Hands it here for Blake. Blake twists with it. Hands it off for Stankoven. He goes to the top of the circle. Blake now with it, side of the net, out in front, and Vladar makes the save on Stankoven.
That's the fearless nature of Jackson Blake. One, attacking on the power play. I mentioned earlier the way Ehlers does with his feet. When you're near the goal line, you receive the puck or you have the puck, your feet have got to be on your toes and ready to attack without hesitation. Then you have the fearless element. So he takes it to the net. He gets a bounce, does Jackson Blake, off a Philadelphia player. Could have been friendly fire. No, I'm sorry, Stankoven got there with a stick, and Vladar made a really good low save and then held on with his blocker.
Now, 1:04 left on the Canes power play. Stahl waved out of the circle. So it'll be Aho. And then Glendening is asked to leave. So somebody want to take the draw, step on up. 11:23 left here in the third.
Any type of face-off infraction now would be a minor penalty.
Into the face-off circle goes Sean Couturier. It's pushed back with Svechnikov trying to make it a win for the Canes, and he might have done just that as Carolina can get to a loose puck, but a great stick by Sanheim finds Glendening, and he'll carry this one into the Cane zone on his backhand. Forces Gostisbehere back behind his net to go get it. 45 seconds left in the roughing penalty to Emil Andre. And now Carolina winds it up. Svechnikov with it. Couturier lost his stick. Gostisbehere moves in. Sent across and fanning on its Aho. Aho keeps it in along the boards just for the moment. Second chance to clear, and the Flyers will fire this all the way down the ice on Frederik Andersen.
Sebastian Aho's just not right now. You know, that one-timer didn't come off his tape, clean at all.
Now Aho with it, back for Gostisbehere. Across for Ehlers, back to Aho, and that jumps his stick.
That was a heck of a play from Cates. Get a piece of that pass, headed to Aho.
1 second left on the power play, side of the net for Svechnikov. Out of the box comes Andre, and Carolina is now 1 for 6 on the man advantage. And this puck back in the Cane zone, and we're halfway through the third period. This is played up. Nothing doing here as Carolina couldn't get it in deep. Rolled in on Anderson. He'll leave it for Slavin. His backhand cleared, not out, kept in at the point. Philly throws it to the open boards on the near side, and there's a chance for Slavin to clear, and then this puck goes out of play. And we'll get a whistle. And with 9:44 left.
I was a lucky fan from power play, Bill, but no.
Not on that one. 9:44 left in the third. Carolina trailing the Philadelphia Flyers 2-1 here in the third period of game number 2. You're listening to Canes. 9:44 left in the third. Canes fans on their feet, hoping to see another goal here from the home team to tie this game at 2, along with Chip Tracy. Mike Maniscalco here on your Hurricanes Radio Network.
Can you get another one by Dan Vladar? You know, from Czechia, he reminds me a lot. You know, in personality, the way he plays the position, to a guy from Czechia that was a huge part of Carolina's run in 2019, and Peter Mrazek.
Off of the draw, Chatfield's shot goes wide. That was a heck of a run that the Canes had. Their first time back in the playoffs in what felt like forever. Same situation Philadelphia was in, but now the Canes get this in. Jankowski, he's knocked off the puck. He'll get it back, send it back for Slavin. Across the blue line for Chatfield. Slide this one around the boards. And a chance for Jankowski. He'll take a hit from Zegras, and Carrier was headhunting and almost found his prey. A loose puck will be splashed back into the Cane zone. 9:05 remaining here in the third.
Chances are you're going to have to get pucks deep with speed, get them back, and then go low to high and create the traffic. Your defense could be very dangerous if you do.
Now it's played out by Martone. Porter Martone looking for a seam. He's going to drive the net. Tied up neatly by Miller. So he'll miss the pass, and Miller gets it to Stahl. He'll feed Ehlers. Ehlers into the Philadelphia zone. Snap back, he scores! Oh, Seth Jarvis comes in and makes it happen! And the Carolina Hurricanes have tied it at 2!
Give me that wink. What a one-man entry from Nikolai Ehlers.
Oh.
This was everything. You remember the goal late in the regular season that tied the game against Pittsburgh? And he was a one-man entry? The entry was absolutely everything here. Flyers congesting the neutral zone. Keandre Miller had just made a great defensive play on Porter Martone. Then the one-man entry that is Ehlers drops it to Jarvis. Jarvis didn't pass up a shot. That's that location below Vladar's glove. You can have success there. Tie hockey game.
His first of the postseason, and what a time. And now the Lenovo Center's been booted up 100%. Carolina right back to work in the Flyer zone. Behind the net for Aho. He's taking a look. Sent back to the point out in front. Martinook is now on this line with Svechnikov and Aho. So that was a deliberate line change as Jarvis joined Ehlers and Stahl, and it results in a tie game. Now Aho with it. Svechnikov going to the net. Pass from Aho off of his skates. Svechnikov takes a heavy hit along the boards there from Sanheim.
It's worked in the pass. Putting Seth Jarvis on a different line is a reset. That was all Ehlers, though, after the defensive gem from Keandre Miller to prevent it going 3-1.
Now it's Stahl into the corner. Knocked out in front. Good play there as it was read by Jarvis. You know he's got to be feeling like King Kong just jumped off of his back. Chance here for Stahl. He'll play it back. Slavin around the boards. Now Jarvis. Ehlers out in front. Stahl was lurking. Opportunity for the Hurricanes now, but Philly gets a stick to it. And the Canes have the hop. You can see it now. Their skates are a little bit lighter on the ice after that Seth Jarvis goal.
Rod Brind'Amour has always had the touch when tinkering with his lines is absolutely necessary.
Now this is played up Miller to Robinson. Now he's been close tonight. Drysdale, he'll give it away to Jankowski. Into the corner looking for Carrier. Robinson has a chance at a turnover. Jankowski, he'll wave at it. Puck still free. Now settled down by the Flyers. A little bit of an opening. And Carrier, now things are starting to ramp up physically. Couturier with a shot on Robinson right in front of the Canes bench. It was Grundstrom who took a hit. Now it's Ristolainen stepping into one on a loose puck. Save Anderson. And it's kicked out all the way across the blue line. This game's getting a little loose, but the intensity picking up even more. And we're going to get a whistle in the corner. Hand pass will blow the play dead with 6:08 remaining in the third and a 2-2 game.
I mean, the two guys acquired in different ways that were a huge part of Jordan Martinook's Game 2 double overtime winner against Ottawa, Keandre Miller and Nikolai Ehlers. You know, one acquired in a trade and then extended, the other choosing Carolina in free agency. Both of them all over that tying goal for Seth Jarvis. And what can it do for Seth Jarvis now? What can it do for his mind? What can it do for his freedom? What can it do for his self-belief?
Face off outside the Canes blue line. 6:05 remaining here in the third. That pass intended for Hall, but too far. Slavin is saying there was a touch on the other side of center ice.
Yeah, I think Taylor Hall touched it.
But they're going to say that it was icing on Carolina.
You know, see, the referees could get together here and make this a neutral zone draw. They have that opportunity, Mike. And they're getting together right now. I mean, this is a critical decision. You know, for me, unless you're absolutely sure that Taylor Hall did not touch that puck and nullify icing, you can't go back and let play go on, but you can make it a neutral zone draw. Flyers get an offensive zone. They're going to go to the neutral zone, I think. Logan Stankoven's already lined up there.
Smart on his part. And that's what they are going to do. So the mea culpa. And here's a reminder, when the Canes win at home during the playoffs, you win too. Download the Chick-fil-A app and claim your offer for a free chicken sandwich by midnight, available at participating Greater Triangle area restaurants. As we are back up and running here at Lenovo Center. Under 6 minutes to play in the third period. 2-2 game. Hall gets it out. Blake across. Oh, Vladar just robbed Stankoven.
Bernie Perron, two-pad type save there from Vladar.
What a save. And Bernie Perron is smiling at that one for sure. Looking down on that save. But the Canes now Hall with it. Hall around the net. Opening out in front. As Stankoven gets there. And now Vladar takes a couple of whacks at Stankoven. And the ref's going to call a penalty.
They're going to call goalie interference. Did Stankoven get pushed in? They're going to call goalie interference, I believe. And you got to be sure here that Stankoven was not pushed in. If you're going to call goalie interference, you have to be sure. Or are they going to call interference in Philadelphia?
Original penalty on Carolina. 22 minor for goaltender interference. Number 80 for Philadelphia. 2 minutes for slashing. 4-on-4.
So Vladar is going to go for slashing Stankoven. And with that, we're going to go away. So it'll be 4-on-4 hockey for 2 minutes when we come back in a 2-2 game in game number 2 here at Lenovo Center. Canes and Flyers tied. You're listening to Playoff Hockey on the Carolina Hurricanes Radio Network.
First round, Ottawa scratched and clawed to tie the game. Then they weren't able to get in front of it and win it. Carolina has scratched and clawed. What can it do for Jarvis individually? But here in 4-on-4, you can get your first lead of the night.
Now, Vladar / Logan Stankoven. Stankoven had the original call of goaltender interference. And Vladar, he took a couple of liberties and got called for it. Some healthy slashes there with a paddle. And now it's 4-on-4, and Ehlers is going to burst to the outside. Sent across for Slavin, just out of his reach. You got to think 4-on-4 would favor Carolina, but now Zegras with it. The talented offensive player drags, looking for Sanheim. He runs into Anderson.
That was tough contact. Now that, Porter Martone, there was nothing wrong with it. That was tough contact from Travis Sanheim. No call on the play. I think that had the criteria, but Anderson is A-OK. They're chanting his name in the building.
Now it's Carolina with it, and 1:05 left of 4-on-4. The goal scored. Jarvis tries to make a move, has it knocked away. Blake will get to it. He'll hand it out for Jarvis. Jarvis across, Walker's shot. Fended off by Vladar. That goes over the tall glass into the netting to Vladar's right.
I don't think Vladar knew that his stick was going to be strong enough there moving in that square butterfly. That's how much Sean Walker got on it. And he makes a good save. Propels it into the netting for this whistle. Prior to, as I mentioned, Travis Sanheim was jumping in to the play. I thought he could have avoided contact. He didn't, but we play on. Now it's Jordan Staal and Andrei Svestikov. You got Jordan Staal here in 4-on-4 for the sole purpose of hoping he can win this draw. Captain on captain.
Miller and Walker are behind him for the Flyers. Couturier, Konechny are up front. Drysdale is back there, and Drysdale will come away with the puck. He's partnered up with Cam York. Of course, Drysdale, the power play goal here tonight. York, the overtime winner. That sent Philadelphia here, and now it's a Couturier spring, and his shot right on Anderson. Cool, calm, collected, and gets a whistle.
I mean, Couturier has been brilliant. That was a great save from Freddie Anderson because, number one, it is challenging when a goaltender has to move side to side. That was his biggest weakness 2 seasons ago in the second round against the New York Rangers. And Couturier really used the width of the ice. And so Anderson moved with him, stayed on his angle, and then brought his arm in at the last second to seal the area, the old 7-hole between the arm and the body on the blocker's side. Excellent save, showing how much in the way of progressive steps Anderson has taken in what used to be a weakness in his game and has been a strength in these playoffs. That moving and staying on his angle, east to west.
4:01 left here in the third period. We're tied at 2. The goal scorers for Carolina, Ehlers and Jarvis, both with their first of the postseason. Ehlers on the power play for Philadelphia, Drysdale and Couturier. Those two came in the first period. For Carolina, Ehlers in the first, Jarvis in the third. And now 4-on-4 hockey for the next 30 seconds, and Philly in control of the puck. Drysdale. He's watched by Aho, and then he'll take it out over the Canes blue line. So Philadelphia has got to tag back up, playing this one a little bit like overtime. 3-on-3. And a chance. Rook drops it, cutting to the middle, but the Canes have got 3 sticks there, including Aho and Chatfield.
And I know when these players are coming out of the box in 5 seconds.
Now Aho gets this one free for Nikolai Ehlers. Out of the box comes Stankoven. Here's Gostisbehere. He drags and shoots. Blockered away by Vladar. Sent around the boards. Hall. He'll have it. And I'll lose it in Philadelphia. And come back with it. Cates. Long drive, and Anderson sees it the whole way and gets a whistle.
Especially with the face-off night you're having. I think in the first round, Ottawa, the way they were controlling the face-off circle, Anderson would have moved that.
Yeah.
But you've been pretty darn good in the face-off circle tonight. And now we're essentially in overtime. Reset here at 5-on-5. But if we get to actual overtime, we're already in it.
Stankoven gets some help from Hall, who deflects it out for Blake. Blake will chip this one into the Flyers zone. To the right of Vladar. Hall goes after it. Sanheim will come up with it, though. His pass too far. Walker knocks it down in his blue line, but Forster's there to take it away. Stankoven playing that 200-foot game, gets it back to Miller. Up for Hall and rimmed around into the Flyers zone. York sends it back, looking for Drysdale. Up along the boards, and Philadelphia can skate this one out. Flyers are looking for numbers here as Martone sets it, but Chatfield breaks it up. And Carolina, high flip here, 2:25 remaining in the third period. Back into the Flyers zone.
Porter Martone is going right now. That's a heck of a play from Jalen Chatfield.
Gapped up by Slavin, who creates the takeaway, and we'll bat this one in deep into the Flyers' end.
You're going to think I'm nuts, but Slavin would be on my short list for the guy that finds the back of the net.
Well, with everything he can do, I don't bet against that. Aho will get this one out of his zone as Philly had just chipped it in. Dvorak, though, ties him up. And this puck sent back in. Konechny putting some pressure on Slavin. He's able to help get it out, but Ristolainen waiting for it just outside the Canes' blue line. Now Jarvis, he'll come up with a steal. Jarvis into the Flyer zone. Chatfield across for Aho, and he is twisted into Vladar by Ristolainen, and Vladar is losing his mind again.
And he doesn't have a stick if he can keep it in.
Well, but Zegras has it, and he'll skate it out. Zegras into the Kane zone. His pass deflected, intended for Konechny. Back the other way with it. Jarvis, he'll drop it for Stahl. Stahl will range behind the Flyer net. Ehlers with it. Ehlers to Mike Riley. Riley through traffic, and that's blocked away by Vladar. Now Riley steps up again. He'll send this one around the boards. Canes can keep it in. Jarvis to Stahl. Tip behind the net, and Konechny with it. 1 minute remaining here in regulation. Pawed down, and it's going to be a hand pass against Carolina, so we'll get a whistle with 56.1 seconds remaining here in the third period.
Aho went hard to the net, but I think he had some contact, and that caused the collision with Dan Vladar. Both teams are going to the net harder in this period than they have at any other point in still this young series. It was his Olympic teammate, Rasmus Ristolainen, that nudged Aho into Vladar. Listen, you want to see the crease protected, goaltenders stay healthy first and foremost, but you love to see guys trying to go hard to the net within the framework of the rules.
You got it, yeah, exactly.
That's how you score.
Now Blake with it. He'll flip this one into the Flyers zone. Canes trying to get some pressure on it, but the Flyers are able to beat it. They're going to knock this back into the Hurricane zone. Walker's got to play it around from Forster. He does. Blake with a tip intended for Stankoven, but the loose puck finds Forster. We'll roll it back into the Cane zone. Walker plays it all the way around. Good play there by Walker. Had to put some heat on it. Finds Blake. He delivers it across Stankoven. He's in the Flyers zone. Down the left wing boards and now behind the net. Blake trying to get to it. He's tied up. 15 seconds remaining here in regulation. Tied at 2. Bouncing puck in the Cane zone. Alex Bump with it. His shot blocked by Chatfield. Drags it back, and a block by Hall as he gets across and makes sure Noah Cates had nothing to shoot at with 5.5 left here in the third.
Oh my gosh, it's the right skate of Taylor Hall. He's squared up. I don't know if he played goal in street hockey before he settled on being a forward and a first overall pick. But this was the game on the line, and Taylor Hall squared up and made a great save on Travis Konechny with his right skate. I mean, this was an outstanding pass from Bump to Cates. It wasn't Konechny, it was Cates. And a Vezina-like save from Taylor Hall.
I got to say it, kick save and a beauty.
That truly was. And I think it was intended. I mean,
yeah.
He squared up, got in the stance, and attacked with that right skate in old school fashion.
Well, they put 0.5 of a second back on the clock. The official has his mic on. We know hot mics can be a thing.
Bump he's had quite a playoff. He's the one that makes that play to Cates.
Yeah.
I mean, that could have been the game right there.
Well, they put 0.5 of a second back on, so it's 6 seconds in total remaining here in the third period. 2-2 game.
Again, captain on captain. This dodge should favor the Carolina Caps in this faceoff circle.
Stahl and Couturier kicked back into the corner. They'll fight for it. As Couturier's there, and the horn will go amongst a mass of humanity trying to find the puck. But for the second time this postseason for the Carolina Hurricanes, we have bonus hockey trip.
Well, game 2 in the first round here in this building. The only other time, slightly different scenario because Ottawa came from behind to get that thing to overtime. And the Hurricanes, via Seth Jarvis and Rod Brindamore tinkering with his line combinations, gets this thing to extra hockey, and it's going to be a doozy. I think Ehlers, the entry, the one-man entry after Miller's defensive play that would have made it 3-1 on Porter Martone. The one-man entry from Nikolai Ehlers, Jarvis on a new line. What kind of freedom does that give him now that he's got one in overtime?
It's only a 15-minute session in between, so Adam Gold has a little bit less work to do, but still a lot of heavy lifting to get us to the overtime session. Carolina and Philadelphia knotted at 2 after 60 minutes. You're listening to Overtime Playoff Hockey here on the Hurricanes Radio Network. The body, but Philly can get an odd man rush. Zegras, he's got Konechny. Great play by Stahl to hustle back and tie up Travis Konechny.
I mean, incredible. Zegras was the puck carry Konechny available, and Stahl knew he couldn't take a penalty. Well played.
And he didn't.
Yeah, but I mean, there have been penalties all over the place tonight. Rod Brindamore made one line adjustment. He flipped Seth Jarvis and Jordan Martinook, so we've got the captain with Ehlers and Seth.
Miller gets it to Stahl. He'll feed Ehlers. Ehlers into the Philadelphia zone. Snap back, he scores! Oh, Seth Jarvis comes in and makes it happen! And the Carolina Hurricanes have tied it at 2!
And you could feel the arena breathe, but then Freddie Anderson on Couturier.
Now it's a Couturier spring, and his shot right on Anderson. Cool, calm, collected, and gets a whistle.
I mean, Couturier has been brilliant. That was a great save from Freddie Anderson.
Especially with the time of it. And then in the final minute, Taylor Hall in his own end.
15 seconds remaining here in regulation, tied at 2. Bouncing puck in the Kane zone. Alex bumped with it. His shot blocked by Chatfield. Drags it back, and a block by Hall as he gets across and makes sure Noah Cates had nothing to shoot at with 5.5 left here in the third.
Oh, man, we are 2-2, headed to the fourth period, and we will talk it over with Walt Ruff next.
Mike Maniscalco here, and I'm hanging out with my good friend
I enjoy talking with you. So, how do you feel after 60 minutes?
First of all, the feeling was mutual. No disrespect intended.
Well, good.
But here we are. Second time in as many series. Game 2 headed to the extra session. Maybe we have 2 overtimes in sort of.
What are you doing? Why would you do
Listen,
that? Why?
Why not at this point?
Okay.
I mean,
no, I don't want that.
Okay, I mean,
so did the building feel? And it could just be me. I mean, the building felt very nervy for a long time.
Oh yeah.
You could sense it, couldn't you?
100%. Almost the first half of the third period, right? It was like, is this? Nervy is a better word than I was going to use. I was going to go with flat for a little bit. I mean, and it's hard to say that during the playoffs, but like, it was like, are we actually going to do this or not?
Right.
Because again, some of that probably stems from there being such a lack of flow throughout.
Yeah.
The majority of regulation, right? Each team's got 6 power play attempts tonight.
6 power plays, and we played 2 minutes of 4-on-4.
And there's just been some atypical things. I think there's been more hope passes than usual tonight for Carolina. They've got multiple delay of game and too many men. Yep. So just a weird night all around. But hey, here we are. They're getting at least a point.
Yes, you get a point in the standings. It's very good. It's funny, though, because we played the majority of that period at 5-on-5, which we all wanted. We started off with 2 power plays right away, right? But we played for the most of it at 5-on-5, and it was a very low event period at 5-on-5.
It was.
Philadelphia had 5 shot attempts at 5-on-5. They were clearly trying to win the game 2-1. I don't blame them for doing that. And the Hurricanes, I think they kind of took advantage of the fact that Carolina is kind of off.
Certainly. I think Philadelphia knows that this is not Carolina's best that they're getting.
Right.
I mean, credit to Philadelphia for the adjustments they made.
It's what they do.
Game 1 to Game 2, I think they've been sharper on puck battles tonight. There have been situations, particularly earlier in the game, where it looked like they had their legs moving a little bit better.
Right.
They were the ones moving with speed. But I think as this one's gone on, it started to tilt in Carolina's favor. I don't know if you would agree, feel the same?
No, I do. I think Carolina has been the better. They've certainly been the more dangerous team of late. You go back to the chances they had in the second period when they couldn't score, especially late. Jankowski, I mean, that's a great pass with Andre coming out of the penalty box to set him up. Eric Robinson had 2 breakaways. Mini breakaways, but he was alone with the goalie. And they haven't been able to get anything to go. The Jarvis goal, and let's talk about the psychology of who scored. Because now Seth's like, even though it went off of Vladar's glove, maybe the one that Dan's like, I probably should have had that, but I don't know. We'll give Seth the credit. But what's the psychology of that?
Well, certainly. I mean, you and I were sitting here after 20 minutes of hockey talking about it just takes one, right? And I was even referencing a greasy one. Go to the front of the net, try and look for a rebound. That's a beautiful goal. I mean, he's unleashing one of his best qualities there, and maybe the shot isn't exactly where he wanted, but it's still hard enough that, it gets through Dan Vladar's glove. Is there maybe a seed of doubt planted there? He looked a little fiery toward the end of the period when there were guys coming in his kitchen. So, I love it for Seth Jarvis, especially with, as you had mentioned in the previous segment, some pieces moving around up front too. So I presume that's where we're headed.
So Martinook up with Andre and Sebastian Aho. What's weird is that I really feel like Aho and Svechnikov have been the 2 opposite, magnets for me. And putting Martinook with them, maybe it just gives them a completely different feel so he can just skate around like a wrecking ball.
I think that might be the case because, again, so much of what we've seen from them through the greater part of what is now 6 postseason games, it just hasn't been their best. And so, you kind of throw, what's the analogy there? You throw a match in a room and just, see what happens, right? So clearly that's what they were going for, and Seth Jarvis is on the board.
I thought the Stankoven line created 2 very good chances in the third period. I'm surprised it's taken them this long. I expect that line to factor in at the end.
They were buzzing. I loved their third period, and I was so grateful that Logan Stankoven did not get called for a goaltender interference there. This place would have erupted. I mean, clearly Rasmus Ristolainen pushed him into Dan Vladar, but again, it's just going to the hard areas of the ice. That's what they do. That's their work ethic on full display. Their creativity, I thought, was on full display as well. I mean, that's no secret to anybody who's watched them at all when they've been together over the course of the season, but it could be something like that ultimately pushes this team to victory tonight.
Yeah, and I do think that the freedom now that, they got to find another goal. Yep. There's no doubt about it. And Philly hasn't really pushed, so we'll see. But I think Carolina has been, for the most part, except late, the last minute, they weren't clean in their own end. That was a little hairy we all expected Taylor Hall with a big block shot.
Great job by Taylor to give up the body, especially in front of his own net there. The counterpoint I would make, though, is I watched last week's Game 6 of Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh leaned on Philadelphia for the final 40 minutes of that game. All of third period, all of overtime, and it's Philly who still finds a way. So we've talked a lot about experience, and having been here before, Philly knows that, okay, it might not be our best third period ever, but they still have a chance too.
No doubt, and they're a good counterpunching team. Walt Ruff, thank you so much. I hope to not talk to you again.
Thank you. Feeling is
Unless
mutual.
we have to.
Yeah, of course.
In which case, that'll be fine. We'll come back with a check of the NHL scoreboard after these words from your local stations on the Carolina. In the NHL, and we've got the Anaheim Ducks playing in Vegas, Game 1 of their Western Conference semifinal series. Still looking for a goal. They played 3 minutes. Jamie Drysdale all the way back in the first period at 4:02, his second on the power play, gave the Flyers a 1-0 lead. 39 seconds later, Sean Couturier right out in front. The bump-up shift worked out well in Philly's favor. They took a 2-0 lead. Carolina was reeling. Later in the period, Nikolai Ehlers gets his first of the playoffs. It came on the power play just beyond the midway point from Blake and Miller. That got Carolina back in the game a little bit. We went all the way to the third period. Seth Jarvis beyond the midway point. He picks up the pass from Ehlers. He drills his first of the playoffs past Dan Vladar. And we are tied at 2, and that is where we are. Carolina's out shooting Philadelphia 35-21. The power plays are 1 out of 6 each. I wonder if we're going to play 5-on-5 the rest of the way. I'll turn it back over to Mike and Tripp. I am Adam Gold. We'll see you when this is all done.
Philadelphia Flyers, and Tripp, as that third period wore on, Carolina got back to what we are familiar with Canes hockey, but what are we expecting here in this overtime?
Well, based upon what I've seen, Nikolai Ehlers factoring in on both goals. Seth Jarvis, what the tying goal can do for him. And your overtime winner in the second round last year was scored by Jacob Slavin. Take it from anybody, but those are the three guys that come to mind for me. I think for Philadelphia, you got to keep a close eye on Porter Martone. I thought he was dangerous in the third period.
I think Seth Jarvis might be feeling good. I also like Jackson Blake, but I'm with you on Martone and connect me as well. And here we go. Overtime started. Carolina. Stahl gets the puck in deep into the Flyer zone. Chatfield all the way up. Knocks it away from Zegras. Now Jarvis able to allow Stahl to get to it. Played back here. There's Slavin's drive, and that's deflected just wide. Chatfield will keep it in deep. Stahl using his size there to try to play the puck away, but it's Drysdale getting enough to get it out. And it'll roll all the way down on Frederik Andersen. Anderson's going to play it up for Jarvis. He'll get a touch, deflected into the Flyer zone, and Stankoven comes out to play it, but wrapped around the boards by the Flyers and out. And waved at and missed by Walker. And a long drive is put on by Michkov, but easily handled. Anderson keeps it moving across the rink for Jackson Blake. As Carolina now moving left to right on your radio dial, or whatever device you're consuming this on. Long shot, side of the net for Hall. And Sanheim got a stick to it. Blake back for Taylor Hall. Into the corner. Bothered there by Sanheim, and this one will be chipped back into the Kane zone, no icing. So Anderson goes to help out his defense.
I know that Pittsburgh lost this series in Game 6 in overtime. But the Flyers, with the long change in overtime, really had no answer for the grind and the forecheck with the long change that the Penguins had. So if you can employ that, I know Cam York eventually won and ended that series, but you're going to give yourselves a real chance if you're Carolina.
Now Aho moves this up for Mike Riley. Into the Philadelphia zone. Turnover, Martinook with it. He already has one overtime winner this year. Kept in by Aho. He'll go for Svechnikov out in front. Aho got to stick to it. Vladar able to knock it away. Philly clears, but Riley waits on it. Chip back in. Carolina tags up. Sent back around. Chance for Gostisbehere to keep in, but Philadelphia. Good work by Martone. He'll knock this one all the way back in. Then he'll get a new stick. He'll leave his old one on the ice. That'll be picked along the board. So Canes need to be conscious of that. 17:30 left here in overtime. Long pass in the middle for Chatfield, interrupted. Couturier had it, knocked down in the middle of the rink. Carrier will knock it in for Carolina. Robinson was lining up Sealer. Sealer will lose it to Carrier along the left wing. Boards out in front. Jankowski, Robinson still loose and sprawling post to post. Vladar is going to get a whistle. That's a huge save there. How close has that line and Eric Robinson been tonight?
Eric Robinson has had 4 grade A chances in this game. Will Carrier made the play. You think about overtime when you had it against Ottawa, the role that Carrier in particular played, but that fourth line, they were all over both overtimes before Martinook won it. And Carrier, below the goal line, he thought about getting physical, but then he made a better play.
Yeah.
He instead prioritized the puck, got it to Robinson, and Vladar made a really good low save.
Out comes Stahl, Jarvis, and Ehlers. Stahl wins it. Ehlers gets it back to the point. Now out in front, redirected by Jarvis. And that just missed by a whisker. And now Philly can come back with it. Dvorak hammers it on the other side of the blue line on Anderson. Carolina easily clears it up for Jarvis, who, by the way, that goal in the third period, 20th postseason goal of the career of Seth Jarvis. Now Slavin hammers one up in the air, and it's going to deflect to the left. Vladar, I don't think, knew where it went. Now Chatfield hammers one, but that goes cross corner off the target. Ristolainen just gets it out to center, reaching for its Ehlers. Carolina knocks it back, but only to the Philadelphia blue line. Zegras, that one hits the curved glass at the end of the Flyers bench, so we'll get a whistle. 16:32 remaining in overtime. This game 2 for the Flyers, 2 for the Carolina Hurricanes.
This thing with the early Carolina push could easily already be over. Robinson's chance, Slavin from the blue line. Found the tape of Seth Jarvis, and he just missed his redirection to the glove side. Early chances all for Carolina.
And this one's dumped in on the wrong side of the red line.
And that thing hit, I think it went up and hit the netting
again?
Carolina zone. But
We'll
may have been offside because it's a neutral zone draw. See if the Canes can keep pushing.
We'll keep it right there. At center ice, Carolina wins the draw. Walker sends it into the Philadelphia zone. Blake's going to go get it. He's got Hall behind the net with him. Stankoven joins in on the fun. Hall gets to it, but knocked away. Philadelphia wants to play it around Miller. Can't do it. Offside, having to wait. So nothing to do with the puck there, and Michkov just delivers it into the Kane zone. Now Miller will break it out for Stankoven in front of the Flyers bench. Plays it away from Bump. He'll work this one deep. Going after it, Blake cuts it off before Konechny can get to it. And it'll be sent out, Sanheim. He'll play this one forward. Alex Bump, side of the net. He just met Jacob Slavin, and Slavin able to clear. A loose pocket center ice. Corralled by Philadelphia. Into the Kane zone it goes. Behind the net of Anderson. Bump was riding Chatfield. And a little surf job there. Now a chance for Philly to keep it in, and Slavin on his knees knocks the Ristolainen pass away.
What a play. I think he made it actually with his right arm, did Slavin.
Now coming back the other way is a chance here. As Svechnikov, it's sent back to the blue line. Gostisbehere can't handle it. He'll rim it back in, and that'll have Martinuk going with a head of steam. Svechnikov had it in his skates, lost it to Konechny. Now Bump looking for Couturier. Bump goes to the bench. Couturier gets put into the boards by Gostisbehere. Now Riley takes a shoulder from Couturier out in front. And unable to get to it as Grunstrom, and Carolina can clear. 14:40 remaining here in overtime number one. Not trying to foreshadow anything else, just we're in the first overtime period. Now Philadelphia with it. Shot right on, handled by Anderson. To the boards, deflected as Sealer lets one go, and Anderson plays that one away. And Carolina will just flip this one off the stick of Aho.
You got some tired bodies here. Long change for Carolina. The Aho line.
Now Jarvis is a fresh body. Aho will go to the bench. Stahl comes on. Flyers with the puck. Out in front. Anderson makes the save.
He dragged the right pad and saved the game there. Moving one way, flashed out his left pad, actually.
Now Zegras thought he had it. Now Zegras with the puck. Trevor Zegras behind the Canes net. He'll step out along the left wing circle. He'll drop it here. A chance for Porter Martone from distance. Anderson kicks it away with the right leg. Can Carolina clear? No, kept in. Another chance for Zegras. Out in front, Anderson gets across on Sanheim. Now it's delivered, and getting a smart whistle is Frederik Andersen.
There may be a penalty on the play here. Is Philadelphia going on the power play? Svechnikov again, his third penalty of the night.
Carolina penalty, 37, 2 minutes hooking.
3 stick infractions, 2 in the offensive zone, and now in his defensive zone. That was a total byproduct of how long that shift was for Andrei Svechnikov. You know, he couldn't get off with the long change. Aho was able to change. Svechnikov never was able to do so. Body gets tired. He got beat to the front of the net. His stick came up parallel.
The 15th penalty of the game.
Sanheim drew the call, jumping in. Smart from Sanheim, knowing you had Svechnikov, among others, extending their shifts.
Well, Carolina will win the draw, and Martinuk will hammer this one the length of the ice. 7th time Carolina has been shorthanded tonight. That is the 3rd penalty on Andrei Svechnikov as well here in game 2. And now the Canes trying to do some work here, but without a stick is Martinuk. So unable to get the clear. Now Slavin goes into the corner. Stahl goes all the way to the end boards to help clear. Chatfield's there.
Martinuk's got his stick back.
It wasn't a broken stick. He just lost the handle. Now Konechny keeps it in. 1:20 here on the kill. Long drive. Anderson makes the save. Kicked out with a purpose, but it's kept in. Drysdale's second shot. More of a pass deflected to the corner. Chatfield, he gets it free. And look in the mail here is Slavin, and he smartly just drops this one into the Flyers zone. And out comes the shorthanded dynamic duo, Aho and Jarvis. What they did in the regular season, can it carry over here? Now it's Philadelphia in the slot. That shot's deflected away. Miller got a piece, lost his stick. Philly keeping it in. 3 Flyers in front of the net. They can't connect on a pass. Aho will get to it and find a seam and clear it.
What more can Keandre Miller do? Game-saving block. We play on.
Now Jankowski comes out to take Aho's spot. Barkey drops this one back for Martone. Loose puck. Carolina gets to it, and there's 17 seconds left on the kill as it's fired all the way down into the Flyers zone. Now 10 seconds. Svechnikov will come out of the box. Slavin tries to slow it down. Grundstrom can't. Jankowski plays it back into the corner. Svechnikov out of the box. Carolina 6 of 7 on kills. Svechnikov's pass rink wide. Jankowski will get to it after he missed the initial one and just get it in deep. Now Couturier with it. He's going to go cross corner, soft serve, looking to get it to Grundstrom. He does. Grundstrom, though, relieved of the puck. Robinson reaches for it. Bump, though, knocked it away. Loose puck finds Logan Stankoven. He takes a heavy hit, but gets right back up, and Taylor Hall will go after the puck in the Flyer zone. Hall with it. Tried to deliver it back, but knocked away from Stankoven.
Puck has been jumping on Taylor Hall tonight. Hasn't been able to settle it consistently like he has prior to in the playoffs.
Now Riley with it here, coming up on the halfway point of this overtime. Blake will bounce one in. Gostisbehere goes to get it. Had a shove, but the puck goes past Gostisbehere right to Zegras. Trevor Zegras into the Kane zone. Hands it off here for Dvorak. Back for Zegras, shot right on. Anderson sticks it away. Then it finds its way back to Anderson, and he's able to absorb it and get a whistle.
Boy, that was dicey. Anderson tried to swipe that puck from Zegras from a sharp angle innocently into the corner, and I think he turned his stick too early. And it almost went up in the air, may have gone off a body, and almost went between his legs. Zegras actually put his arms up, thinking he had scored. The game-saving block that Keandre Miller made was with his stick, killing that penalty.
Defensive zone draw, and Aho is going to win it, but this gets gummed up along the boards, and now it's taken free. And charging after it's Andrei Svechnikov. He'll get to it in the Philadelphia zone. Svechnikov turns, fires looking for Martinook, who was out in front. That will ricochet. Miller will keep it in. This will bounce off of a knee and into the corner. Svechnikov taken down, and no call. A chance for Philadelphia, and massive hit delivered by Sean Walker on Tyson Forster. Just laid out Forster. He decleated him, as they would say. And now Jarvis, a house of fire, going after the puck, but Drysdale moves it away.
Whoa! Leg to leg from Forrester on Nikolai Ehlers, no call.
Ehlers has got to pick up the stick. Now there's a loose puck. Can Stahl get to it? He does. Ehlers stays with his shift. Luckily, he's okay. And then Ehlers is going to go into the corner and finish off Sealer. Ehlers with it now. Ehlers turning. He'll get it back. Slavin settles it. Chipped around. Stahl, it's in his skates. Knocked back up the board. Slavin bodies it. Back into the corner it goes. York trying to play it free from Stahl. He'll just ease this one for Drysdale. Now Chatfield, it bounces over his stick to the Canes' blue line. Carolina gets to this one. Chatfield just wrists this one high into the air, and it settles in front of the Flyers bench. Couturier makes a play. Drop back for Bump.
Too many men on the ice for Philadelphia.
And that's not called either. Chatfield around the boards. Ristolainen will lose it behind his net. It'll be chipped into the corner. Blake trying to get to it. Ristolainen has it stolen by Blake. Blake, he's taken down by Ristolainen. Now back for Miller. Miller to Walker. Walker with a room. Shot, Vladar save. Rebound comes out into the slot, and Couturier just backhands this one to the blue line.
Keandre Miller jumps and knocks that thing down in the neutral zone. Now you've got some tired bodies for Philadelphia on the ice. Can you take advantage?
Robinson trying to keep it in. He does. And now we're going to get a whistle on a hand pass.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because now you're going to get the scrape. So you're going to get a reset here. First whistle past the halfway point of overtime. And boy, there were a couple of moments there after Carolina comes up with that gutsy kill. Leg to leg, Forrester after Walker had lowered the boom on Tyson Forrester, and then it sure looked to me like too many men to Philadelphia.
All right, Tripp, so what have you seen through the first 11 minutes and 53 seconds of overtime besides a power play and
outstanding early push for the Hurricanes, and then the Flyers push back. So both goaltenders have made, game-saving stops in overtime. That was probably, I know the Flyers scored a power play goal eons ago, but that was the best-looking Flyer power play they've had. And, Keandre Miller saved the game, blocking a shot in desperation with his stick. Martinook lost his stick at one point, really became a 5-on-3, fortunately got it back. And the Hurricanes, after coming up with that kill, I think sometimes even when you do, it takes a while to reset, get back on the attack. And they did so nicely. I would have to think anything close that Philadelphia would be culpable with regards to. The Hurricanes are going on the power play because, I don't know, I haven't seen a replay yet, but Forrester looked, after he was finished by Walker, leg to leg on Ehlers, way away from the puck, and then it did look like too many men.
Yeah.
No call. You move on. And the thing about Ehlers, when he's on the receiving end of physical contact, remember it in Game 2 in the first round against Ottawa? That brings out even more in him. I would continue to keep an eye on Nikolai Ehlers, that's for sure. Ehlers is talking to Francis Chiron right now, trying to get an explanation why there was no call on that collision.
It'll be Stahl, Ehlers, and Jarvis with Slavin and Chatfield for Rod Brind'Amour here with 8:07 left in overtime, and Canes win the face-off. Slavin, little chip, it's going to bounce, and Vladar will put the catching glove on it and get a whistle.
So if you win this offensive zone draw and hypothetically win the game, you're going to have to go back to what Slavin just did. Thought about just going deep with the puck. He flipped it right on net and took something off of it that forces Dan Vladar to cover this puck and get you this offensive zone draw. So Stahl can win it clean. Carolina does something special. You'll go back to that Slavin decision.
Stahl will take it against Christian Dvorak. As Carolina wins this one clean. Turn and a shot by Jarvis. Vladar swats it over the top of his net. Chatfield keeps it in. It rolls right to Drysdale. And he's able to clear. This gets past Slavin, but this is going to be icing on Philadelphia.
Does Rod keep the same crew on the ice, or is he going to switch off of icing when he's the only coach that can? He's going to make a wholesale change. Stahl just won that draw. Now it's up to Sebastian Aho. Now in this case, Svechnikov, who's lined up on the boards, if Aho can win it clean, Svechnikov can come across the ice and get in a shooting position.
And the Canes have won 62% of the draws until Philadelphia winning this one and getting it out. But Martinook tracks back and will send it right back in. Carolina, 40 wins to 25 losses before that one. Now a chance here for Walker. Send this one around, back behind the net for Svechnikov. He'll get it to Martinook. Martinook, skate to stick for Aho. Aho in the corner. He'll bounce off the check of Dvorak, who loses his stick. Aho gets it back for Miller. Keandre Miller, Sebastian Aho. They'll exchange. Now dropped here for Walker. Sean Walker going around Dvorak, right in, and Vladar makes the save. He wasn't sure where it was. And he stayed put and gets the whistle with 7:04 remaining here in overtime.
The Hurricanes patiently waited to take advantage of the fact that Dvorak didn't have a stick. And eventually Sean Walker, moving his feet, had a one-on-one battle that Dvorak would have been able to protect the interior had he had a stick, and he couldn't. And so Walker was able to go around him and then try to get Vladar leaning off of the short side.
Now we resume action. Carolina wins another draw. Kept in and bounced into the corner. Chipped down low. Jankowski. They'll leave it there. Robinson. Oh, he's been so close tonight around Ristolainen. And Robinson through the blue paint on a backhand.
Jankowski got the goal we thought was the winner in Game 2 in Control Gate.
And Robinson lost his stick, and now a shot hammered by Glendening. And Anderson used a glove hand to keep it out. Loose puck, though. Couturier, his pass knocked away by Riley. It broke Riley's stick. He heads to the bench, and Jankowski surveys the situation and gets it deep. Now Couturier with it. Oh, a huge hit delivered by Logan Stankoven. And Michkov with it now. Michkov flips one. Anderson catches. He'll keep it moving, but gives it away to Forster. Forster back behind the net for Michkov. Matvei Michkov looking for someone to play it to. It's Noah Cates. Slavin's there. Loose puck. Dug free. Michkov throws it out. Drysdale, his shot goes just wide. Philly to the rebound. Sent back York. He's looking for a redirect. Doesn't get it off the end boards. Flyers. Forster with it. Forster sending it out in front. Hits a skate. Anderson makes the save on a backhand to keep us going here in overtime.
Boy, both these goaltenders have been great. And Anderson is now over 60 minutes since he gave up his last goal. You know, Flyers 2 quick goals in the first period. And just as one goaltender makes a game-saving save, back it goes the other way and the other guy does it. Boy, a centering attempt headed for Noah Cates from the goal line. Freddie Anderson knocked that centering attempt out of midair with his stick. And he's making plays even when he's not making saves.
Michkov got a lot on that backhand.
That was a good shift from Michkov.
He's been a little invisible at times for Philadelphia, but he's got so much talent. He doesn't need much room. And there he had it on the backhand, but a better save by Frederik Andersen. Now Philly, as the puck's dropped, and Andrei Svechnikov will get to it as Philly couldn't get it in deep. Svechnikov drifts, tries the short side, kicked away by Vladar. Played up the boards. Bump is given one of those by Svechnikov. And now Svechnikov will come up with a puck. Tries to go through the legs, but that'll roll. And Philly can get to it. Bump. Watched by Slavin. Slavin just subtly knocks that puck into the corner. Played out. Philly was making a change, but Dvorak was staying on. Then he'll lose the puck to Stahl.
3-on-2.
Now it's Martin, but offside. That'll be the ruling with 4:51 to go here in overtime number 1.
Slavin, in these overtime games, you know, I know he was injured for the first half of the year, but his minutes were managed to the degree that, you know, you saw how much he played at the level he did in the Four Nations. So in games like this, when you got to lean on him that much more, he's going to be fresher than some of the defensemen around the league that played so much all season and have played so much in the playoffs. And he hasn't just been sterling defensively in this first overtime. He's dangerous, Jacob Slavin, offensively.
To your point, Trip, he's played 25 minutes and 56 seconds so far in this one. Still on the ice, and now Philadelphia's going to get this free, and it's shot wide. Unbelievable as Konechny just stormed in all alone and missed the net.
Parting of the huge Caniac Red Seas. Game on the line for Konechny.
Now this will be flipped back into the Philly zone, and a diving play made there by Sanheim to play it away from Ehlers. Now up for Dvorak. I think Konechny was stunned he was that alone.
He made the decision from distance to shoot.
Now up along the boards. Konechny gets it back. Now it's blocked out for Jankowski. Jankowski going to hand this one for Jarvis. It's going to find his way back to Jarvis. Out, not able to pull the trigger. Well, as Ehlers, he had the opportunity. A bouncing puck kept in by Gostisbehere. He goes cross corner. Kept in as Ehlers takes a whack, and then the puck is deflected over the blue line and rolled back in by Gostisbehere. Emil Andre has to get it. He'll play it for Nick Seeler. Up the boards in front of the penalty boxes. And that's where it'll stay. Walker helps jump in on it. Carrier helps move it along, but it bounces to Carl Grundstrom. He'll lose it. Robinson now at his blue line. He goes across the ice. Set in and chipped around. Carrier lets it go to Walker. Walker takes the hit from Grundstrom. Puck comes over the Philadelphia blue line. And the Flyers will get in. Couturier and Miller. Miller goes hard on the boards. Puck still loose behind the Canes net. They'll chop at it. Martinook up for Aho. Aho finds a seam, but this is going to be coming back into the Hurricane zone. Icing on the Canes with 3:04 remaining here in overtime.
I think I'd put the chances at just about even here in overtime. I mean, Konechny had the best chance of the overtime, no doubt about it. Mano y mano on Frederik Andersen. The right shot that he is, he shot from distance and just missed. I think Slavin was maybe thinking about going for a change. That's what created that breakaway opportunity.
Konechny on the other end got just enough on Wheeler's drive. This face-off won by the Flyers in the Kane zone. Walker, though, will get to it. Carrier will bank this one back down, and it will make it for icing again. So in a 2-2 game here in overtime, 2:51 left in the regulation portion of this OT. Carolina out shooting Philadelphia, if you're into that thing, 40-34. Now Cates will take the draw. Nicely won by Aho. He used the skate, but Walker couldn't get it out. Tied up by Forster. Now Miller plays it to the blue line. Kept in by Sanheim. He'll chip this one. Miller uses that reach to play it away from Forster, but not out. Ristolainen jumps in on the play. Rasmus Ristolainen into the corner. Still loose side of the net, and Anderson will catch it, hang on. And another face-off in the Kane zone, but Carolina can switch up here.
Smart decision from Anderson. A couple of icings. Again, the long change. You had some tired troops on the ice. That puck wasn't going to be on net. He's a veteran guy. He just scooped it up to allow his head coach to make a wholesale change. And now you get the captain on the ice on his power side. You got to start from your own end, but let's see if you can put together a late first overtime push.
Well, Philadelphia will win the draw, and it goes back. And it's York. No stranger to be an overtime hero. Now Konechny steps back. Drysdale shot. Anderson gets a piece. Keeps it out, and the rebound at Chatfield. And the Canes can clear. And the Flyers have had a push here the last 3 or 4 minutes of overtime. Zegras slides this one into the Cane zone. Chatfield will play it off the back of his own net. Now he's got some room to work with. He'll get it up for Jarvis. Too far for Ehlers. And it'll be Konechny delivering the biscuit into the Cane zone. But Carolina will get it up for Ehlers. 1:45 to go here in overtime. Now Stahl, he's going to make a change. Just eases this one in. Vladar will leave it there. Ehlers with some token pressure. He'll go for a change. Walker fires it back in. Canes are onside. And this is worked around. And another strong shove there by Walker, but Porter Martone will sneak in, trying to get to the puck in the Cane zone, but DeAndre Miller too quick. Now deflected pass. Walker reads it in his own zone. He'll skate this puck into the Flyers' end. Canes with a chance, drifting in, getting a shot free is Hall. Still loose, they score! They score! It's over! Carolina, Taylor Hall wins it in overtime!
You want to talk about going to the net in waves. Wave on wave, I think the song goes. It started with Sean Walker coming through the neutral zone with utter determination. Eventually you get the puck to the net, and you were wave on wave. Philadelphia staying near their bench, I'm assuming just to make sure there was no goalie interference. We don't need another review in the first overtime in Carolina. My, oh my, the former Flyer, Sean Walker, what he did through the neutral zone. And there were about 3 or 4 things in between. Taylor Hall, what a playoff the former league MVP is having. The heaviness of Taylor Hall. Went to the net like everybody else and eventually beat Dan Vladar low to extend your series lead to 2-0. You got to win in different ways. A come from behind victory. I mean, my gosh, the centerpiece to this was Sean Walker. Through the neutral zone, defense jumping in, Jackson made a heck of a play to even establish the shot to let Taylor get there and end this thing in dramatic fashion. Oh my.
1:06 left on the clock in overtime, and Taylor Hall, his 3rd goal of the postseason. He has a point in every game, and he's given Carolina a 2-0 series lead.
more. So, Emerson, how can they factor into a game and a series like this, again, with some of the superstars that the Ducks are facing against the Golden Knights?
Yeah, well, it all started on the first forecheck. I mean, Jeffrey Viel, he's playing with such heightened awareness, heightened electricity and energy in his play. You got to love it. It's just his sheer body language, just foaming at the mouth, trying to get on the inside each and every forecheck, trying to be first to every loose puck. And if he's not there, he is crashing and banging, putting their defensemen, McNabb and co., into the glass with authority. So he's got to continue to bring that same energy here in the second, and of course the follow-up third. How about Ian Moore in that high-danger scoring chance? And yes, it was a little bit higher, top of the circles area, but it was a great kick out near side, and boy, did he lean into that shot. It actually hit the twig of netminder Carter Hart, and if that twig wasn't there, and it was the upper portion of the shaft, kind of the upper portion where the blocker and going north and above the blocker there. So, I mean, just a game of inches in that sense. So, look, this is an opportunity for the Anaheim Ducks fourth line to just continue on, get a matchup in which if they can just continue to either play against their fourth line or get maybe a higher caliber matchup. They're firing on all cylinders. Tim Washy, I mean, how about his face-off pedigree? It continues to be lights out, folks. I mean, 5-1 there in that first frame, 83% win percentage. That is darn good. Leo Carlson, also masterclass in the face-off circle, 3-2, good for his 60% win percentage. So I think that's been a huge key early on this game, the face-off prowess for the good guys, Alexis.
Yeah, that's a great point. The Ducks up on that end, 55% over the Golden Knights. And a little bit more on that fourth line. We see Ian Moore, 2 shots on goal, which there's only 2 other guys on the Ducks, or in the Ducks lineup right now with 2 shots on goal. That's Troy Terry and John Carlson. But Ian Moore also 5 hits. Jeffrey Viel, 4 hits. So we expect that physicality, as we've seen Emerson in the playoffs, to carry over into this series as well.
Well, it's all about everyone knowing their roles, right, Alexis? It's with a fourth line. They know they need a crash and bang. If they don't, well, look who's out of the lineup, who's itching to get back in. You have Jansen Harkins, Ross Johnson, who's healthy and has been healthy. So the Ducks still got options, and everyone's aware of that, Alexis. I think that is one of the kickers, reason why there's a heightened awareness and intensity with everyone. And I tell you what, it's working, and these guys are dialed. And I really look forward to just seeing the consistency. That's just one thing. Yes, there's been great stretches of maybe 40 minutes of play, but, you know, if the good guys can put together a few games here of full 60-minute performances and hopefully win within regulation and not give ourselves heart attacks, Alexis. I know there in the first round we got some headaches there, and oh boy, was it a whirlwind. Luckily, the good guys came out on top, but hopefully it's a little bit more smooth sailing here in this second round.
Yeah, we're certainly already seeing a difference with this series. No goals so far. 11 shots on goal for Anaheim in that first frame, 6 for the Golden Knights. The Ducks really doing a great job with their start and looking to contain that into the second period. As I mentioned, scoreless in Vegas after 20 minutes of play. You're listening to the first intermission report, and we will be right back with more.
Center Ducks app free in your app store now.
Welcome back to tonight's first intermission report brought to you by UCI Health. We are scoreless in Vegas, but how about this? The only other NHL game tonight, Carolina Hurricanes and Philadelphia Flyers. The Hurricanes now take a 2-0 series lead after an overtime winner from Taylor Hall. Emerson, that is a series in the East that I feel like you can be a little bit surprised about the success that Philly has had so far in this postseason.
Well, yeah, I mean, Alexis, I'm sure that you could agree that really no one had Philadelphia, at least the experts that I've been tuning into, not much of a shot given Philly the go-ahead in that series. And it's, well, thus far it's been all Carolina. But how about the Philadelphia Flyers holding the lead there in that game for some time? So that was definitely a scare for the Canes, but they managed to gut it out.
Yeah, the Hurricanes scored 3 straight to come back and win that game in overtime. 42 shots on goal compared to Philly's 36. But as for the Anaheim Ducks game, as we mentioned, 11 shots on goal by Anaheim in the first frame, 6 for the Golden Knights. The Ducks are doing a good job with possession in this game, and we'll see if they can sustain the way they've been playing into the second period. Thank you for being with us on our first intermission report. We're going to step aside, and when we come back, it's John Allers and Emerson Needham with the call of the second period.
Community meets innovation, where game-changing research takes place besides soul-affirming nature. All in the name of a healthier Orange County. Discover the new UCI Health Irvine Hospital. John Allers alongside Emerson Needham back with you at T-Mobile Arena. 1 period in the books in this best-of-7 series. The Vegas Golden Knights and Anaheim Ducks scoreless. Anaheim out shooting Vegas 11-6 in that opening period. Lucas Dostal, Emerson went over 10 minutes seeing just 1 shot on goal. But that 1 shot on goal was a breakaway as Rasmus Andersson came out of the penalty box and he was true to that test. A strong opening period for Anaheim. Perhaps the only downside is the fact that it doesn't show up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and look, there's no knock on Rasmus Andersson, but you look at this whole Golden Knights roster, and probably the guy that you do want to have that opportunity on that breakaway, but
defenseman, yeah.
Yes, I mean, nonetheless, what a stop by the Dostal. I mean, it came at such a crucial time, and it really let his team know that, look, guys, I'm going to be
I'm ready to go.
Yes,
right?
I'm holding down the fort. You guys just play. I got you here on the back end.
Well, Rasmus Andersson did have 17 goals in the regular season. He's struggled since he came over from Calgary to produce as much offensively, but boy, does he play a lot for John Tortorella. We're underway in the second. The Ducks moving right to left across your radio dial, and they get the puck into the Vegas zone to begin the period. Jeffrey Viel, wow, he gets clipped by a high stick from Colton Sissons, and Anaheim's going to get an early power play. They work it around the boards. To the bench goes Dostal for the extra attacker. Ian Moore separated from the puck, in just 22 seconds in. Sissons is going to go for high sticking. And Anaheim will go on a JMG power play.
This might be 4 minutes. I think he just held up the two finger, but let's get some clarification here.
Vegas number 10 has a minor penalty for high sticking.
Yeah, I mean, it just... And Johnny, your voice kind of went up a little bit just in the sheer force of that Sissons stick coming out, and it was almost a cross-checking manner as he had both hands on the twig, and boy, that was harsh. I thought that was a surefire drawn blood on the play, but it was indeed not.
So the Ducks get their second power play chance of the game, 0 for 1 in the face-off in the circle to the right of Carter Hart. Granlund beaten on the draw by Nick Dowd, puck to the corner, and up the boards it's sealed off as Troy Terry pops it into the middle. Carlson from the line, and his shot deflected off a Vegas stick and out of play. So just 9 seconds gone in the Anaheim man advantage. What an opportunity here early in the second period with fresh ice for the Ducks to potentially get that all-important game's opening goal. They did it just once in the opening round victory over the Edmonton Oilers. That was in Game 6. The only game in which the Ducks did not trail in that series, as they would go on to win it 5-2. Again, Granlund, this time to oppose Dowd. And Dowd wins it to the corner. Theodore taps it for McNabb, who rides it around the dasher and out the other side. Dostal will wander to stop it in the trapezoid. John Carlson back to pick it up, watched carefully by Keegan Colasar. Drops it off to Troy Terry. Terry goes rink wide, and Leo Carlson cuts into the middle. Across the blue line, chips it over. Terry with a slow rolling puck settles it. Now for Carlson, they work it around. Granlund takes a look, right back for Carlson at the line. John Carlson feeds Troy Terry off the left wing half wall. Terry takes a look, can't open up a passing lane, so back to John Carlson. Once again, Terry from the circle, and boy, good screen in front from Kreider, but Terry's shot missed the mark. Kept at the line by Carlson. John Carlson again, careful with it. Hands it off. Leo Carlson to the front of the net, cross crease pass, and Terry cannot sneak it under Carter Hart.
How did Carter Hart snag that one? I thought that was going 5-hole. He pushes off and goes far side post to near side post, and a lot of times the netminders, of course, will open up the wickets, the 5-hole area, but boy, does Hart do a great job of really closing off everything as he propels across. That was a big-time stop.
59 seconds left in the power play, and Joel Quenneville gets his second power play unit over the boards. Killorn joined by Cutter Gauthier, Beckett Seneca, Mason McTavish, and Jackson Lacombe. Face off to the right of Hart again. And Eichel wins the draw from McTavish, and it's easy around the boards from behind the net. Hannafin sends it 200 feet.
Well, Johnny, I got to ask you, you really had high praise for the quicker puck movement in the successful power plays and round one. Are you seeing the quick passes here early on in this game?
Well, the Golden Knights have done a nice job to keep them from entering the zone there. You saw it right there. Anaheim can't really get into the zone. I thought that last, to your point, the first power play unit was very patient with the puck. Now Anaheim forced to dump it in. Killorn trying to track it down, but Hannafin will reverse it up the boards. Ducks intercept, and now across the top. Seneca, quick one-timer, and it's stuck underneath the pad of Carter Hart. No whistle as they jam at it in the blue paint. And finally, you can hear Killorn barking at the referee that the puck was still loose, but the whistle does stop play.
Well, is he barking at the officials, letting the officials know that there was a hand covering the puck, a glove and a palm over the puck? Oh, boy.
Yeah, Hannafin comes in from behind, and that was what you're exactly right, Emerson. That's what he was kibitzing about there with the referee, because he thought Hannafin covered it with his glove. Now, it looks from the overhead that Hannafin may have had his hand on the stick, and that's the reason the official doesn't call that, because that's an automatic penalty shot.
Well, I mean, to your point, official right there. So, I mean, he would have had the best angle at that whole sequence, so I can't really deny his sightlines during that point in time.
17 seconds left in the power play, and again, the face-off to the right of Hart. Dowd and Granlund as the Ducks get the first power play unit out for the tail end of this man advantage. No score, 2 minutes gone in game one between the Golden Knights and Ducks. Leo Carlsson will step in as Granlund is sent packing from the circle. Dowd allowed to stay. And Kyle Murchison has a long conversation with the centerman before he drops the puck. And again, it's a face-off win for the Golden Knights. And McNabb easily steers it around the boards and all the way down. That's going to do it. The penalty down to just 5 seconds now remaining on Colton Sissons. Leo Carlsson motors through the neutral zone. Dishes it off to the wing, and that's off the crossbar. Troy Terry came in with speed. Penalty is over as Sissons rejoins the play. The puck loose behind the Vegas net. Terry trying to dig it loose to the corner. Leo Carlsson lifts the stick. Can't get it back to the point. And the Golden Knights clear to center. Barbashev loses the puck across the blue line, and Lacombe sends it right back in. McNabb reversing it away from Leo Carlsson, and up the board spinning with it is Sissons. And a restart as Theodore sends it ahead at center. That's broken up. Nice play by Viel, who storms in and fires from the top of the left circle. Glove save, Carter Hart.
Well, these Anaheim Ducks, they are playing such precise hockey to the point where it seems as if the Jeffrey Viel line with Tim Washy in the middle and Ian Moore, they're looking like a first line. I mean, they want the puck. They want to make plays. How about Jeffrey Viel doing a great job there, near side. He's just to the inside of the dot lane, and he is from way downtown on that shot, but it's shot with authority there. A nice glove stop by Hart, but I tell you what, these Anaheim Ducks, they came ready to play here in this game.
Oh, we've heard it all season long from Joe Quenneville. We got to want the puck. Ducks get one through from the blue line as McTavish popped out after winning the face-off as they went 3 high across the top, and it was just deflected wide. Now Rasmus Anderson carries the other way. Marner into the Anaheim zone. Feeds it far post, and it's redirected in. Howden makes it 1-0 Golden Knights.
What a stop-up facing the play for Marner. And an even better sideline to the far side back door where you have Howden streaking through. He makes no mistake on the backboard finish.
For Brett Howden, his 5th of the Stanley Cup playoffs. It comes at 3:14 of the second period, and Vegas has a 1-0 lead.
Well, Johnny, I thought initially that went off the skate of Howden, but boy, did he do a good job of getting his hands in tight there, a little bit behind, and finishing that one off.
Mitch Marner will pick up the assist. Marner with points in 4 straight games. Howden with all 5 of his goals in the last 4 games, and Vegas leads game 1, 1-0.
Well, the key here is the Anaheim Ducks not backing down here and really saying, hey, look, boys, we've played very well thus far. We just got to keep on it.
Puck into the Vegas zone off the face-off, and Jack Eichel will carry it out. Eichel coughs it up at the blue line, but Dorofeev follows it up, and Barbashev's shot is blocked. Korzak trails the play, and he can't get his shot through. Ducks chip it ahead, and they have numbers through center. Killorn pulls up and spins inside the blue line. Has to hang on to it, and Vegas able to recover defensively to the corner for Granlund, who had it knocked off his stick by Caden Korzak. Korzak will restart, and now the Ducks will get a change. Second period, the long change period. So the stretch pass off the stick of Dorofeev around the boards and into the Anaheim zone. Leo Carlsson will start back with it. Hellison tries to chip it to him out of the zone, but that's broken up. And Eichel pounces. Eichel has Barbashev with him as he enters the Anaheim zone, and he just lost the puck. Lacombe contested him, and now a pass ahead to Troy Terry. Can't connect with Lacombe at the Vegas line, and Hanifin will clear it away. Quick transition for the Golden Knights. Keegan Colasar steers it in and tracks it down behind the Anaheim net. Howden in the corner returns it to him, and it'll come around the boards. Hurdle can't keep it alive, and Leo Carlsson restarts for the Ducks. Hellison turns and gets it out of the zone, but at center ice, a little out of the reach of Leo Carlsson, so the Ducks will restart as Lacombe is contested. Hurdle all over him. He'll go rink wide, and Hellison off the boards and away to center. Carlsson picks up the loose puck. Here comes Leo into the Vegas zone. Backhands his way to the right corner. Now finds a trailer coming off the bench, and a one-time shot redirected by Viel and juggled momentarily by Carter Hart. Ian Moore to the corner trying to keep it alive, and the Ducks hound the puck to the near corner. Around the boards it comes. Rimmed up the wall by Tim Washy, keeping it into the corner. Viel and Moore work the corner as William Karlsson tries to get it away from Ian Moore for Vegas. It pops to Viel, who curls out of the corner, feeds it to Moore in the high slot. He dishes it to the right side, and John Carlson's shot deflects to the high glass. Hines trying to spin it into the middle. That was broken up, and now he has to retreat defensively as Colasar is crunched by Washy, and he took down John Carlsson in the process.
Well, Tim Washy letting everyone know why he is really an underrated hitter. I mean, he needs to be talked about more. He puts guys through the glass so relentlessly, and the team with the better response after that lone Vegas Knights goal here in this game has been the Anaheim Ducks, so good news there.
Puck into the Anaheim zone. Killorn tripped up as he tried to carry out of the zone. And now away from the puck, Mintyukov was entangled with Dowd. Puck to the left corner of the Anaheim zone. Granlund trying to knock it away from Sissons. It deflects out, and Granlund is able to move it ahead. The Ducks through center, but just able to chop the puck into the Vegas zone, and a delayed offside is no longer delayed. So Vegas with a 1-0 lead on Brett Howden's 5th of the postseason at 3:14 here of the second period. I didn't catch, did they announce any assists on that, Emerson? I don't know if I saw that. We'll get to that when we return. 13:25 to go in the second. 1-0. Vegas on top of the Ducks. Duckstream is powered by TuneIn.
Vegas Golden Knights, well, they lead this one by a score of 1-0. 13:25 remaining in the second period, and that lone goal coming off the twig of Brett Howden. As you heard John mention earlier, his 5th of the playoffs, assisted by Mitch Marner and Rasmus Andersson.
Get your Anaheim Ducks tickets at Ticketmaster, the official ticket marketplace of the Anaheim Ducks and the NHL. With mobile entry and easy transfer, you're in for every goal. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com/Anaheim Ducks, because when they shoot, you score only at Ticketmaster. Face off in the neutral zone just outside the Vegas blue line. Carter Hart with 17 saves to his credit to this point. And he has been the difference as Anaheim has carried the play in this game, out shooting Vegas by better than a 2-1 margin. But it's the Golden Knights on top in game 1, 1-0. Game 2 in this series will be Wednesday night. Again, another 6:30 start right here at T-Mobile Arena. And, of course, the series shifts to Honda Center in Anaheim on Friday for Game 3 and Sunday for Game 4.
And we all know how crucial it was for the Anaheim Ducks to split games 1 and 2 up in Edmonton last round. So let's see if they can repeat that at least here in this second round.
Lacombe enters the zone, and a spinning move by Leo Oh, my goodness, Leo Carlson. Wide open Jackson Lacombe at the far post. And Carter Hart was at the near post, and he tried to make a pass. That was a tap in. Ducks turn it over at center ice, but recover possession, and Trouba will swing it around and in.
Well, you don't get much prettier of a setup than that. That was highlight reel stuff by Leo Carlson, sending it backdoor to Jackson Lacombe. So shocked that he didn't shoot that.
I had it all loaded up and ready to call, but unfortunately it remains 1-0. The Golden Knights bring it out of their own zone. Eichel up the right side, pitches it in and chases after it. John Carlson reversing it away from him behind the net, and the Ducks will bring it up the near side. Little touch by Killorn, and Granlund to center, tries to go rink wide, but that's broken up. Brought right back in, and McNabb throws it cross ice, but out of the reach of Barbashev. Ducks turn it over, though, as Mitnikov blew a wheel in the corner, and a long shot from the line is deflected over top of the net. Theodore was the trigger man. Now he keeps it in at the line a second time. Swings it down low. Eichel behind the net with Dorothea. Dorothea feeds Eichel. He'll feed the point. McNabb across the top, and a one-timer misses the net from Theodore again and bounces out of the zone as McNabb fanned on it.
Wow, what a blast on that one-time clapper as Theodore was skating backwards, almost putting it far side low.
Eichel picked up by John Carlson as he brings it back into the left corner of the Anaheim zone. Loose puck, tap back behind the net, and Eichel sets up Dorothea. Sharp angle shot, and hugging the near side post, Dostal kept it out. Back come the Ducks in a hurry. Ian Moore flips it in, and this one is over the glass and into the netting, out of play.
Well, the Vegas Golden Knights starting to up the ante as far as picking up their game, their overall speed. They're really starting to hum out there. Just going back to that Jackson Lacombe attempt on the back door, it makes a little bit more sense to me, and we're going to replay here. It makes sense, and here's why, John. Jackson Lacombe anticipated that great push-off power that we've seen already in this game from Carter Hart. I mean, he has really slid across so seamless, so powerful throughout this game, nullifying a couple of backdoor opportunities. So I think he had that in his mind. He was like, you know what, Hart is sliding across too good. It's going to take that one extra pass, but he was just wrong in that point in time.
Yeah, Jackson was on his forehand. I mean, he watched the replay on the big board above center ice here at T-Mobile Arena, and he's as frustrated as anyone. Ducks back into the Vegas zone, and a long shot from Ian Moore kicked aside by Carter Hart. Golden Knights Sissons will carry it back up the right side and get it into the Anaheim zone. Cole Smith goes in after it. Smith came over midseason from the Nashville Predators, joined by Dowd, who came over from the Washington Capitals. He digs it out to the line. Rasmus Andersson's shot blocked by Tyson Hines. In behind the net, though, Smith keeps it alive now for the Golden Knights. Right point, Andersson slides it over left point. Hanifin takes a shot on his off foot there, a little goofy foot shot, and just missed the net. The Ducks able to clear and now try to get a change as they force Hanifin all the way back. Little home run pass, though, goes through his intended target, William Karlsson, as it comes to the side of the Anaheim net. Hellison tried to tap it back to his netminder. Dostal didn't cover it, and the puck stays alive. Theodore rips it across. William Karlsson didn't get all of it, and a pad save by Dostal allows Anaheim to clear the zone.
And I'm wondering if that shot here, near side dot lane from William Karlsson, was on purpose. He tried that pass off the pad. It went off the right pad of Lukas Dostal in an attempt to get a juicy rebound out of it.
Crowd starting to get into it as the Ducks get the puck into the Vegas zone, and Poehling comes off the near boards from a sharp angle and wires it wide from the right point. Helleson able to get one through. It was Trouba, and his heart holds it. Everybody grabs a dance partner at the top of the blue paint in the Vegas zone. 9:44 to go, second period. We're halfway through game one. Vegas on top of the Ducks, 1-0. You're listening to Duck Stream, powered by TuneIn. Radio Network is brought to you by Western National Property Management, ducksliving.com, your new platform to score your dream apartment. Halfway through game one, the Vegas Golden Knights with a 1-0 lead over the Anaheim Ducks. The only goal of the game coming here in the second period off the stick of Brett Howden, the former New York Ranger, who has a couple of shorthanded goals in this series, with an even strength marker. That's the difference right now. John Ollers with Emerson Edom. Glad to have you with us. The best of 7 series underway. The first ever series between the Golden Knights and the Ducks. Face off to the left of Carter Hart, who has been just short of spectacular so far in this opening game of the series. Mason McTavish. And Howden wins the draw cleanly, and as they do, they whistle it down and say, we got to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, and to your point about Carter Hart and his stellar play, I think this is probably the best I've seen him play. I mean, he's just been spectacular. He's stopped everything and more.
Well, we touched on it before the game began. He's 10-2 in his last 12 appearances. Ducks win the draw, but can't keep it in at the line. And now Mark Stone steers it across the line up the left side. Hannafin will chip it behind the Anaheim goal. Lacombe curls down low to pick it up. He takes a hit in the corner and loses the puck. Marner loses an edge and loses possession, and the Ducks will stretch it. Cutter Gauthier goes rink wide off the skate of McTavish, and it's a quick transition. Stone leaves it for Marner, who storms into the Anaheim zone. Sharp angle shot kicked out by Dostal, and down goes Lacombe as he picks up the loose puck in the corner, and they play on. Poehling comes up with the puck, sneaks it in to the middle of the ice, and McTavish serves it over. Cutter Gauthier's shot snuffed out, but that broke the stick of the defender. Now Mintyukov into the slot, and a great save moving to the left by Carter Hart as he denies Poehling.
What a pass starting from Cutter Gauthier, finding Mintyukov here near side, and then what a look and what patience from Mintyukov to not just rifle that puck here. He's just to the inside of the near side dot lane. He waits a split second, then he sends a 15-footer right in the money spot where Pales wastes no time throwing that one on net. I think it was a rolling puck from Pavel Mintyukov that probably alluded to the underwhelming shot from Ryan Poehling, so that's unfortunate, but what an opportunity.
And Mason McTavish was parked at the top of the blue paint as well. Anaheim continuing to get to the front of the Vegas net. Off the face-off, Braden McNabb hoists it on the backhand all the way to the Anaheim line, and William Karlsson drives it around the dasher and in. Chris Kreider with a little touch clears it to center. The Golden Knights have to get onside as they send it in, and William Karlsson pressures the puck, and a penalty coming up to Vegas. I think Karlsson may have gotten his stick up in the corner there, and they're going to come over and look at John Karlsson for forensic evidence.
Well, I'm kind of...
A rare penalty for William Karlsson.
Well, I'm kind of surprised that, letting the tip play go after the whistle. Let's take a listen to the call.
Vegas 71, minor penalty, high sticking.
Yeah, that is very unusual to see number 71 for the opposition, Wild Bill, as he's often referred to. And yeah, that last shot, Tomas Hertl tosses on net, and you hear the whistle when that puck is en route to the Anaheim Ducks net, and the Vegas net front player still alludes to get a tip on that. I'm shocked that there wasn't more of a presence after the whistle for the Anaheim Ducks and a potential penalty for that play.
Well, think about the penalties the Golden Knights have taken, Emerson. A delay of game and 2 high sticks. Those are automatic calls. This is a team that was the second least penalized team in the regular season in the National Hockey League, but they're taking penalties that are automatic calls, as I said, off the face-off. The Golden Knights able to send it down. Ducks' third power play chance of game 1. They're 0 for 2. Lacombe back to get it. And he will drop it off for the trailing Leo Karlsson. Terry gets the pass on right wing, but never got the handle on it as he carried it in. And Braden McNabb again picks up the loose change and ices the puck.
Yeah, there's just these plays, timing-wise, that have been transpiring throughout the game for the Anaheim Ducks. I mentioned the couple bobble pucks by Leo Karlsson that didn't amount to anything. And there, Troy Terry, the puck just rolls off his stick in a strange manner. He's got the puck on the far side again.
His little pass back to the point, tipped away by Mark Stone. Such a good defensive presence. And Anaheim again has to tag up. This power play unit has spent almost a minute just trying to gain the zone. Kreider has it knocked off his stick, trailing the play. Seneca tried to get it to the front of the net for Lacombe, and that was intercepted by McNabb. Theodore ices the puck.
Yeah, that pass was almost money. It was a great stick in the lane by the Vegas Golden Knights. Boy, they are really closing those seam plays up as Kreider gets on the near side.
Kreider flips it into the middle, but does not connect cleanly with Killorn, and once again, Vegas just taking turns sliding the puck the length of the ice. 4 different times they've iced the puck. Long lead pass up the left side. It's Cutter Gauthier who gains the line and now drops it off the wall for McTavish. Across the top to John Karlsson. Gauthier gives it back. Top of the left circle, it's McTavish. His shot blocked and out of play off of Rasmus Andersson.
Well, we're used to Mac T taking that puck from John Karlsson and opting for the far side corner shot. He did it in the Edmonton series there in round 1, where he just perfectly placed that puck far side corner from that vantage point. He elects to go short side corner, which is the upper left-hand corner from his vantage point, and that was a quality stop by Hart.
21 seconds left in the high sticking minor to William Karlsson. 6:54 to go, second period. Vegas 1, Anaheim nothing. The Ducks with a 20-11 shot advantage. They outshot the Oilers in each of the last 4 games of their first round series triumph. And in this postseason, when out shooting their opponents, the Ducks are 3-1. Gauthier takes this draw to the right of Carter Hart, and it's another face-off win for the Golden Knights, and they'll ice the puck, bringing an end for the most part to the Karlsson penalty. Just 10 seconds left as John Karlsson sends it ahead and gets it back at center. Had a little trouble with it, chips it to himself up the right boards and goes deep into the Vegas zone. Out of the box, Karlsson, and the Golden Knights are full strength. Puck kept at the line by Cutter Gauthier, who slides it over to the open right point, and John Karlsson drives it around. Ducks now 0 for 3 on the power play. Comes up the boards, and Keegan Colasar handles for Vegas. At center for Nick Dowd, and he'll loft it into the Anaheim zone. Lacombe goes back to pick it up behind his own net. Jackson takes a look, goes direct up the left side, and Gauthier gets it the rest of the way in. Bumping is VL as he goes behind the net, but it's Ben Hutton, the former Duck, who moves the puck away. Hutton making his Stanley Cup playoff debut in this postseason. He did not appear in any of the 6 games that the Golden Knights played against Utah. No Jeremy Lozon in the lineup tonight for the Golden Knights. Puck kept at the line and sailed over top of the net by Hutton, and then swinging wildly at it is Stone down low, trying to bat it out of midair. VL loses his stick as he collides with a Golden Knight, but the puck comes out of the zone. Hart tries to play it to the corner, and Ian Moore got a little piece of it. Now he lost his stick, and he's going to go straight to the Anaheim bench. Caden Korzak for the Golden Knights lofts it back. It'll go all the way down, not far enough for icing, as John Carlson back to get it for Anaheim.
You mentioned Ben Hutton just not too long ago, and I thought he's had a pretty steady presence in this game so far. He's keeping it simple, but he's just grabbing the puck there, far side blue line, lots of times and just finding windows to the net and getting it there.
Leo Carlson loses the handle in the neutral zone and then can't go into the zone because Kreider had preceded him, so he'll circle back with it. Under 5 to go, second period at T-Mobile Arena. The Golden Knights 1 and the Ducks nothing. Stretch pass up the left side, and Leo Carlson spins into the Vegas zone. Delays, got it to Kreider into the slot, knocked off his stick, but kept alive by Troy Terry, only to lose the puck to Pavel Dorofeev. Terry gets back on the back check. Eichel tries to make a pass. That's intercepted by Trouba, who winds it around the boards and out. Golden Knights put it right in on net, and Dostal gloves it down for Pavel Mintyukov. Mintyukov goes indirect off the boards, and McTavish redirects it in wide of the Vegas goal. Korzak reverses it around the boards as he takes a hit down low. And at center ice, Trouba again disrupts the play, chips it ahead for Cutter Gauthier. He gives it back to Poehling, who busts in, takes a shot that turned into a changeup as Theodore deflected it, and Carter Hart has to cover it up as that one gave him a little bit of trouble. 4:07 left in the second period at T-Mobile Arena. Our score, the Golden Knights 1 and the Anaheim Ducks nothing. You're listening to Duckstream, powered by TuneIn.
The most important part of the Stanley Cup, of a Stanley Cup run, dealing with that momentum, it's the teams that handle that momentum switch the best. Those are the teams that go the furthest. And so far, guys, despite that goal from Vegas, the Ducks handled that momentum and are still holding it.
Yeah, no, Alexis, I couldn't agree more. And it's just one of those things. Even the response, and I alluded to it after it happened, after the lone goal of the game transpired there off the twig of Howden, the team with the better response was the Anaheim Ducks. I mean, they carried the momentum prior to that unfortunate goal, really utilized it to their advantage post-goal. And, yeah, the next one is huge, though, that's for sure.
Well, you and I were just talking off air that I love the way the Ducks have played in this hockey game. They're out shooting Vegas 20-12. They've possessed the puck more. They've spent more time in the Vegas zone. Right now, Carter Hart, the difference in this hockey game.
No, 100%.
4:07 to go in the second. Face off to the left of Hart, and Granlund is going to oppose William Karlsson on the draw. Mikhail Granlund doesn't like it, but he's going to be tossed from the circle. So Alex Killorn will come in and take his spot. Karlsson wins the draw, and the Golden Knights lob it to center. Lacombe careful with it, plays it away, and now it's returned to him and gets through him, so he'll chase it in behind the Anaheim goal. Golden Knights finish a quick line change. Kolasar comes over the boards along with Hurdle. Pass up the left side, spinning in as he had to receive the pass behind him was Seneca, and his pass goes off of Killorn and back out to the neutral zone. Killorn grabbed his man to keep him from getting to that puck, and the fans wanted a penalty call that they do not get.
Yeah, and it was William Karlsson that Killorn kind of held back there, and Wild Bill did his best to really sell it. He completely stopped momentum, looking for the call as well.
Hart spins it from behind his own net, but it's kept at the right point. Trouba can't get his shot through. And now it is cleared to center ice. Steered in by Hanifin right on net, and Dostal hands it off. Trouba gives it to Mintyukov. So Mintyukov and Trouba paired together, at least for this shift. As the Ducks send it the length of the ice. They did get a touch at center, so no icing. And Shea Theodore, the one-time Duck, stretches it up the right side. Off the stick of Cole Smith into the Anaheim zone. Sissons got it to Dowd, and his bad angle shot is grabbed off by the glove hand of Lucas Dostal. Anaheim Ducks hockey on the Ducks Radio Network is brought to you by Mercury Insurance. Ducks versus Golden Knights is brought to you by Mercury Insurance. Smart insurance for smart people.
I'd love to touch on how quickly Lucas Dostal gloved that puck down and handled it as far as a great outlet pass there. Far side defensive zone corner to Jacob Trouba. Trouba goes D to D here to the near side. I mean, that was stellar. You don't want to give up too many of those defensive zone draws, right? So it's so important to keep those plays alive, pass that puck along, and not freeze it when you don't really necessarily have to do that.
Faceoff will be to the left of Dostal, so Tim Washy comes out to take it. He won 5 of 6 draws in the opening period. Part of the reason Anaheim won the majority of the faceoffs in the opening period, but again, Washy's going to be sent packing from the circle. So VL will come in to take the draw in his place. To the boards, the Golden Knights possess. Up the wall, though, it's intercepted, and Washy will carry it back to center, get the red line, and send it for a ride around the yellow. Ducks reverse it, and now coming off the left point is Lacombe. Hangs on and swings it for VL behind the net. Jeffrey VL goes for a skate to the right corner now. Takes a look, turns, fires it on net. Hart with the save. Can't cover it up as Ian Moore kicks it loose. And again, Moore lost his stick as he has to kick it to the corner and head back to the bench for a change. Puck cleared to center, and Trouba retreats with it. Lacombe now up the left side. Gets the red line and dumps it around and in. Hutton with a little touch up the boards, and Barbashev pops it into the middle for Eichel. Eichel backhands it in wide of Dostal to the right corner, and Lacombe is on it. Circles his net and skates up the right side with it. Through the neutral zone, takes a hit as he enters the zone, but he dumps the puck in behind the net. McNabb on the far boards gets the return pass, and now Mark Stone through center for the Golden Knights. Under 2 to go in the second. 1-0 Vegas here in game 1. Puck in behind the Anaheim net, and it's deflected off the glass and out of play as Carlson tried to play it around John Carlson. That touched the glass, was deflected, so no penalty there.
Now, it's fitting for me to say this as it was a quick exit out of the offensive zone for the Leo Carlson, Troy Terry, and Chris Kreider line. Speaking of that, the line prior, Tim Washy, Jeffrey Viel, Ian Moore, they might be one of the more effective lines, not just defensively, but offensively. I mean, they have spent a ton of time in the offensive zone.
It's been very meat and potatoes, yes. Emmer. I mean, there's nothing fancy about what they're doing.
But it's working, right? They know their roles, and they're putting it out on display.
Face-off to the left of Dostal, and it's a clean face-off win for Kyle Granlund. John Carlson crunched in the corner, couldn't move the puck up the boards. Now he needs some support. Deflected to the corner, and Marner picks it up there. Changing directions, goes behind the net away from Granlund and has it swatted off his stick by Mintyukov. 50-50 puck to the left corner of the Anaheim zone, jammed up the wall, and now gloved down by Mark Stone. Stone leaned on by Granlund. Howden follows up. And finally the Ducks able to get it to the line, batted back in though by Hanifin. Golden Knights not giving any quarter, and finally they cough the puck up, and it does come out center ice. Rasmus Andersson retreats and restarts with Hanifin. And now under a minute to play in the second period as it's dumped behind the Anaheim net. Hard around, Seneca will pick it off the wall, tries to go indirect, but Granlund didn't see the pass. Seneca steps back in to get the puck away momentarily from Theodore. And he'll move it through the middle of the ice. Cole Smith hands it off, and Colton Sissons dumps it in. John Tortorella puts his fourth line out in the final minute of the second period. Both these coaches have a lot of trust, Emerson Needham, in their fourth lines.
No, and it's so great, and part of the reason Tim Washi, I mean, not only does he plow guys through the boards, but he comes up so big at some of these late period faceoffs as well.
Big puck battle in the right corner, finally won by the Golden Knights. Fed to the point, and Theodore trying to find a shooting lane, can't. His bid deflected wide, 10 seconds to go in the period. And this is an important 10 seconds for Anaheim. McTavish loosens the puck up, and the Ducks able to clear the zone. Golden Knights get back on side as McNabb lobs it in right on goal, and you hear the horn in the background bringing an end to the second period of play here at T-Mobile Arena. The only goal of the hockey game coming 3 minutes and 14 seconds into the second period off the stick of red-hot Brett Houghton. And now the Golden Knights, Emerson Needham, will take the lead into the third period.
And John, you and I had talked about the significance of Beckett Seneca and how much he means to this Anaheim Ducks offense. We're still looking for him and maybe a little bit more positive playmaking, right? I feel like Beckett Seneca, when he's at his best, he's a shoot-first type of player, right? In my humble opinion, he's trying to look for other guys, especially in primetime scoring areas. He just got to turn that puck around and rifle it on net.
Yeah, you and I have talked about it. This is the time of year for simplification, especially in the offensive zone. The Ducks have been guilty a couple of times, and Beckett Seneca certainly has been one of them. Seneca did not have a shot on goal in the opening period. The Ducks with a 21-14 shot advantage through 2 periods of play, but they trail after 40 minutes at T-Mobile Arena in Game 1. The Golden Knights on top, 1-0. You're listening to Duckstream. Power. By TuneIn.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle what.
This is the second intermission report on Duckstream, the official 24/7 audio network of the Anaheim Ducks.
It's a 1-0 game in Vegas in favor of the Golden Knights. That lone goal in the second period coming from Brett Howden. Now 4 games in a row, he has scored in this postseason. His 5th goal, though, on the postseason. The Ducks still looking to find the back of the net. Welcome in to the second intermission report brought to you by UCI Health. I'm Alexis Downey. We're also joined by Emerson Needham. Emmer, it was another period in which the Ducks outshot Vegas. However, ultimately, Vegas able to find the score sheet. What's been the difference on that end?
Yeah, I just think the Anaheim Ducks need to stick with it, right? They really can't overthink just the simple fact that they're in a position to still come out with the victory in this game. And so a lot of times not changing anything is the key, and I think that's got to be the case here. I mean, they are out shooting the Vegas Golden Knights. If you just look at some of the other team stats up until this moment in time, I mean, now the face-offs are all even up 50% apiece, and but the good guys out hitting the Golden Knights 28-22. And so the Anaheim Ducks now with less giveaways. They were leading early on in the game, but now they got less. 9 for the Anaheim Ducks, 12 for the Vegas Golden Knights. So, look, a lot going in the right direction for the Anaheim Ducks. They just got to stay with it. They got to stay with the process. One of the lines that, and I just turned to Johnny not too long ago, and I alluded to this, but Tim Wash, Ian Moore, and Jeffrey Biel doing a job. I mean, probably spending the most time out of any other line in the Ducks offensive zone, so that's got to continue, but that also means that the other lines, you'd like to see more offensive sustained ozone time for the Leo Carlson line. Same can be said for Mikael Granlund. One thing about Mikael Granlund's game that I had noticed a little bit early on, he shorted up a tad, but he's trying to dipsy doodle, try to beat guys stationary, one-on-one, pull it to the outside, put it between their triangle or skates. It's not working. This Vegas Golden Knights team just a step better than even the Edmonton Oilers defensively, so that might have worked last round. As the rounds go on, Alexis, it just gets harder and harder. Less time and space, and that's certainly the case here in Game 1.
You're talking about how Vegas has just a couple different areas of their game that they're playing into well. One of those is the penalty kill, and they've been able to limit Anaheim to only 3 shots on goal. The Ducks had 2 power play opportunities in the second period. Why hasn't Anaheim looked like the power play we saw in the last series?
Well, the face-offs. There have been a lot of pucks slapped back there for the Vegas Golden Knights with quick exits as far as getting quick clears. So that is something where you need a better job with the Ducks wingers, helping the center in there, trying to hold picks, get on the inside, and trying to help the centermen slap those pucks back and win those 50-50 battles. But yeah, zero hesitation with the clears, and I'll end with this on this key point. Great question. It is the sticks to the lanes with the Vegas Golden Knights penalty kill. Just pristine, heads on a swivel, sticks on the ice and in the lanes, and it's really nullifying a lot of those east-west passes and overall seam attempts, Alexis.
The Ducks were able to generate 10 shots on goal in the second period, and Vegas had 8 on their end. But one of those chances that Anaheim had, it was an amazing spinning play from Leo Carlson. Jackson Lacombe just misses the wide-open net, opts to pass to Troy Terry in front. Emmer, I feel like that's something that Jackson it's going to be haunting him for a while.
Well, if you think of not only it is a blown opportunity to get on the board, but also it's not like you're leading this one 2-3, 4-0, right? I mean, you need goals, and yeah, I mean, I think everyone is looking at that play in particular and saying, guys, if we have a grade A opportunity to shoot and score, you can't pass up those opportunities. So we all know that's not going to happen again for Comer. We know that he's a student of the game. He knows his own game. He looked up into the rafters after that one and pretty much is mouthing, "Are you kidding?" So he's not going to let that happen again. We know that. But I turned to Johnny, and I mentioned this point. I have to really believe that it was the east-west pushing across in such effectiveness on that front from Carter Hart. I mean, he stopped that one, that in tight backdoor pass on the near side, a great push off and stop. And that was one of the plays in which Alex Killorn was barking at the officials, and whether or not, I think it was Hannafin, put his glove on top of the puck. So I think the official was signaling that that puck was covered, but with a different part of the glove. So I'd like to get some insight with some of the coaching staff of the Ducks and just maybe get a little clarification. Obviously, the rule book, I think it's deemed that palm, that open glove has to open and then put on top to really solidify that penalty. But boy, was it close.
And to your point, a little bit more on Jackson Lacombe. He has played almost 18 minutes in this game. That is a lot of time on the ice, and behind him on that end is John Carlson. He's just under 17 right now. So a lot of time on the ice for some of these Ducks defensemen. Of course, that's not something new, but as for this Ducks team, we're going to keep talking about it when we come back with our second intermission report. We will be right back.
Bracket got busted in round one? Missed your chance to fill yours out? Get back in the game with the Stanley Cup Playoffs Second Chance Bracket presented by Expedia. And take another shot at predicting this year's playoffs. You could win $1,000 to NHL Shop. Can you predict who goes on and who goes home? From 8 contenders to the one who lifts the cup.
Good job, boys. Hey.
Sign up today at NHL.com/bracket.
Hey Ducks fans! Smart drivers like you know all too well how frustrating rush hour can be. Next time you're in a jam, remember these pro tips from Mercury Insurance. Driving is kind of like hockey. Follow too closely and you could cause a pileup. So always keep 3 seconds of following distance behind other cars. Smart drivers don't rely on luck. They rely on great coverage. Switch to Mercury so the next time life throws a slap shot your way, you'll have reliable insurance to back you up. Plus, you could end up saving hundreds. Mercury, smart insurance for smart people.
Invite all your favorite people to the next Ducks home game at Honda Center. Host your guests in a private suite, and the memories you'll create with them will last a lifetime. Amenities include comfortable space for anywhere from 15 to as many as 40 friends, a hefty food and beverage credit, access to all the amenities of the club level, reserved parking, and much more. For inquiries, visit hondacenter.com/rental suites.
Enhance your game day experience with the Honda Center and Ducks mobile app. Make your visits to
down a goal after 40 minutes of play. Vegas having that lone goal coming from Brett Howden 4 games in a row now. He has scored not only that, but he became the first Golden Knights player to score a game-opening goal in back-to-back playoff series. Emmer, what did you see on that goal that resulted in a breakdown from the Ducks defensively?
Well, I'd like to get a replay and talk about the root cause and the overall start of that play, but the one thing I can say is I know the finish, and Howden or anybody else cannot be getting on the inside of anyone there on the back door. There should be at least a tracking back forward, trying to separate that whole play, or that defenseman's got to get on the inside and box out Howden on that play. So that's got to change. That has been some time since we've seen a breakdown there in the slot area. A little bit more of a rush or coming back towards the Anaheim Ducks net instead of a set play. But nonetheless, the Ducks, that's playoffs, right? You can be so solid for the prior parts of the game leading up to any which goal, but all it takes is a split second. So a lot like how I alluded to for the stellar job with the Vegas Golden Knights penalty kill and their sticks in the lane and getting on the inside position on some of those PK plays. Same's got to be defensively for the Anaheim Ducks, 5-on-5, or at any which point in time, Alexis. So I look forward to them getting back on track in that category. But they've really, the last 2-3 months has been a lot better in comparison to the early parts of the season.
And the Ducks have had the better chances in this game. They are out shooting Vegas through 40 minutes of play, 21-14. We are just waiting to see when they're able to finish on one of those opportunities. Third period is coming up here. An important period for this first game in the second round series. Ducks taking on the Golden Knights for the very first time in the Stanley Cup playoffs. John Allers and Emerson Needham will have the call of the final period when we come back.
This December will bring something amazing. A place where 1.0
After 2 periods of play in Game 1 of this best-of-7 Stanley Cup second-round series. Tonight's broadcast is property of the Anaheim Ducks Hockey Club. Any rebroadcast of tonight's game, either whole or in part, without the express written consent of the Anaheim Ducks and the National Hockey League, is strictly prohibited. John Allers with Emerson Needham. The Ducks still looking for their first goal of the series after leading the Stanley Cup playoffs in goal scoring in the opening round. But Emerson, a lot of things to like about Anaheim's game tonight. Leo Carlsson leading the way with 3 shots on goal. They have carried the puck. They've carried the play. They've possessed the puck more than the Golden Knights have. They've come up empty on 3 power play chances, which might be the story of the game, especially when you consider they were 8 for 16 against Edmonton in the opening round.
A lot of great points right there, John, but the one thing that can maybe take this Ducks team as good as they're playing and push them over the top here tonight, Cutter Gauthier, right? I'm looking at the shots on goal column for him, and it's donuts. 0 shots on goal thus far. that can't happen, right? One of your primetime shooters, you'd like to see him up in the 3, 4, 5 shots. I mean, heck, we've seen him in the 10-12 range, just speaking in terms of his mentality, that shot first and goal scorer's mentality. So he's got to start peppering the Tendy.
Yeah, Cutter riding a 3-game scoring streak coming into this one, had 4 points in the last 3 games of the Edmonton series. As you may recall, started that series slowly as well. Game 1 against Edmonton, he didn't have a whole lot of impact in that game. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think he had a shot on goal in that game either. And this game somewhat reminiscent of Game 1 in Edmonton when the Ducks found themselves in a 1-goal hockey game late, actually a tie game late, and this just has that playoff feel. This is low-scoring, tight-checking hockey, and Anaheim has been true to the test through the first 40 minutes of play.
Yeah, I know you're spot on, Johnny. So for me, that's the big kicker. How do we get Cutter Gauthier going?
Set to begin the third period, and Leo Carlson with a face-off win as John Carlson quickly moves it up the right side, and Troy Terry gets it into the Vegas zone. Dowd back to get it, will rim it hard around, and Sissons with a little touch got it to center ice. Ducks regroup as Terry comes out of the zone and ladles it all the way back now for John Carlson. Through the middle, Terry receives the pass, brings it in on the left side, and lets a shot go, and a little rebound left laying around by Carter Hart, and Leo Carlson had a poke at it on the way by.
Well, we just mentioned at least one guy who really hasn't seemed to found that shot-first mentality or getting the puck touches in those high-danger scoring areas, but one guy that has been, that's Troy Terry. I mean, that's pretty much the only thing that's been on his mind is getting those shots towards the net, and he's not only been getting those pucks towards the net, but he's been shooting with authority, creating secondary opportunities with juicy rebounds, so he's got to continue to have that mindset.
I'm thinking that last shot may have actually came up and did hit Carter Hart in the mask. That's part of the reason he left it laying around.
So that's now 2 shots, headshots for Troy Terry hitting the mask of Carter Hart.
There's Cutter Gauthier with a one-timer as he popped out 3 high at the blue line. Now he comes down the slot and gets a return pass. Got his own rebound, hit the side of the net. A couple of saves for Carter Hart as Gauthier tries to jam it in front. And the Vegas netminder will cover it up as Gauthier and Killorn are engaged at the side of the net with Braden McNabb amongst others and Jack Eichel. Yeah, so the Ducks have hit Hart in the mind a couple times in this one, and they continue to keep their foot on the pedal. Now 23 shots unofficially on goal for Anaheim in this game to just 14 for the Golden Knights.
Well, how Carter Hart's been playing, I mean, that might just be the trick, right? Some headshots to try to throw him off his game, because Johnny, you and I have been just pumping his tires all game long. He's been playing spectacular hockey.
One of the things we probably bears mentioning, the Golden Knights were a shot suppression team in the regular season. They gave up barely 24 shots on goal a game. Second best in the league. The Ducks already have 23 here tonight. Off the face-off, Ben Hutton tries to carry it into the Anaheim zone. He gets sealed off on the right boards, and the Ducks are going to clear the hard way as they rim it around, and it'll go all the way down. A rare icing call against Anaheim in this game. We haven't seen too many of those.
Well, now that you just mentioned that great shot suppression point there, John, it just seems like the Ducks have really generated more shots than even 23 thus far. So you hit it right on the head there with that last comment.
1-0 Vegas leads, just a minute gone in the third period of Game 1 here at T-Mobile Arena. The regular season Vegas was a good home club. In fact, they were, in the regular season, they were right in the middle of the pack, 15th in the league at home. This puck in behind the Anaheim goal now as John Carlson will let Tyson Hines handle it. It pops to the high slot, and just flipping it out of harm's way is Jeffrey Viel. This will go all the way down, but no icing this time, as Noah Hannafin picks it up for the Golden Knights, circles the net and serves it up the left side. Barbashev's pass into the middle, broken up by Paling, and Barbashev pins him to the boards right between the benches. Tyson Hines keeps it out of the Anaheim zone, comes back in off his skate, and John Carlson alley-oops it all the way to the Vegas blue line, and as Poehling tries to tiptoe the line, he is offside.
Well, Alexis Downey had high praise for the flip efforts of John Carlson that we saw there in round one. That was another gorgeous flip by him. Hey, Ducks fans, looking for your next apartment home? Scoring your dream apartment has never been easier with over 165 properties throughout Orange Country. The Inland Empire, Ventura, LA, Western National Property Management, and the Anaheim Ducks got you covered. Lease an apartment through DucksLiving.com and receive the ultimate Ducks package when you move in, including 4 tickets to a Ducks game this season in authentic Anaheim Ducks home jersey. DucksLiving.com, our new platform for finding your new apartment home.
Golden Knights into the Anaheim zone. It's Hurdle from behind the net trying to get to the front. Swatted off his stick by Lacombe. Troy Terry takes the outlet through center, dishes it off, and Kreider will drive it around and rattle it in off the back of the Knights net, and now it pops in the air and is gloved down by McNabb. He moves it up the right side. Kolasar gets it the rest of the way into the Anaheim zone. He contests Trouba, and a penalty coming up to Kolasar because he just slashed Trouba's stick in half. And the Ducks are going to get another opportunity on the power play.
And if you're the Vegas Golden Knights, you must be livid at that penalty. I mean, that is just not a penalty that you take when you have the lead.
Another automatic call, Emerson. We talked about
Vegas
this
55,
earlier.
Minor penalty, slashing.
No, you're right on that.
Mean, there's no way they don't call that.
Nope, 100%. No, it was a surefire call. But just the, I mean, if you're Kolasar, how are you not just having your stick on the ice there, driving it from your hip north and just trying to, in a precision manner, really go stick on puck? And that is just a really dumb penalty in the offensive zone for the Vegas Golden Knights. That's just something that you just don't do.
So the Ducks' fourth power play opportunity of the game begins in the circle to the right of Carter Hart. Long conversation going on between the linesmen and Nick Dowd, who finally bends over and gets ready to take the faceoff against Cutter Gauthier. To the corner, Seneca will swing it around the boards. McTavish gets to it first. Pressured out high, knocked off his stick, and now big pressure on Lacombe as he comes back. Little reverse hit on Cole Smith. Lacombe let him get close, now leads the pass ahead, and Gauthier to Seneca. He stood up and decked at the blue line by Braden McNabb.
What a hit by McNabb. He had Beckett Seneca on the train tracks. That was a devastating hit.
Beckett gets right back up. Ducks carry it in. Now Seneca receives the pass and goes rink wide with it. Cutter Gauthier works the half wall. Now Killorn into the bumper position. Gauthier right circle, one-timer, and that's grabbed off by Carter Hart.
Carter Hart slides across again aggressively, and he's right there. Cutter Gauthier, there's multiple areas where we've seen him put those one-time blasts there near side dot lane. We've seen him go near side along the ice, even short side high, but oftentimes we'll also see him slide those clappers 5-hole, but there was just no room to put that puck anywhere.
A minute 16 remains in the power play. Second power play unit over the boards for Joel Quenneville's Ducks. 1-0 Golden Knights in game one, and off the faceoff, that's a Golden Knights faceoff win. Rasmus Andersson sends it all the way down. Faceoffs were dead even after 2 periods of play, but I'll say this, Emmer, on the penalty kill, Vegas has been stellar.
I was just going to say that. Great point, John. And not only that, but it's been zero hesitation with the clearance. They are slapping it right back, and they are exiting around with a rim on the far side. Here comes Leo Carlson.
Leo Carlson carries into the Vegas zone, separated from the puck, but John Carlson keeps it at the line. Moves it up the right side. All kinds of pressure on Granlund. Got it back. And Carlson moves it over, trying to find an opening. Troy Terry, his shot grabbed off by Hart.
What a save. What a save. Not too often does Troy Terry create that much room for himself. Usually if he rounds the far side half wall, it's just 1-2 stick handles and then he rips it. But he really kept biting and biting off a lot of ice there. He utilized that to his advantage with those wide-ranging stick handles. He does that patented back heel lob towards the net, and Carter Hart being screened with a quality save.
38 seconds left in the power play. 16:07 to go, third period. Vegas 1, Anaheim nothing. Face off to the right of Hart and Granlund this time to take it for the Ducks. Dowd will oppose him. And again, Nick Dowd having a conversation with the linesman, Kyle Murchison. At last, gravity takes over and the Ducks control. John Carlson moves it to Terry on the half wall. Draws two defenders, trying to open up a passing lane. Instead, to the point, it's John Carlson again. He walks it over to the near side. Leo Carlson in the right circle, right back. Carlson, middle of the ice, just missed as he whistled it wide. Taken off the end boards. Oh, the Ducks just stood around and watched the Golden Knights as Shea Theodore ices the puck. He had time to dust that thing off behind the net.
Yeah, I thought the quality play would have been go far side to Troy Terry there, but boy, was I wrong as that shot from John Carlson just narrowly missed short side.
Penalty expires, and out of the box comes Kolasar. The Ducks 0 for 4 on the power play tonight. Still trail 1-0 here in game one. John Carlson restarts back in his own zone for Lacombe. Off the left side, little touch into the Vegas zone off the stick of Viel, but it's cleared immediately by Rasmus Andersson. Ducks restart. Ian Moore with a little touch as he gets it in behind the net. Rimmed around and to the point, Lacombe can't keep this one in. Ian Moore is there to help him out and now retreats into his own zone. Drops it off for Jacob Trouba. 5 minutes gone, third period in Vegas. Trouba with a seam pass, and that's broken up in the middle of the ice. Barbashev sends it the other way for Carlson. Carlson in behind the net just ducks Jacob Trouba, who had him in the train tracks. And the hitting continues to pick up. Dostal will stop it behind the net, and Trouba picks it up there. His outlet goes right up the middle for Seneca. Dips his shoulder, cuts back to the middle, gains the zone. Long wrist shot. That was high off of Hart again and quickly cleared away by the Golden Knights.
How about that individual effort for Beckett? Seneca, him exploding off the near side wall, separating himself from Hurdle and getting a quality blast off.
Ducks turn it over. Hurdle has Marner, it's Kolasar, and a point-blank save made by Dostal.
Lukas Dostal comes up big yet again. It doesn't get much more grade A than what the Vegas Golden Knights put on net. What a quality opportunity for Kolasar.
John Tortorella has been shaking his lines up a little bit here. He had Barbashev down on that third line with Carlson and Kolasar last shift out. So despite having the lead, both teams trying to find a little more offense somewhere. 1-0 Vegas with 14:13 to go in the third period. Face off to the right of Dostal. That was just the 15th shot on goal of the night for the Golden Knights. Now Gauthier is going to lean in, and he'll take the draw against Brett Howden. Howden wins it, and Mark Stone taps it back. McNabb fans on a one-time shot, and Granlund comes up with the puck. Killorn at the Vegas line couldn't get it in, and turning with it is Mitch Marner. Dumps it to the left corner of the Anaheim zone, and John Carlson collects it. Mitnyakov goes indirect up the left boards to Killorn, who hesitates at the line and trickles it into the Vegas zone. McNabb trying to reverse it away, and now Anaheim establishes the forecheck. In the corner, Killorn loosens it up the boards. Mitnyakov retreats. He was kind of in no man's land, and that allows the Golden Knights to lob it and go for a change. Mark Stone comes up with it in the Anaheim zone for Hannafin, the defenseman, along the left wall. He just chops it in behind the net. John Carlson will restart for Anaheim. 13:20 to go in the game in Vegas. He lobs it in, deflected to the corner. Getting a stick on it there was Leo Carlson. Kreider tries to cycle it back to him from below the goal line. Trouba activates off the point to keep it in, takes a shot that rolls wide of the Vegas net on the short side. Marner picks it up and lifts it through center. This will not go far enough for icing as Lacombe comes back to get it.
There was back-to-back 50-50 puck battle losses for Chris Kreider. It's unfortunate because Leo Carlson did such a great job as forward one in on the forecheck, getting on the inside. Oh boy, here comes Vegas.
Ducks turn it over at the blue line. Not much on Dorofiev's shot. And Dostal will cover it up. Down to 12:40 to go in the third period in Vegas. The Golden Knights 1 and the Ducks 0. You're listening to Duck Stream, powered by TuneIn. John Allers and Emerson Needham at T-Mobile Arena, where the Golden Knights are riding a second period goal from Brett Howden and have a 1-0 lead with 12:40 to go in the hockey game. Face off to the right of Lucas Dostal. Ducks with a 27-17 shot advantage to this point. And Tim Washy with a rare face-off loss to Jack Eichel, and the puck trickles through Ben Hutton all the way back into Vegas ice. He has to get on his horse and chop it out of the zone. Trouba waits for Ian Moore to tag up as he lobs it into the Vegas end, and Hutton moves it away. Caden Korzak's pass goes awry and will roll into the Anaheim zone, where Trouba easily picks it up. From behind his own net, uses the glass and got it away to center. Washy couldn't catch up with it. And now Eichel restarts. A rink-wide pass that gains entry into the Anaheim zone for Caden Korzak, only to have it swept off his stick. And Viel with a little touch, able to free it up for Washy, who backhands it into the Vegas zone. Ducks get in on the forecheck. Hellison with the keep. His shot knocked down, but it comes to Cutter Gauthier. Gauthier churns behind the Vegas net. Centers. It comes all the way to the high slot. Hellison's drive is blocked. He'll try again as he gets knocked down. Can't get it through. Kept at the line by Killorn, who comes in late. Long one-time shot from Mitnikov. Misses everything. Kept on the near boards, and now Hellison with it again. Looking for a tip. Just missed the stick of Killorn. And the Golden Knights are going to clear the hard way. They go up the glass and all the way down. This is icing.
I was just about to say the Anaheim Ducks need to start now as far as gaining some serious offensive and sustained pressure time in the offensive zone. But boy, I think that last shift started it off. Great keep in their far side by Alex Killorn as well. Be sure to stop by the Ducks Playoff House in Orange and join fellow fans to check out various activations, exclusive merchandise, and special guest appearances. This unique playoff hub will be open throughout the Ducks postseason from 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. daily. Admission is free and open to all. How about that? Go to AnaheimDucks.com/house for details.
Face off to the right of Carter Hart. 11.5 to go, third period. Granlund to take the draw. He'll be opposed by Jack Eichel. And Eichel with the face-off win. Hannafin starts from behind the net. Golden Knights up the left side, and Cole Smith is angled off right at the blue line by Cutter Gauthier. Loose puck finally picked up by Tyson Hines, and we got a penalty coming up to the Ducks. Well, I think maybe he's going to take one of each here, Emerson. So this is what's going to. Jean Hebert is going to take one player from each team. It looks Killorn's going to the box.
Las Vegas 22, minor penalty embellishment. Anaheim 17, minor penalty holding, 4-on-4.
So you can hear it's a hold on Killorn and an embellishment call on Cole Smith.
Well, as guy who, of course, roots for the Ducks. I mean, what more could you want out of that sequence, especially in this point in time? I mean, the Anaheim Ducks certainly catch a lucky break that it wasn't just them. And, well, I think some of the better hockey from the Anaheim Ducks has been played 4-on-4. So I look forward to the Anaheim Ducks having more time and space to utilize out there. This is where they need to. This is a huge draw here, right in front of the Vegas Golden Knights players bench, and hopefully they can slap this one back and play the full 2 minutes of 4-on-4 action with the puck.
In the regular season, Anaheim was +4 in 4-on-4 situations. You're looking for anything you can find for a little advantage right now, trailing 1-0. You know, I'm just getting a look at the replay, Emerson. It's definitely a good call on the embellishment. I'm not sure about the hold on Alex Killorn, but nonetheless, Vegas, which has had only one power play in this game so far, a little upset by the even up call, but that's the case. Penalties at 8:47 of this, the third period. Puck back into the Anaheim zone, and Leo Carlsson knocked off balance. Gets back up, still possesses the puck. What a play by Leo, and he gets it to Lacombe. Room for Jackson, who carries into the Vegas zone. Tries to chop it over. Carlsson coming in, got his shot away, but ramps off a defensive stick and goes out of play. As Braden McNabb, boy, he's such a good shot blocker, isn't he? He got his stick in the way.
Well, how about his big hit on Beckett Seneca early on in this game? So he can block shots, he can throw his weight around, and boy, what can't he do? And I'm right there with you. What a pickup from Leo Carlson behind Lukas Dostal. I mean, he falls down, he gets cross-checked close to the board, somewhat dirty, and he comes up, he, in Beckett Seneca fashion, is juggling it in his skates in a soccer manner, and he comes out and moves the play up north. That was fantastic.
Face off to the right of Carter Hart. And the Ducks control, bouncing puck to Lacombe, walks it to the middle at the top of the zone. Now makes a short little pass. Ducks trying to work a scissor play, but they lose the puck as Granlund coughs it up. Here comes Stone. He'll roll it in wide of the Anaheim goal as he couldn't split the defense. Mark Stone's been eerily quiet in this game, has not had the impact that he normally does. He missed 22 games due to a wrist injury earlier this year, and you have to wonder maybe how healthy he truly is.
Well, can we say the same thing about Jack Eichel, just with his standards too? I mean, he's been, for his pedigree, his elite level talent, he's been somewhat quiet here in this game.
Yeah, he's got points in 5 straight games coming into tonight, including 9 points in all, and now Vegas possesses the puck, and they're going to rag it all the way back into their own zone with 50 seconds still left in the 4-on-4. Hanifin will drop it off at center. This is Mitch Marner, and they're just circling in the neutral zone. It doesn't even look like Vegas wants to attack offensively in this particular situation. They retreat all the way back into their own zone. A few of their faithful with some Bronx cheers, and the give and go is turned over as Marner loses it to Paling. Paling in behind the Vegas net with it now, trying to open up a passing lane, finds John Carlson. Carlson sends it over. Seneca turns in the corner, 15 seconds left in the 4-on-4, leaves it for Mintyukov. Pavel Mintyukov cycles it along. John Carlson up the boards, he loses the puck. And now it's McNabb who jumps up into the play. Golden Knights make a pass at the line, bouncing puck that Brett Howden will hang on to. Howden leaves it for Eichel, who comes off the bench. He turns back, calling for it as Marner. And the cross-ice pass broken up. Seneca couldn't carry it out of the zone. Now Paling gets a piece of it, and we got a whistle and a penalty coming up to the Ducks.
Boy, if it wasn't for the other call that they took both, I wouldn't have maybe as much as a problem of this, but yes, was it a hook? I'm just looking at that other call.
Anaheim 74, minor penalty for hooking.
Yeah, I have a problem with it because of the last call. So anyway, John.
So the Golden Knights will have their second power play of the game when we come back. 9:01 to go in the third period at T-Mobile. 1-0 Vegas. You're listening to Duckstream, powered by TuneIn. Affirming nature, all in the name of a healthier Orange County. Discover the new UCI Health Irvine Hospital. John Carlson off for hooking, and the Vegas Golden Knights have their second power play of the game. They lead 1-0. They're 0 for 1 with the extra man, and right to the slot. Shot tipped over top of the net, and Paling chops at it as Dorofeev couldn't get it through. Now it's Eichel, top of the left circle. As the Golden Knights working into the middle, Marner right downstairs on the door, stepping off the side of the net, Mark Stone. He pulled it to his forehand and just couldn't square up on Dostal. Paling gets the puck out, and now he's going to carry it into the Vegas zone. Trailing is Killorn, who rockets one over top of the net. He just leaned into that one-timer.
Well, I'm still shocked that Stone and Tight wasn't able to capitalize on the far side. And how about Alex Killorn with authority leaning into that clapper?
Dorofeev brings it back in on the left side, has to circle back, turns it over in front of the net as his pass was broken up, and Granlund trying to spring Tim Washy shorthanded, had his pass blocked at center ice. Brought right back in by the Golden Knights, and Eichel has to rim it around the boards. Granlund after it in the corner, trying to poke it loose, and now it's a puck battle along the yellow. Ducks wanted a penalty call, but Trouba was held, but play on. Into the slot, Marner turns, has room, kick save with the right pad by Dostal. Eichel gets the rebound, it's Marner again, and he misses from the slot. Trouba decked, no call, back to the line, a one-timer, loose to the right of Dostal, and the Ducks will trickle it to center ice.
Wow, the Ducks get a lucky bounce there on that last clear from Ellison. I think that went off the inside skate of Marner and then into the neutral zone.
15 seconds left in the power play as the Golden Knights have to regroup at center, and now they cough it up. Time and space as Trouba will handle it. Boy, I thought Trouba was held once. He was tackled another time. I thought they could have called a couple of penalties. They called nothing.
No, 100%. And then you had Hellison coming, going down there on the near side, and oh boy.
Carlson out of the box. The Ducks 2 for 2 on the penalty kill, and now we're down to 6:50 to go in game one. 1-0 Golden Knights. A little touch pass by Barbashev through the neutral zone. Broken up by Hellison at the line, and now it's swept in by Brett Howden. His goal, the difference in the hockey game right now. Hurdle to the far boards, trying to keep it in. Howden throws his body around, but the puck comes loose, and Hellison from behind the net outlets off the stick of Terry to center. Golden Knights just ladle it right back in, and laying the paddle of the stick down to stop it is Dostal. Lacombe circles the net as the Ducks finish changes. Measures things as he gets to center and rides it around the dasher. Carter Hart able to stop it, and he moves it quickly to the corner. Gauthier stops it there. Help from Paling, who digs at it. Back to the line, John Carlson slides it over. Lacombe walks in, tries to go backhand, got the pass over, and Granlund scores! The Ducks have tied the game with just 6:03 to play.
Jackson, Lacombe, you want to talk about playing high risk, high reward hockey. How about him? Super aggressive there, far side. He waits, he waits, he waits. He tries to jam it on the near side, and it deflects to the near side dot lane. And boy, it's the money guy. It's the guy who comes in so clutch in a lot of these late games, Mikael Granlund. How about him going 5-hole on McNabb sliding it home? That was some primetime stuff.
Third of the playoffs for Mikael Granlund. And it comes at 13:57 of the third period, and we're all square in game one.
Johnny, I'm a celebration enthusiast too. And not only is it a primetime goal, but his celebrations, his cellies, Johnny, just so pristine.
And greetings going out to the watch party at Honda Center as they are 9,000 strong and finally have something to cheer about. Game one is tied at 1. And Tim Washy will dump the puck back into the Vegas zone. For all intents and purposes, Emerson, we're in overtime right now, the way this game has been played.
100%.
Eichel leads it across the line, and Howden's shot is sticked aside by Dostal. Puck comes to the near boards. Battle up the wall by Ian Moore, can't get it out. Now Mark Stone handles high in the zone, got it down low, and a little redirect from Marner is kicked aside by Dostal. Ducks live to talk about that one, and they'll dump it the other way. Moore swings it around the boards. Viel kept it alive. Across the zone it comes, and Trouba activates to swing it around the dasher. Troy Terry digs it out of the corner. Terry looks back to the point. Lacombe across the top. Trouba lets it go. Redirected out high. I think Leo Carlson got a piece, and Carter Hart kept it out.
The Ducks need to continue to play quick and pass fast. How about that quick D-to-D en route to that shot on goal?
Dorofeev pulls it off the boards in the Anaheim zone. Feeds it across, and they score! Ivan Barbashev, 2-1 Vegas.
It's so unfortunate. The Anaheim Ducks coming off a stellar stretch of play. What a money backdoor pass here to the near side for the finish. And oh, what a tough breakdown at this moment in time.
Barbashev has points in all 7 games in the postseason for Vegas. And this one comes a minute 1 after Granlund had tied the game.
Well, Joel Quenneville, he's living about something, and he's barking at the officials.
What a play by Dorofeev, though. He pulls the puck off the right boards, spins into the middle, drives the far post, and as soon as everyone turns to defend him, he dishes it to a wide-open Barbashev.
And how about the Barbashev finish? It's just a slam dunk with authority. I get it's an open net, but boy, I mean, he was ready to go here near side doorstep.
Puck jumped into the Anaheim zone. Dostal slamming his stick because no one's coming back to receive the puck from him. Has to put it up on the glass. Now Cutter Gauthier on the right side snaps it into the middle, and Killorn chips it into the Vegas zone. Knocked down at the line by Gauthier. No, can't hear the whistle in the building. The play was offside. So the teams trade goals 61 seconds apart. And we're down to 4:33 to go in game 1 in Vegas. The Golden Knights have a 2-1 lead. You're listening to Duckstream, powered by TuneIn.
This December will bring something amazing. A place where 1.2 million square feet of game-changing medicine meet 300 acres of tranquility. It's a place built for everyone in Orange County and designed just for you. Prepare to meet the new UCI Health Irvine Hospital. World-class academic healthcare right here at home. Discover more at ucihealth.org/Irvine Hospital. Powered by UC Irvine.
Visit EastonLawFirm.com and score big, Orange County's premier injury firm and official personal injury attorneys of the Anaheim Ducks. At Easton & Easton, our family of litigators has more than 100 years combined experience fighting the insurance companies in all types of injury accidents. With our family, every case is personal and handled by an actual attorney. Call to speak with an attorney today at 1.
Right now, Ivan Barbashev, the last goal scorer for them. And guys, it looked like head coach Joel Quenneville was very upset after that one and potentially maybe a missed icing. That's kind of what I was seeing, but I'm not sure what you guys saw there.
Well, it's a good point, Alexis. I did not see what was stuck in Joel Quenneville's craw, but he is still incensed on the Anaheim bench.
Yeah, no, I'd like to get more insight, of course, at a later point in time, Alexis, but great eye there. And I'm just looking back at that replay, and you mentioned the great play from Dorofeev, of course, John, and I'm looking at it defensively. Both Jax Lacombe and Leo Carlson got beat off that wall, so it's playoff time, right? How do you shore those types of defensive plays up? And, well, they got to go back to the drawing board and those sequences.
These two teams led the National Hockey League in third period come-from-behind wins. The Ducks had 12, Vegas had 10. So stay with us, 4.5 to go in a one-goal game in game 1. Trouba gets it out of the Anaheim zone. Up the left side, Kreider carries into the Vegas zone, protects the puck as Kolasar skis on him from behind. Back to the line for Trouba. His wrist shot got through. No traffic this time, and Carter Hart hangs on.
And it's just one of those shots where you need to be right in Carter Hart's eyes, in his sight line, because he saw a split-second window for him to track that puck, and he slid across, gloved that down, and there were two Ducks skaters right in his general area, but he's just been playing so stellar that you got to shift over and make sure you're right in his sight line.
Shots are 31-21 favoring Anaheim. The Ducks have never led. They tied the game for a minute 1 here in the third period, only to see Vegas take the lead right back on the Barbashev goal. Face off to the left of Hart, and McNabb moves it to the corner for Vegas. It pops in the air, and this is going to be iced immediately by Howden. Ducks fans, get your tickets at Ticketmaster, the official ticket marketplace of the Anaheim Ducks and the NHL. With mobile entry and easy transfer, you're in for every goal. Get tickets now at Ticketmaster.com/Anaheim Ducks, because when they shoot, you score only at Ticketmaster. We'll keep an eye on Lucas Dostal. Still plenty of time left, 3:58 to go. And another offensive zone draw that the Ducks are unable to control in the Vegas zone. McNabb reverses it, and Theodore clears the zone. Right in front of the Anaheim bench, they jostle for it. It comes loose, and it's sent rink wide, where Cutter Gauthier will circle back into the Anaheim zone with it. John Carlson starts back. Mintnyakov goes indirect up the left boards. And unable to keep it in the zone are the Ducks as it's jammed back. Now Seneca comes over the boards, and Lacombe, who will dump it in. McTavish goes in on the forecheck, can't get the puck, but it's kept at the line by Killorn. He pitchforks it up the wall, and now Paling does keep it alive. VL chases to the corner. Rasmus Andersson reversed it away from him, and the Golden Knights content to just flip it to center ice. Lacombe gets it quickly, and Trouba moves it back up. VL across the line, hands it off, and Paling sends it behind the net. They get in on the forecheck, and the loose puck picked up by Rasmus Andersson. His clear to the line is kept at the point by Lacombe. Lacombe jams it down low. It's being chased by VL, and Killorn to the corner. Hanifin got one hand on the stick, swatted it up the boards. Trouba pinches off the point, can't keep it in, neither can Paling. And back comes Barbashev again. 2-on-1, makes a pass across. The return pass went through him. And Trouba trying to tap it ahead. The Ducks need changes. It's too bad they were tired, because I think they would have had numbers going the other way, Emerson.
Boy, what a gutsy play there. The fact that Eichel has the confidence to send that puck back one last time near side back door, boy, that was almost a connection.
Dostal was halfway to the Anaheim bench, but the entry into the Vegas zone was broken up, so he sprints back, and Mintnyakov will start from behind the Anaheim goal. Down to 2 minutes to go in game 1 in Vegas. The Golden Knights lead 2-1. Leo Carlson moves it for Terry across the line. And to the bench goes Dostal. 6 skaters for Anaheim. Lacombe fires it wide from the line. To the corner goes Kreider after it. Up the wall, Granlund trying to dig it out from underneath Colton Sissons. He jams it up the boards, not out. Back to the corner. Taken behind Terry, feeds it in front, and it's fired over top of the net and out of play by Chris Kreider.
Boy, that was a great play by Troy Terry, attacking out of the far side corner. And what an opportunity. That puck was absolutely rifled just to the inside of the far side dot lane. And that puck went high and wide, but that's what you want to see, right? You're shooting to score. And this time, with 1:37 left on the clock, and the replay there between the...
Anaheim, 30-second timeout.
Well, you just heard it there, and I was waiting for that, and I thought it was going to happen there on that last offensive zone face-off. Of course, the man in charge during these sequences most of the time is Jay Woodcroft, and sure enough, he's drawing up the plays here. But, yeah, just going back to that last opportunity between Barbashev and Eichel, I mean, that almost connected back with Barbashev being near side back door. It goes right in between his stick and skates area, and boy, was that close.
Well, if nothing else, with 97 seconds left in the game, Joel Quenneville takes the timeout here to potentially keep this personnel on the ice the rest of the game. He's got Leo Carlson, Mikael Granlund, Cutter Gauthier. He's got Jackson Lacombe, Troy Terry, and now Chris Kreider will join them.
Well, that's a good point, right? So What, is that all skaters that were just out on that last shift? That's a good point. So it's it kind of killed two birds with one stone there in a sense, that you've drawn up this face-off play and you get some rest. So that's a great point there, Johnny.
Granlund sets up to take the draw in the circle to the right of Carter Hart. And it'll be Nick Dowd to oppose him on the draw. Empty net for the Ducks. They trail 2-1, a minute 37 left. Granlund wins the draw. And as soon as the puck is dropped, they say we're going to have to do it again. And Granlund, I believe, is going to be tossed from the circle here. And he, again, is not happy with Kyle Murchison.
Well, the Ducks skaters aren't happy just where that puck ended up.
It's going to be Leo Carlson who's going to take the draw now. Leo wins it to the boards. And Lacombe will keep it at the line. Cross ice for Cutter Gauthier, who gets it through just wide. Comes up the boards and Terry cuts it off. Had a little trouble with it, now feeds it back to the line. Cutter Gauthier with a one-timer, got a tip, it went wide. Granlund recovers it in the corner to the line again for Lacombe. Back to Terry in the corner, he'll let it come through. Granlund moves it along. Leo Carlson chops it back. Gauthier across the top, and Lacombe moves it quickly to Terry, who comes off the left wall with it. He'll fire wide and up the boards. Gauthier keeps it in, again throws it towards the net. Got a tip from Kreider. It ended up behind the net. Around the boards, Stone got a stick on it. Under a minute to play, cleared. Is knocked down by Carlson, who gloves it down and gets it over to Terry. Terry, the right shot off the left wall, right in front. Carlson got a touch on it, and it was blocked. McNabb lost his stick in front. Ducks keep possession. Terry again brings it to the top of the slot, dishes it left circle now to Granlund. Granlund retreats. Top of the zone now. Terry will take it to the left side as he switches places with Granlund. Bottom of the circle, he fires. That's off of Carter Hart. And around the boards again, Lacombe with the keep. He fans on it. And it trickles to center ice with just 25 seconds left. Ducks have to tag up and he dumps it back in. Hart will play it in the trapezoid. He reverses it up the boards, but Terry's there to cut it off. 15 seconds left as Lacombe spins with it at the line. To the corner, Kreider joins. Puck comes loose and is lofted to center ice. High in the air towards the empty net and into it with just 6 seconds remaining.
Well,
Mark Stone with the sand wedge from 60 yards out.
Well, you can't possibly drop a better final offensive zone game plan and overall structure without scoring than what the Anaheim Ducks just went out and did, and that's just so unfortunate. Of course, it was the ballable puck right over the twig of Jackson Lacombe that entered the neutral zone, but the one thing that I commend the Anaheim Ducks with is the other skaters on the ice were quick to get back and give themselves an opportunity.
They'll drop the puck at center ice with 6 seconds left. And those seconds will be whittled away as tempers begin to flare. Ian Moore being pulled away